how'd it go?
Where'd it go?
I had a different question. We'll save that one for Monday.
What the
Which U.S. state has the motto ad astra per aspera? 215-263 WMMR, and we'll go to Nikki. Hey there, Nikki.
Hi, how are you?
Wonderful. Nikki, which U.S. state has the motto ad astra per aspera?
The state motto of Kansas.
You got it.
Yes.
Yes. Hang on, Nikki. We are going to give you a 4-pack of tickets for the Progressive Insurance Atlantic City Boat Show, which is now through Sunday at the Atlantic City Convention Center. You can get your tickets today at acboatshow.com. All right. I love his first story. Harvey Weinstein issued an apology yesterday because he got caught with some contraband in prison. The contraband was milk duds.
Milk.
Oh, my God. Oh, my. Yes.
What a scumbag.
Wow.
That's perfect.
I like milk duds.
Yep.
Contraband, though?
They're very good.
He wasn't supposed to have them.
All right.
And he had them.
Listen, can you put a packet of milk duds in your butthole? Come visit me at the prison tomorrow.
Well, it was after a visit with his attorney, so maybe he did that. Maybe he hit him in his butt.
He should not have milk duds. There should be no joy in his life.
According to Variety, the disgraced movie producer was found to be in possession of the candy during a search of his prison cell November 10th of last year following a meeting with one of his attorneys, so they had to have snuck it into him.
He's probably a Red Vine guy, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, right?
Please, yes, of course. In a statement provided to E! News on March 3rd, the 69-year-old movie mogul said this was an innocent misunderstanding.
I just like milk duds.
It was not. It will not happen again.
I mean, why even apologize? If I was in jail,
Casey, it's going to be a blemish on his prison record.
You've got to still be on your best behavior if they want to show you things in prison.
You want good behavior. The guy wants to get out of jail.
That's the thing that sullies his reputation.
I know.
Right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, right? Not the bathrobe jerking it thing.
Yeah, but it's probably
Milk duds?
I don't know what they call it, but like their demerits or whatever.
Yes,
so if that's
absolutely
counted
right.
as one, there's a certain amount, and then you're gonna get shoved
You
in.
could lose like yard privileges or TV privileges.
I mean, honestly,
or you can't go on field trips.
how the mighty have fallen.
Yes.
He's apologizing for having milk duds.
I know.
Did you bring enough for every prisoner, Mr. Weinstein?
And that's the way it should be.
So he said, I've been a model inmate following the rules and regulations, and I am sincerely sorry. He is currently being held at the medical wing of the Los Angeles jail while he awaits trial for rape and sexual assault. By the way, these first few stories they're just goofy stories.
All right, I like them. Listen, anything that keeps us away from the Kardashians.
Well, that's coming up. That's coming up. All right, so Machine Gun Kelly and his fiancée Megan Fox have become cat parents. The couple took to Instagram to let the world know that they've adopted a kitten.
Wonderful.
In the photo, the couple is posing in matching cheetah print pajamas with their new fur family member named Whiskey. That's actually a cute name. I like it. The cat looks to be a Savannah cat, a special breed that's a hybrid cross between an African serval, which is actually technically a wild animal, and a domestic cat. Oh, my God. I didn't see the picture. Nick just pulled it up. Their leopard print pajamas are pink and purple.
Okay.
He's got pink hair. And the cat has its natural leopard print.
Imagine hanging around the house like this, Kathy.
Oh yeah, right.
Wow.
I always see those cats though, and so it is part wild animal.
Well,
Yeah.
part serval, really cool markings on it. I mean,
Are they nasty?
oh, I don't know. I have no idea. Yeah, but it's a cross between that and a domestic cat. So I would imagine that it falls within the realms of something that's domesticated.
I always look at pictures of these cats. Like for my next cat, I'm like, I either want this that looks like I, have a cheetah living in my house, or the hairless cat.
Yeah.
You can get there are domestic short hairs. Like I had one. My cat Bumper had sort of these markings. It was kind of a
can find them.
brownish and black stripes. But this has like leopard spots on it.
Yeah.
Pretty damn cool.
Go to shelter. I mean, there's loads of cat breeds, and even if you want something that's a little bit more exotic, you can find them at shelters and adopt them. But there's plenty out there.
Kourtney Kardashian abstained from sex with fiancé Travis Barker as part of the Ayurvedic cleanse.
You're a dick cleanse? What is that?
A Ayurvedic, Ayurvedic,
What is that?
which focuses on drawing toxins out of the body. In an interview published on Thursday, the reality star, told Bustle, the publication, that her sex fast was crazy.
Crazy.
Yeah, she said, but it actually made everything better. Like if you can't have caffeine when you have your first matcha.
Matcha.
What's matcha?
Like a tea?
Coffee?
No, it's like a Eastern tea.
Yeah.
Matcha tea.
I'm definitely a matcha man.
Matcha man?
You're a matcha man?
Did you always want to be a matcha
Always
man?
wanted to be a matcha man. You know?
You've got to be one.
So she said, like, if you can't have caffeine when you have your first matcha, it's so good.
Matcha man.
What does that have
Is
to
it
do with
matcha or
sex?
maca?
Matcha.
Like-
Matcha?
Nick
Yeah.
knows I don't.
Yeah, it's matcha.
Matcha.
Oh my God.
So, all right, what is the? Can you look up the diet, Nick?
Marsha.
It's AYURVEDIC.
It's an Eastern medicine. So like herbal remedies and lifestyle practices, massage, meditation, yoga, that kind of thing.
Okay. All right, got
Knock it off.
So she had to stop having sex in order to do that.
You have milk duds on that thing.
Staying in that Kardashian realm, Pete Davidson is reportedly going to new heights in space with Jeff Bezos.
Are you kidding?
Yeah, Jeffrey Bezos. Yes, he's
Jeffrey Bezos.
The New York Post reported Thursday that the comedian was close to signing a deal to join Bezos on a Blue Origin space flight, likely later this year.
Is he ponying up the money or has he been? You know
I think
what?
it's going to be gifted to him.
Yeah, you know what? Remember, he and Kim Kardashian
Yes, they were
had
hanging out.
dinner with Bezos.
Yep, they were hanging out with him at dinner
What the F?
at his home in January. So they've been over to the house and done all that. So I think he,
It's like you show up when you used to show up at your friend's house or at a pool and you had like your snorkel with you or whatever.
Yeah.
What do you want to do?
Yeah.
So did he show up for dinner in a spacesuit?
I think he had at least a helmet.
yeah.
Hey, what are you guys doing?
What are you doing? Hey, I got a rocket. Really?
An unnamed source said that Pete is excited. They haven't signed a contract yet, but it looks like it's going to happen. The details are being finalized.
We live in a world, Preston, where you had the legendary astronauts of the space program, the historical hallowed
The John
space program,
Glenn's.
and now Pete Davidson's going up.
Yeah, I know.
Come on!
Yeah. So when they were having dinner at Bezos' house, a source says he got on really well with Jeff when they met, and they added that the flight would probably happen later on this year. So.
That's one thing that people say about him is that he is just a really likable guy.
Did
And
you see James Gunn's tweet yesterday? The director? It kind of surprised me, Steve, and I like James Gunn a lot.
Yeah.
And he wrote, for the record, Pete Davidson is one of the nicest, sweetest guys I know. A truly generous, tender, and funny spirit, and he treats everybody around him with respect. So, for whatever that's worth, I mean, Pete gets dragged a lot, and probably some of it's deserved.
I remember the Vinny Brand thing was kind of weird.
And he treated Vinny with disrespect, which sucked. So, but
That's right.
I don't know.
You can't. You got to judge people, as a full thing,
Yeah.
as opposed to what they did to Vinny Brand.
One more Kardashian thing. Now that Kim is legally single, she has removed the West name from her
Okay.
social media accounts. It's gone. E! News reports that her Twitter and Instagram accounts were updated yesterday, but her KKW fragrance brand still bears her married initials. So
Every
it's-
time you say that product line, I think, man, that's 1K away.
That's
from
1K away. So
1K away from disaster.
So KKW, because it's a brand, I
Yeah.
think is going to remain that way. So, yeah. Ukrainian-born actress Mila Kunis and her husband Ashton Kutcher have pledged to match up to $3 million worth of donations to Airbnb.org and Flexport.org through GoFundMe in an effort to raise $30 million for the refugees that are fleeing Ukraine. Kunis wrote on the couple's GoFundMe page, while my family came to the United States in 1991, I was born in Chernivtsi, Ukraine in 1983. Ukrainians are proud and brave people who deserve our help in their time of need. This unjust attack on Ukraine and humanity at large is devastating, and the Ukrainian people need our support.
That's very generous of them.
Within 10 hours, they already raised $3,038,150 right after creating that page. That's huge, man.
Excellent.
Good for them. Rebel Wilson turned 42 on Wednesday and celebrated with the best birthday present, she said. The Australian-born actress announced in her Instagram story she had finally received her U.S. permanent resident card. So she is a United States resident.
So that's
Rebel Wilson.
A step before becoming citizen, I guess?
I believe that might be it, Nick. I'm not sure exactly what that means technically, or
It's
if she's-
one step below a Kohl's card.
Okay.
if
No.
she is
When do you get that?
seeking citizenship or not.
No,
So,
that's cool.
Yeah.
Who just also became a, was it Helen Mirren? Became a U.S. citizen?
Oh, I don't know.
Yes.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Cool. I didn't see that. Amy Schumer discussed her decision to get liposuction during a recent appearance on Chelsea Handler's podcast. The Trainwreck star said that she decided to have the procedure done after turning 40 and having a C-section. And she shared the news about her surgery on Instagram in January and told Handler that she just wanted to be honest about the change in her appearance. Schumer said, I just wanted to say that because if anybody else sees me in pictures or anything and they're like, she looks thinner and whatever, it's because I had surgery. It's too hard, and I just want to be real about it, she said.
I'll tell you what, again, I've mentioned this show Botched. When you see them perform lipo, oh my God, that's an invasive procedure.
I mean, they're not gentle about it.
No,
you
they
know?
are not. They're ramming that suck hose into your fat. It's disgusting.
It's disgusting.
I mean, it's what essentially killed Kanye West's mom.
Yeah, the guy who performed the procedure improperly.
Dude, so Rochelle had lipo several years ago, and a tummy, it wasn't a tuck, I forgot what they call it, but anyhow, yeah, dude, and the recovery afterwards.
How long?
Holy
Do you remember?
cannoli. It was weeks.
Weeks,
and
yeah.
So, but the weird thing is they put these, they essentially insert this plastic gutter at the bottom, and they have these tubes coming out both sides of your body with these bottles that hang there that have to take all this drainage and runoff. And I had to give her shots
making me
and stuff
sick.
like
What
that.
were the shots?
I forgot what it was for. It was some kind of, it was to help protect you from
Like an antibiotic or
infections.
something?
Yeah.
Okay.
It is incredibly invasive.
Yeah.
So it is something that you don't take on lightly.
So they had this one woman, again, I'm not even a fan of the show, but every time it comes on, I watch it. They had this woman who had some sort of skin graft, and the skin graft was not looking good, and it was a mismatch or whatever. So basically, they had a huge gap between the upper part of the skin on her abdomen and the lower, so they had to close it.
Right.
And what they did, the amount of surgery involved is insane.
Yep. And I was blown away by the recovery of it. So Amy went through it, and I'm sure she's happy with it, so good for her. The producers of the Oscars announced yesterday that Kevin Costner, Zoe Kravitz, Lady Gaga, Rosie Perez, Chris Rock, and Yoon Yoo-jung will be among the presenters on the March 27th telecast.
Are you now a super Kevin Costner fan, Kathy, because you're a Yellowstone fan?
Yeah.
All right.
And they will join the aforementioned Amy Schumer, Regina Hall, and Wanda Sykes, who will be hosting the broadcast together. So that is coming up, like I said, March 27th. Actually, kind of looking forward to it. I've watched a decent amount of the movies.
I know the movies.
Yeah,
You got some
that's the
skin
thing.
in the game.
You watch the movies?
Yep.
You kind of get interested.
You got some
so.
lipo skin in the game.
That's right. All right, here is your viral moment from yesterday. Joy Behar
Oh, yeah.
fell just before reaching her seat at the beginning of Thursday's episode of The View. The 79-year-old comedian who was helped up by co-host Sarah Haynes and Sunny Hostin, while the show's moderator Whoopi Goldberg told her to just stand. Behar was uninjured and joked, 25 years, that has never happened. Who do I sue? But yeah, she's almost 80 years old.
Wow. Yeah, I
you
can't laugh at
fall,
that.
you gotta.
Yeah.
Oh, it's easy to look at. She didn't. It doesn't
Okay.
look painful. In fact, it's kind of in the aftermath of it.
All
She's
right.
just on the
It's
ground.
nothing you haven't seen from someone who's been curb stomped.
Okay.
No,
But she,
it's pretty
rolls.
much,
She-
she
she's
rolls.
down.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do we have audio?
We
of
do have
that?
audio. The first part is it's just them coming out. You're hearing the audience react, and then they make mention of.
Kind of heard the gas.
Right.
Oh,
Come on, just stop, just stand. And you're on the ground.
It's happened to all of us at one time or
25
another.
years, that has never happened. Who do I sue? Who do I sue?
So, yep, she fell, but she's okay.
Whoopi is she's a person who says, like if someone can't breathe, they'll say breathe. or something falls down, stand up. It's like that's not helping.
Well, I think she was kind of.
Yeah.
I took it as like she was trying to help her. Like, listen, just stand up, and we'll take
You
it
look
from here.
stupid.
Like, look kind of
You're embarrassing me.
Did she like you kind of see the end of it? Did she fall out of her chair, or
She
was
describes
she just
later
walking?
she was leaning on the chair, and the chair moved back,
Okay.
and that's how she fell.
Okay.
Yeah. So she
Poor thing.
hit the ground. I know. Yeah.
They kept saying face plant as they were reporting it, and it kind of looks like she hit on the side. But
Yeah, right.
I don't think she face planted. Jerry Springer has admitted to Page Six on Thursday that he always knew his eponymous talk show was stupid.
Well, we know that.
He's a smart guy. He
Yep.
knew. He knew what he was doing.
He said of the Jerry Springer Show, which, by the way, aired for 27 seasons, nearly 5,000 episodes between 1991 and 2018.
Lest we forget that Steve Wilkos was security on the Jerry Springer Show and got his own show off that.
He said, I can't think of anything more fun. I mean, I never took it seriously. I always knew it was a stupid show, but it was fun and people enjoyed it.
He's
So-
now doing his own judge show.
Yes. And I have not seen 1 second of it. Have you checked out any of it? It's terrible.
What I would love, though, is during the Jerry Springer Show, it was the lowest of humanity, doing the most despicably loathsome things.
Mm-hmm.
And then at the end of it, Jerry would be sitting on a stool saying, what we've learned today is that love is something that you really have to cherish.
Yep.
Really?
Take care of yourselves
Yeah.
and each other. That's how we would always wrap it up.
Keep effing that chicken.
Oh, you know what? I need to mention this. Now, I was not familiar with this guy, but Marissa and Nick Murphy were, and she sent me this story. Kirk Bailey passed away. Veteran voice actor, often credited under the stage name Bo Williams. Bailey was best remembered by live-action audiences for his role on Nickelodeon's 90s sitcom Salute Your Shorts, where he played angry, frequently put upon camp counselor Kevin Ugg Lee. So his name was Ugg. That was the character. I don't remember him at all.
No.
It wasn't. Of
I remember
my
the
time.
title of the show, but I never saw it, really.
Bailey died this week. He had lung cancer. He was diagnosed roughly 6 months ago. He was 59 years old. And he got his start in the entertainment industry in the world of anime, providing English voices for minor characters in a variety of shows in the Gundam universe of robot battling TV.
Cool.
His voice appeared in the English version of some of the most influential anime shows in the 1980s and 90s, including Cowboy Bebop, Ghost in the Shell standalone complex, and perhaps most notably Trigun, where he played series antagonist Knives Millions. We have a clip?
This is the theme from
Oh, okay.
Salute
This
Your
is-
Shorts.
All right. Sounds a lot like Reveille.
Yeah.
Here we go.
We run, we jump, we swim and play. We row and go on trips. But the thing that lasts forever.
Although Salute Your Shorts wasn't Bailey's first job in the world of non-anime TV or film production, he's got a credit as a sound coordinator on the cult classic Killer Clowns from Outer Space, and it was one of his most prominent and enduring characters, though, who was both deeply antagonistic and deeply relatable to the kids watching the show, lording his incredibly tiny amounts of power over the campers under his care.
Okay.
Okay, I actually remember this show because the kid we're watching with the giant mullet on the screen here, he was in Terminator 2. Judgment Day.
He was the friend of Edward Furlong.
And he was also he was in Different Strokes when they brought in Sam when Gary Coleman's character wasn't as cute. They're like, oh, we need another cute kid, and they brought Sam, and Mr. Drummond had a love interest.
Okay.
That's what I remember.
You remember him from that?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that's sad news. So thought I would pass that along for those of you who were fans of the show growing up. We Salute Your Shorts. Was that the name of it?
Yeah.
Yep. So terrible. All right. Moving along. Leah Remini is shading Laura Prepon for not using her voice to condemn Scientology. The King and Queen star called out the actress during Daily Blast Live on Tuesday, saying that she doesn't respect the way Prepon has acted since leaving the controversial church. She said, I think people have a responsibility to do their part. Not everybody feels that they have a responsibility. They feel that they should just go on with their lives, while some of us take a beating. Some people, like Laura, feel that they don't have a responsibility to speak out. Do I respect it? I mean, not really, she said.
Wow.
Listen, she speaks her mind.
Yeah, she does.
Prepon announced in August that she left Scientology 5 years ago, and she told people at the time, I am no longer practicing Scientology. choosing not to divulge specific details about her departure.
Well, and you know what? You don't know what her departure was about.
Yeah.
Maybe because she's not speaking out, she still can have some sort of a relationship with family members or something like that.
Yeah,
That's exactly right.
They may be holding something against her
Yeah.
still, and she was lucky to just be able to slide out of there. So
It may have just sort of a more gingerly phased out of her life as opposed to what Leah Remini has been going through.
Right. So
I don't know.
Oh, no, and Leah
Laura
Remini
Perron-
in this picture looks like she might be having a little too much done on her face.
Yeah. Yeah. So Leah said that I'm sorry. She had told the Daily Blast Live that she has reached out to prep on since then, but reiterated not everybody who has a voice uses it. Entourage creator Doug Elin is returning to Hollywood for his next series. Elin has recruited Charlie Sheen and several of his Entourage stars, including Kevin Connolly and Kevin Dillon, to play themselves in a show called Ramble On.
Charlie Sheen.
A scripted dramatic comedy about established stars looking for career reinvention alongside aspiring performers looking to make their own name.
Duh.
According to its press release, it will also include Martin Sheen.
That's my dad.
Yeah, he'll be on board.
Sheen.
As
Hi,
well,
Daddy.
as well as John C. McGinley from Scrubs.
Can I have money for the ice cream man, Daddy?
Jamie Lynn Sigler from Sopranos. Anna Ortiz from Ugly Betty, and a whole bunch of other people.
Could be interesting.
Also, another Entourage alum, Emmanuel Chikri.
Oh, I love her.
Chiriqui.
Yeah.
Her and actually Jamie Lynn Sigler. Both of those.
You like
girls.
them both.
I like them both.
Yeah.
Want them both at the same time.
That's right.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Can you double fist with those two?
I'm by winning.
Yeah. I love
winning.
playing with myself.
He said by winning.
Hey, Deb.
Instead of bipolar, was it?
I don't know.
I'm not
By
bipolar.
winning.
I am bi-
I'm by winning.
Remember,
I'm not sociopathic. I'm socio-successful.
What an a-hole.
do you remember winning was his big phrase?
yeah.
And it was like hashtag winning everything for him.
Duh. Yeah. God
I'm
Almighty.
By winning.
What was it? The Torpedo of Truth tour that he
Yes.
was on?
Yeah.
And winning was kind of like it was a little throw out. There was a little phrase that everybody was using at
Winning.
that time. Hashtag winning. And then one more thing before we talk about movies. The plug has been pulled on a long-running soap opera that launched the careers of some big stars. Australia's daytime drama called Neighbours has been canceled after 37 years due to ever-changing television landscape and financial woes. Neighbours was set in Australia, primarily funded by UK broadcasting partner Channel 5. Channel 5 pulled its financial backing of the show last month, shifting its investment to original content.
37 years.
So, chronicling the lives of everyday people living on the fictional Ramsey Street cul-de-sac, Neighbours has served as a breeding ground for talent since debuting in 1985. Academy Award winner Russell Crowe is among the show's alum, playing the role of Kenny Larkin in 1987. The New Zealander had bit roles in other Australian television series before Neighbours, but was able to stretch his acting chops during a 4-episode arc. It was also a launching pad for other big names, including Academy Award nominee Margot Robbie, Emmy Award winner Guy Pearce, and Hunger Games heartthrob Liam Hemsworth. So a lot of people from that area came out of this show.
37 years on the air. What? Hugh Jackman ever appear on that?
No, but Kylie Minogue got her start on there as well.
There you go.
Her character's wedding to live-in boyfriend Scott Robinson was apparently a ratings juggernaut, bringing in nearly 20 million viewers.
Tearjerker.
So they are they're canceling that show. It is over with. So, all right, it's Friday. That means we got new movies. All right. The Batman opens today. Action, crime, drama starring Robert Pattinson, Zoe Kravitz, Jeffrey Wright. Batman ventures into Gotham City's underworld when a sadistic killer leaves behind a trail of cryptic clues. As the evidence begins to lead closer to home and the scale of the perpetrator's plans become clearer, he must forge new relationships, unmask the culprit, and bring justice to the abuse of power and corruption that has long plagued the metropolis. It is 2 hours and 56 minutes long, rated PG-13. Wide theater release today, streaming on April 19th, and the Rotten Tomatoes score is 85%. So that's good.
Seeing it today.
How's Paul Dano in the movie, Kate?
He's great, but he's masked for most of it, and so it's not until later on where you actually start to see his face and you can really appreciate his performance.
Nice. Also opening today is A Day to Die. It's an action film starring Bruce Willis, Kevin Dillon, and Frank Grillo.
Okay, it's probably terrible.
What's that?
I said it's probably terrible. Bruce Willis has been putting out garbage lately, so.
Ex-military. Well, yeah, the Razzies gave him his own category.
Like 12 movies in it.
Yep. So ex-military ops Connor Connolly has one day to pay $2 million in reparations to a local gang leader in order to save his kidnapped wife. With her life on the line, Connor must recruit his old crew, led by Bryce Mason, to pull off a series
Bryce Mason.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
Wait, Chest Rockwell.
Yeah. Slate break face.
Yeah, but was it Connor Connolly and then Don Donnelly?
Yeah. Razor laser.
To pull off a series of dangerous heists to repay the money that he owes and settle a score with the city's corrupt police chief. In a race against time, the crew must rely on their tactical training and brotherhood to save themselves and those who matter most.
I hope they make it.
Yeah, I think they will. Yeah. I'm betting on they do.
It's an hour and 41 minutes long. It's rated R. It's in theaters and streaming today. Oh, there's no score from Rotten Tomatoes, which is usually not a good sign. Also, fun fact, this marks the 343rd movie release starring Bruce Willis in 2022 alone. So. All right, here we go with the clips. Let's get to those. A mother-daughter trip to the mall turns violent in Pieces of Her. And here, Toni Collette explains how the bond between her character and daughter strengthens through the series. Here it is.
My character has tried to contain this world of security for my daughter, and it's now hugely unsuccessful. You know, she's exposed and everything. There's just a flood of information coming out, and it needs to come out. They're going to have a better relationship now.
Pieces of Her can be streamed on Netflix. Here's the next clip. Andy Serkis portrays Alfred Pennyworth in the new film The Batman. And in this clip, he explains his version of the character and his relationship with Bruce.
Hopefully what we've done with this version of Alfred and Alfred's relationship to Bruce is create an emotional relationship that is born out of the fact that Alfred is no longer able to contain a Bruce that is pushing against him, and there's huge tension there.
Yeah!
And of course, as we said earlier, the Batman premieres today.
Andy Serkis was on Colbert the other night, and I didn't know this, but he recently did the audiobook for The Lord of the Rings, and he voiced all of the characters. There's like 132 characters.
That's
or something
amazing.
like that. Yeah, but he held the mic differently. Steve, it kind of reminded me of you a little bit because he would, when he would do Gollum or what's the opposite of Gollum? The other character's name?
Gollum.
No. Gollum's human character. I lost it.
God damn it, I know it.
I do too.
Smigel. Right, yeah. So he would do it from one side of the microphone for Schmeagol.
Schmeagol.
He'd be Schmeagol over here, and it'd be Gollum over here, and then he would do, he'd do Gandalf. He didn't want to do it like Ian McKellen, but he wanted to pay tribute to Ian McKellen. Anyway, it was fascinating to see him do the different voices.
Your mic technique. Most interesting. Have you ever met Charlie Sheen?
I have one more book to go in the Harry Potter audiobook series, and I need to look up the actor that's doing it because he is doing the voice like that, Nick. He does.
That's great.
Loads and loads of characters. Each and every one is absolutely
amazing.
Unique unto itself. And how somebody can keep track of those subtleties in their voice and these characters that they're doing, it's amazing. It's very, very impressive. So, Jim Dale, that's his name.
Okay.
He's very good.
I don't really know him from his roles, but you'd have to look that up. But anyhow, the people, and Andy Serkis is perfect for that. He's a chameleon when it comes to voice.
130 characters. He's
wow,
yeah.
It's insane.
Yeah. Incredible. All right, there you go, your entertainment report. We're good to go. We have a lot of things to get to today, some guests and some stuff to give away. So we'll take a break and we'll come back and we'll dive into all of it. You know what? We're going to do that all together. So hang out with us. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve.
Kenneth Copeland has a lot of experience with planes. We've seen, him and the other guy. There are two of these televangelists that are really big into their aircraft.
They are really consumed with the level of aircraft that they own, and often the current plane they own is not good enough.
It just ain't gonna cut it.
Because the Lord needs them to spread the gospel.
We were blessed to have an airplane that it was a Vickers Viscount.
A Vickers Viscount.
And a man on our board of directors owned that airplane. And his financial situation had come to the place where, particularly after he got born again, and a lot. I won't go into all that.
No, I won't go into all that. That's the religious part, and it bogs things down. By the way, if we're all not clear at this point, not dime one is making its way to anybody who's poor. I just want to be clear on that. And I know I can say that to you. God bless you all, everyone sitting here right now, and it won't matter. You'll still gladly open up your wallets and put that money in the collection plate.
All right, let me continue.
But that airplane had been parked for several years. Mm-hmm. And it was a 4-engine turboprop.
Jesus Christ, he sounds like
he's talking about this.
It sounds like you're at an air show. He's a preacher.
He's
a man of the Lord, ostensibly.
Mm-hmm.
Airliner. So this was back in the days when George first came along, and oh man, we had fun in that old airplane, didn't we?
Oh my God.
They had an older sort of navigation system on that. I know that many of you are going to remember that they didn't have the triple GPS coordination system that you find in the newer vehicles. Did I mention Jesus yet or anything?
This is a sermon?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Well, we
there's a particular fuel mixture that I'd like to talk about. And then, of course, why you shouldn't covet your neighbor's wife.
Right. Yeah, this is in front of a group of his followers.
This is in church. Or whatever.
Televangelist.
Airplane hangar.
Yeah. All right.
Well, we put that thing back in service. We went through that airplane from head to from nose to tail, and they did X-rays of the fuselage and everything, looking for corrosion. And there was some. It wasn't all that bad, but there was the X-rays showed that there was some spots of corrosion.
Okay, and he's saying, okay, how can I
tie this back into what's my spiel?
Yeah.
Like the way your soul gets corroded.
Right.
Oh, good. Go with that.
Good. Yeah. All right, so he takes big, long pauses. Here we go.
And so I was praying over it. Mm-hmm. And
he's praying over the corrosion in his air.
Praying over it. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So instead of going out and earning money,
I decided to return my faith to its upright position because the Lord's beverage cart had been stowed. Because we were coming in for a landing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And just as plain,
listen to this.
The Lord said to me.
Okay, so this is God talking directly to him.
No fumar.
He's talking directly to him. Yeah.
The Lord said to me, lay hands on it. I'll heal it. What?
Listen to the people talking. What? And he says, what?
What?
Even he doesn't buy it.
I never heard him. Well, he said, Kenneth.
You're an idiot.
You're an idiot.
He said, Kenneth, you're an idiot. Mm-hmm. This is your thing. Mm-hmm. You're all about the freaking planes. Give it a try.
He said, corrosion comes from the curse.
Oh.
Self-pleasuring.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And listen to the people going, oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Comes from the curse.
Comes from the curse.
He said, I provided that airplane for you, didn't I? I said, yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
He said, lay hands on it. Okay.
Okay.
And I started.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait, didn't he say that? All right, so this plane belonged to somebody else, and the Lord provided it for him at the.
Lord didn't have much use for the previous owner.
Yeah, the previous owner had
previous
come in
owner
a
could
hard
have
time.
gone down a ball of flames. The Lord would not have given a rat's ass.
And I started praying in the Spirit, and the more I prayed in the Spirit, the happier I got. And so I just want to, oh man, you talk about laying hands on that thing. I laid hands on it all over, and it's a big old airplane. It took a while to do it.
Took a while to do it. I have to be honest with you. At a certain point, I put my pee-pee in a few holes. And it felt good. Because some of them have some of the rubber stoppers that feel like a woman's lady parts. It felt good. I mean, come on.
I know.
Who's sitting there? Who's sitting there listening to this?
A group of people.
And he has a very large following.
The answer is enough people.
Yeah, to pay for that beautiful aircraft.
Not one listen, I don't know how big that crowd is. Not
Are
one,
you out of your mind?
right?
Laid hands on that thing, just laid hands on it all over and praised God and laid hands on that and commanded that corrosion to leave in Jesus' name.
Seriously.
Then I crawled up and I kind of hunched my back and started gyrating like, who's your daddy? Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy?
He's serious.
And I saw that corrosion disappear. Then I exploded. Come on.
They did more x-rays and came back. There was just one little old spot there. I said, Lord, what? No, he said, I want to remind you. I said, what are you reminding me of? He said, they could have said maybe the x-rays were wrong.
I said, maybe the x-rays.
Oh my God.
Are wrong.
If only you could see Steve's face right now. Come on.
I said, it's there on my back. I just made back.
What?
X-rays are wrong.
Yeah.
I'll tell you this: take him out to an airport. Get a plane that has some sort of error, with something wrong with it, something that makes it really not safe for flight. Lay down on it, and would he lay down on it and pray and then get in that plane?
Well, God didn't tell him that. That would be the defense. God didn't tell me to heal this one, so I can't do it if He's not telling me to do it.
Oh my
you know
God!
What I mean, so that's there's a
fail-safe,
a built-in fail-safe.
So we laid hands on it again, and it's gone.
You're buying this. Even I don't believe it.
We need to loop that. Gwyneth Paltrow was spotted at Long Island's New York Center for Innovative Medicine, a center known for its holistic treatment of Lyme disease.
Was she wearing a lab coat?
The founder, I don't know if she's wearing a lab coat. The founder, Dr. Thomas Zulk, has been featured on her website, Goop, for his energy blanching procedures.
I read Zulk on Goop, and I like
Oh,
his
wait a
stuff.
minute.
What?
I said the wrong thing. Not energy blanching. Energy balancing. Blanching is lightly boiling
None
something.
of us would have noticed.
Listen, in the world of Goop, that makes complete sense. Now they can blanch your energy.
Yes.
Oh, that sounds good. I'll try that.
Yes. Can you also whiten my anus?
Yeah.
Yeah, actually.
Yeah.
We can whiten your anus.
Here's the app for that.
I'm blanching both my anus and my energy.
God. Hey, I had a story that keys off of teachers, and I thought this was kind of interesting. This is out of, where is this? Somewhere in the South. I think it's in the...
Is it Florida?
No, it's North Carolina. The teacher at Northeast Carolina Preparatory School in Tarboro, North Carolina, had apparently punished one of their students. By punish, I mean making them write a phrase over and over and over and over again.
A la Bart Simpson.
Because he called her ma'am.
Ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, and she didn't like it, and so he had to write the word ma'am numerous times. His teacher asked him to write it. He told his mother that he had to return this with the parent's signature after he repeatedly called her the word despite being told not to do so.
Okay, well, if she told him not to, then.
Yeah, he completed his assignment during class hours, which made his mom worry that maybe it had interfered with some of schoolwork.
Yes.
According to the mom, Mrs. Wilson, the teacher also told the young boy that if she had something, she would have thrown it at him. I'm sorry, said to the boy. So if she would have had something, she would have thrown it at him. After the mom signed the paper, she had also had the boy write down the definition of ma'am, which is a term of respectful or polite address used for a woman, according to Oxford dictionaries. There's some people that hate being called ma'am, and
I hate it.
My wife uses ma'am as a sign of respect when she's on the phone with someone asking for help.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Thank you, ma'am.
It is, and especially as you start to go south, you're going to find it is a term. It is a respectful way to refer to people.
Yeah.
I would it's a weird thing, and I know, Preston, you're right. Ma'am to set someone off?
Yeah, I don't know.
I've always known it as a respectful way to refer to someone.
Maybe she's younger and she doesn't want to feel old.
Yeah,
that's
that's how I see it. I see it as an older woman. So when I remember the first time he was a kid, probably a high school kid, called me ma'am, and I was like, oh my God. I mean, I didn't tell him, don't call me that, but it made me feel old.
It's not.
Did he just say ma'am?
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, I never.
Was it the word that set the teacher off, or was it the fact that the kid was repeating it over and over?
I don't know.
Well, it had to be the initial thing graded on her because she asked him to stop saying it.
Yeah.
But if he's used to saying it as a sign of respect to, like somebody in an authoritative manner, like then you just got to get that flag out of your butt and get over it, right, Press?
I would think so. Yeah, get the flag out of your butt.
Yeah.
Did I say that one day?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was hiking around the area, maybe on Friday, said hello to this young feller, probably 13 or 14. How are you? How's it going? Very well, sir. I'm like,
That's It's a title. It's a title.
This kid walking along. That you come with me. I want to show other people what you just did because it was so good.
It's a title you've earned.
I earned it.
Hey, here's a text that says women should know better.
It's on
than to
Fridays.
call
This
other
little thing we
women
like to do.
ma'am.
We have
I've done later in the show, but I think it's time to serve up some grub and dive into the connoisseur.
It's time for the Connoisseur, the weekend edition.
That's right.
Everyone loves an early connoisseur, and there's stuff to talk about.
And
make us very hungry.
This is true. And you're going to love this because Thrill List has come up with the best Italian restaurants in America, the 34 best Italian restaurants in America.
As far as cuisines, I think my wife's, I know for a fact, Italian. That's her cuisine to go to.
Okay.
Where does it fall in your...
It's up there. But here's the deal. I kind of pick and choose when I'm going to have pasta, and that's mainly what I go for. If I'm going Italian, I got to get pasta. And sometimes pasta doesn't agree with me.
Right.
So
makes you toot?
I love it. No, not that. It gives me. I can have a little backup.
Oh, I got you. Okay.
And I've never fully identified. I've associated it enough times with pasta.
Yeah.
But man, like a good lasagna. I like baked pastas. Lasagna, cannelloni, stuffed shells, manicotti, stuff like that.
Like a baked ziti? Do you like
baked ziti's good too. So when you get, but it's so damn hearty. It is so filling, and I mean that in a good way.
Like a rock sits in your stomach.
You know what's the funny thing about Italian food? I'm going to get to this list in just a second, but the funny thing about Italian food is, let's have some pasta. You know what would go great with this? Some more starch. Let's get some bread in there. Like you always have bread with pasta.
Italian bread and pasta.
You couldn't have any more carbohydrates. Let's add a little bit more.
The thing with pasta I find is like, whatever my preference, I go like a spaghetti bolognese or something like that. And, the big portion right in front of you, about 4 forkfuls, and you're like, I'm done.
Yeah, like a quarter of the way into it.
I will say, though, fresh made pasta, and I actually had this conversation with Marissa a little while ago when I was in Boston. I had like fresh, like the woman was making it upstairs, and then it got cooked and put on my plate. It was delicious. I had a whole different, and I know what you're talking about, like the not so great feeling or whatever.
Right.
And I absolutely get that. But this, like
freshly made.
Freshly made.
Hey.
I felt I felt fine. I felt very different than, and it was so good. I can't explain to you how delicious it was.
Is incredibly easy to make at home. Kathy, you could make it at home. You
Like
just need
fresh made pasta?
Yeah,
Well,
it's
that's
simple. I mean, it's essentially flour and eggs.
Well, that's what Marissa said. She goes, well, you know how easy it is. You can do it. I looked at her. I go, do you think I'm going to do that? Because I'm not. Because I was asking her. I wanted to know where. Like, there's got to be somewhere in South Philly or something that does what I got in Boston. Like, there has to be. But but I still haven't found anybody that's really doing it where it's that fresh.
My buddy actually does it. He so like, you know how there's just like this new trend of essentially what Foxy Lady Chef was doing. So he is doing these it's not pop up, but I guess you could say pop up pasta stuff, Kath. So, and he's
doing it from scratch, pasta from scratch,
but it's not like made to order. It's like, this is what I'm making this week, right?
So suck it.
So suck it. But it is really, really good.
That sounds good.
Yeah.
I mean, if you specialize in something like that, I can see that being a success.
But I am obsessed with gnocchi these days, and the funny
that's what I had. That's what I had.
Okay.
That's what she made for us.
Fresh
It was-
Jenny.
Oh my god! Oh god!
So the thing is, I love it, but only if it's done right. And luckily for me, so Anthony's restaurant, there's a few Anthony's in Delco now, and then a couple that are really close to me, and theirs is like perfect.
It's so good. Does it melt in your mouth? Like that's I need
Melts.
it to like yeah.
It's not thick. Do you know what I mean?
Stop
it's
eating
like
that
little...
Genicetti with your hands,
Yeah.
please. All right, so the 34 best Italian restaurants in America include 2 in our area.
Damn right.
Yeah. So you got Little Nana's in Philly. And I'll read the description, if you will, from the Thrill List. This mainstay on Locust Street has a foolproof formula that keeps diners returning. Marcy Turney and Valerie Seffron they offer Italian-American dishes in a space that boasts a 40-seat outdoor garden area in addition to the indoor dining room. Be sure to try the Sunday Gravy Special at least once. It's a slow braised beef short rib, stuffed meatballs, garlic sausage, and broccoli rabe in pork marinara.
We need to stop doing this feature. It makes you so goddamn hungry.
And comes served over the day's macaroni with meat on the side. Could you have any more meat in that dish?
Has anybody eaten there, Marissa?
What is
Marissa's nodding.
Yeah, Marissa's eating everywhere.
Yeah.
What is
Marissa?
it? Little Nona's?
Little Nona's. Nonnas. Yes, is how you spell that. Apostrophe S. Yes?
Yeah, it's right in 13th Sansom, and they actually just opened another pizza shop down.
It says here it's on Locust.
Or Locust, yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
All right. And they open up a pizza shop.
Yeah, they have they have a whole bunch of restaurants right around there.
What's your review?
Oh, it's delicious.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, they have a little outdoor area too.
And the other one on this list is Vetri Cucina. And it's in Philly. And it says this Italian spot by Mark Vetri opened all the way back in 1998 and garnered rave reviews almost immediately, in part from Vetri's experience working in premier kitchens, both U.S. and Italy. The operation has only grown since and has the admiration for this nationally acclaimed spot.
I like him. He's good.
It says dining here means a commitment to the Quattro Piatti sampling menu featuring antipasti, pasta, secondi, and that's like second breakfast, I guess.
Yeah.
And dessert selections. And the menu goes for $150 per person.
Jesus Christ.
It's among the most coveted Philly dining experiences out there, according to the Thrillist. And by the way,
nice.
Mark Summers' favorite places to go are Vetri restaurants.
Absolutely. I noticed, Marissa, that the Vetri pizza place, the KOP's done.
Oh, it closed?
Oh, really? Well,
I didn't.
he's not.
I saw nothing there.
He's not associated with that anymore.
Oh,
He
okay.
sold all of those to Urban Outfitters, but he does, Kathy. I want you to go to his Italian spot.
Okay.
And so Vetri is like the big, 10-course meal, the one that's on this list. He has another place called Fiorello, which is right next to Isgro's in the Italian market, and this is going to be like the fresh pasta that you're looking for. But I also have another spot for you too.
Okay.
That's not on this list.
Can you pick me up and take me there?
Well,
Can you move her jaw up and down?
I have one in the suburbs
All
for
right.
you.
Oh, where is it?
It's probably going to be on the list next year.
What
because
county?
It's in Westchester.
Okay, I'll go there.
Yeah.
You're a legend in Westchester.
This guy just got nominated for a James Beard Award. It's called Andiario. It's in Westchester, and it's supposed to be amazing.
Okay. All right.
BYO?
Thanks.
I don't think so.
Okay.
BYOP, bring your own pasta.
Let me go to Mackenzie wants to suggest a place for the fresh pasta, Kathy. Hi, Mackenzie. Good morning.
Hi, good morning, guys.
Hey, what's up, Mackenzie?
So I was listening, obviously, and I used to work for this Italian restaurant called Nemo's in Reading. So it's about an hour or so outside of Philly. And I'm great friends with them still, but they make homemade pasta all the time. They make 3 different kinds of homemade pasta and homemade raviolis for the specials on the weekend.
Is it made freshly daily? Like I get the
Is
impression.
Grandma making it in the kitchen?
With her not eating fingers.
Mama make fresh.
Please, I can't move it anymore, man. Hey, make it!
The owner is Mimo himself. So he makes the pasta himself in their back kitchen.
All right,
and the
so
stuffed raviolis.
All right. I'm so sorry for your meal being late. The grandma, she's got the arthritis. I'm going to go up and beat her hard, and then we get you an incredible meal that you'll savor for the rest of your life. I'll go up hit her now.
All right, so that's in Reading. Mimo's?
Yep, it's down the street from Alvernia.
Yeah,
okay, all right. Thank you, Mackenzie. Appreciate it.
That's the sound that Casey does for the creek. The creek.
In the creek. All right, so congratulations to Little Nona's and Vetri Cucina.
It's quite an honor.
Yeah, it is.
A lot of Italian places in this country.
What else we got
What's
here?
next, connoisseur?
Let's go to Pop-Tarts. we're swinging another way.
I love Pop-Tarts.
Fresh made pasta to Pop-Tart.
You know what, though? They're so high in calories.
Kellogg's has won the dismissal of a proposed class action lawsuit against them.
Okay.
That had claimed that its strawberry Pop-Tarts do not contain enough strawberries.
Oh, wait, didn't a woman sue them and
That is what this case is.
Okay.
So the U.S. District Judge Marvin Aspen in Chicago said that no reasonable consumer would believe from Kellogg's packaging that the breakfast staple contained only strawberries or more strawberries and other ingredients such as pears and apples. Aspen wrote, the word strawberry combined with a picture of half of a strawberry and a Pop-Tart oozing red filling does not guarantee that there will be a certain amount of strawberries in the product's filling.
I wonder how many people do these kind of lawsuits where they'll pick something like this that claims to have something in it, so frivolous, and just go for it.
But wasn't this like there is actually no strawberry in it?
I don't know if there is no strawberry in it.
It's like a strawberry-ish
But I
preserve.
thought that's what her argument was.
So her name is Stacy Chiappetta. Yeah, believe it or
No,
not.
you got to be kidding me. Your hair looks weird.
She said Kellogg's defrauded shoppers with deceptive packaging for its unfrosted strawberry Pop-Tarts, which contain red food dye that she said makes the filling brighter and more appealing on grocery store shelves. And she accused the company of violating federal and state consumer protection laws.
Nick, there's no strawberry in it.
Who the hell goes to the grocery store and picks up Pop-Tarts and be like, I have been defrauded by the lack of strawberry in here?
This lady.
I mean, come on.
Yep. So
there's no escargot in this Pop-Tart.
So they've dismissed that.
What's your favorite Pop-Tart flavor, Preston?
Ooh, blueberry. That's what I would always get when I was a kid. Blueberry Pop-Tart.
Blueberry and strawberry are actually my favorite. Though I tell you what, s'mores case.
I know, man.
S'mores is a godsend, and also you don't have to toast it.
No,
you can eat it just straight up.
But I'm going to give you a little tip here, Steve.
What?
Toast it just lightly, and then if you're looking for some extra calories, if you're looking
Get
for
some
extra
lotion and some
calories,
tissue.
peanut butter.
Oh,
Peanut butter.
Peanut butter.
Do they have a peanut butter Pop-Tart?
They might. I don't know. But if you take the s'mores and just coat it, just for taste.
Right.
Just
Rub
for
it on
taste.
your testes.
And it's only because whenever we made s'mores growing up with my neighbors down the street, they would make the s'mores with peanut butter cups.
Here they are, Case.
Yeah.
Chocolate with peanut butter.
Okay.
All right, so I'm looking at Nick pulled up the various flavors. And,
Cinnamon isn't on your list?
That people ranked.
Cinnamon.
Here, I'm going to read through them.
All right.
Strawberry, wild berry, s'mores, cherry, Fruit Loops, brown sugar cinnamon. Yeah, I'd like that.
Oh, I love
That's
brown
number
sugar.
I would like
That
that
used to
more
be
than
my go-to,
s'mores.
yeah.
Chocolate chip, chocolate fudge, cookies and cream.
Cookies and cream.
And then you have, these are a little more exotic. Lemon cream pie, tropical mango, and peach cobbler. I would try all of those.
Yep.
What about the
Those last
blowfish?
three. They don't have the blowfish on here.
Fugu.
What's fugu?
It's the one you have to prepare absolutely to precision, or else you'll kill the people who eat it.
Really careful.
Blueberry's not on there. That was my all-time favorite.
Blueberry for me, Preston. You take a blue. I know, Kathy, you hate hot fruit, but a blueberry pie, a fresh blueberry pie, just cooled out of the oven, sensational.
I always like the blueberry flavored stuff because the blueberry is a very understated flavor. So,
and it knows it.
Like when I was a drinker, like I liked the blueberry wheat because the blueberry didn't overpower
Right.
the taste of the beer.
Blueberry scones would be another example where a
Same
blueberry
thing.
just nestles right in there, and
Blueberry
all the
cobbler.
sconitude.
It's good stuff. All right.
I'm hungry.
Let me move on to something else. All right. I actually had, this is the first time I've had a question emailed from for the connoisseur.
Oh.
This is from Bill Meekum. He said, I was just hoping I could add a segment to the connoisseur, and I would call it Ask the Connoisseur.
Oh.
I always wondered what the connoisseur would suggest for certain foods, not recipes, just basic stuff. For instance, I made sausage, peppers, and onions. ABBA, he says in parentheses. I bought cheap rolls, and the sauce soaked right through the sandwich, and it fell apart on the second bite. I should have gotten a better quality roll. What would the connoisseur suggest?
Where are the sausages?
He says, I know it would be iffy if you mentioned name brands, but I was thinking more like what type of roll. If the connoisseur
You can mention name brands.
Nachos, what would he put on them? Love the show. Thank you, Bill Meekum. So listen, I don't really make sandwiches like that at home that often, but I know if you can get your hands on like Alessio's, then that's what you got to go for. You got to go with something, or what might work. I mean, yeah, you need a larger, firmer roll.
Oh yeah,
just like the way you like your mayo.
Oh yeah,
and
you're gonna be my regular Saturday night roll.
And I prefer to go with a seeded roll. I love that. Yeah.
No, I agree with you, and I think Alessio's is what that's our go-to, and you can get them, at the supermarket. We get them at our Acme and stuff. My new favorite bakery roll around here is the Conshohocken Bread Company. Their rolls, and they will. There are several sandwich shops around the area that employ them to, for their cheesesteaks and stuff
We're
like that.
going to assume it's in Conshohocken, right?
I believe it's at Conshohocken.
So is this a new place?
No, Conshohocken Bakery?
Yeah, I'm not familiar.
No, it's not new.
No, but their rolls are not pressed like you were saying. They're not firm. They're actually really
flaccid.
Well, they're soft, but the crust on the roll is not super soft either. It's just.
Well, then it would not be good because you need something that's going to hold up to the
I think it would.
Essentially, that's what it is.
Yeah.
Because I think the outer shell of it
is made of titanium.
I think it would retain the moisture of the sauce.
You said it's not firm though.
Not like Alessio's roll is, but
Do you want to perform an experiment?
Well, it all depends because say there are different cheesesteak places use different rolls, obviously, and Jim's, and that's I love Jim's. They have a softer roll that they use, and it holds it in pretty well. You don't have a problem with that falling apart, so it could possibly work.
Are you talking like a firmer shell on the outside, almost like the crust almost?
The crust,
but it's not crunchy firm.
Yeah, I got you.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
They also do a stuffed bread and a tomato pie.
Ooh.
Sometimes if you get and I do love a good roll, but if it is too crunchy on that crust,
it hurts.
It can also as you bite down on your sandwich, it's like a press. You know what I mean?
hurt,
and it can and all the goodness can ooze out and make for a messy experience.
We were talking about the chef that we had on, just I'm having a brain fart. The cooking guy.
Oh,
right?
Sam the cooking guy?
Sam the cooking guy, yeah. And he was talking about this very thing, the integrity of the bread. And also, if it's not there, as you said, Preston, you eat the sandwich and the innards slide out.
Yep. All right.
And you can't have
hope that answers your question, Bill. I don't know if it does
like
or not.
this.
But nonetheless. All right, Casey, we have a guest connoisseur. It's Casey. He wants to jump in.
It's
I don't know what this is.
Very, very short
Just
segment.
send me a note.
But today is Friday. It's the first Friday of Lent. And I am continuing my Lenten Delco pizza tour. And so my goal for the rest of my life is to try every pizza place in Delaware County. So I have I've employed the help of anybody who follows me on Twitter or anybody who listens to the show. I have put up 4 different restaurants that I'm going to try today. So if you vote
today,
yeah. So it's
You're
either
trying 4
doing
pieces
4?
of pizza?
No. You're going to help me select the 4 that I put on there.
Okay.
So there are 4 places that I haven't been to. It's a poll, and so there are 4 restaurants that I have not tried yet. And so I'm trying to stay. I live in Broomall, so I'm trying to stay close to the area this Friday.
Okay.
So my choices are either Senzo's in Havertown, Sam's Boardwalk Style Pizza, that's also in Havertown. There's a place called Upper Crust in Newtown Square, and then another place I drive by all the time called Euro Pizza in Newtown Square.
Would Senzo's be Chenzo's?
It might be Chenzo's.
Okay.
It might be.
You know anything about these places at all?
No.
Okay.
No. I don't know.
How many pizza places are you into your poll? Because you've been doing it for a while.
I've been doing it for a while, and I actually have a list behind me. I mean, there are thousands of pizza places in Delaware County, and I have gone through the list that it may or may not be the ultimate list of pizza places.
How many are you like?
I don't know.
50?
You know what? I can answer. How many?
About 50?
Oh, way more than that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I've highlighted all the places that I've already been to. And so I'll do a count, and I'll let you know maybe in the next segment.
Question, are you going to have a final defined list at the end with how you score?
I'm not going to rate it, no, because just on the off chance, listen, I don't want to hurt anybody's business, but on the off chance that I don't like that pizza, I don't want to say that or not, right?
You can always find something good to say, like great napkins.
Yeah, I could say that, but I was also asking that
their ice was very cold.
That please don't respond negative, because that's not what I'm here for, right? I mean, if you want to say something positive about any of the places, that's great.
Wait,
but
did you just ask people to not say negative things on social media?
About the pizza places? So, I don't want somebody to say, "Well, Joe's Pizza Place sucks,
I know, I'm
man.
joking.
Go to Genzo's." I'm not looking for that. I just, I'm looking for your
bringing us
votes.
together through pizza.
That's it, baby. That's it. So,
all right, good. Man.
So right now it looks like. The contest of the poll is over in about 2 hours, and it looks like I'm going to Sam's tonight unless somebody else comes in and really peppers something else.
Okay.
But also I'm just getting cheese pizza, so
shut up.
Yeah, so shut up. So if you're going to recommend the buffalo chicken, that's not
right. The regular, because I agree with that. I've told you, like we were talking about earlier, Preston, with the Italian cuisine or trying out a new Italian place. I will try something very standard.
Right.
How is the regular spaghetti?
Yep.
How is the regular lasagna before you get all flamboyant?
Yeah, before you go a little more experimental. I agree. That's a good thing to do. You can hold up a mainstay at each restaurant and compare it to each other, and that can kind of give you a ballpark as to what kind of quality you can expect. All right, guest connoisseur, Casey Boyd.
Well done.
All right. They love you. All right, Americans apparently have a high opinion of their cooking skills, with a new survey finding that 63% of home chefs believe that they could compete on TV against professional celebrity chefs. That's pretty ballsy. The survey of 2,000 adults by one poll additionally found that 2 in 3 think that they are good enough to open their own restaurant and catering business, and 62% think that they're good enough to have their own cooking show on television.
I'm sort of glad that they do think that, because that inspires people to perhaps try that. It's so difficult to set up and commit to a restaurant in the first place to get a successful restaurant astronomically against you. So you do have to have some, some commitment.
A couple of those things, sure, I agree with them. But the one that I disagree with wholeheartedly is opening and running your own restaurant. Preston, you've worked in a kitchen. It's a lot different when you're cooking for hundreds of people or even dozens of people. You know what I mean?
And also
way
just
different.
running the business itself is
that's the sucky part.
There are a lot of things that I'm sure people don't consider when they fantasize maybe about being
crunching
a
numbers. Jackie Bam Bam would say.
Flat out being successful. Finding the right location. Finding the right menu and hiring the right people, having the right decor and all that stuff.
Restaurants operate at such thin margins.
Oh, man.
It's so difficult.
Yeah. And making money from it, actually coming out with a profit, is really hard to do. In other results showed, in another result showing home cook self-assurance, 2 in 3 said that they like to study the food and recipes of the restaurants that they go to. And 63% think that they can improve those recipes.
Do you ever have that feeling, Kathy, that you're to the point now where you could open a restaurant? What was your cooking show?
This sucks. Well, that sucked.
Well, that sucked. That's it. Well,
that's what it was. Oh, man. I
Tonight,
go through
on the Food Network.
I go through phases of liking to cook. There are times where it's a hassle, and then there are other times where I'm like, okay, I'm enjoying, creating these things. And as of late, I've been on a little spurt of enjoying cooking.
What are you spurting over there? What are you making?
Just locale stuff, things I'm trying to keep an eye on my caloric intake. So I've been seeking out recipes that are healthy and simple, and I've been digging it. I've been enjoying it.
A lot of rice you're doing, right?
No.
Oh, you can't?
No, rice is actually a little bit high. But no, I said the other day to Sam, the cooking guy, that I make fried rice at least once a week. A lot of times it's for my kids.
I know. I want you to do that for me sometime.
I will. I'll do it down at the shore.
We want you back in Philly.
I want you on my stomach.
All right.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
Took a turn.
Like Rod Stewart style?
No.
All right, what else here? All right, let's get into fast food stuff, all right? So we haven't gone there yet. We've been a little bit more in the finer end. Taco Bell's Taco Lovers Pass is now a permanent offering, and that means for $10 you can enjoy a taco a day for 30 days each month. And the pass was first announced in January and allows subscribers to pick one of 7 tacos each day for a month. For $10, that's awesome.
Okay, so the question is, how big is the biggest taco they offer? Because who does one taco?
Yeah, well, I mean, I mean, I would need more for a meal,
right?
But maybe grabbing one is kind of like a a snack or something like that. But the Taco Supreme, I assume, is
probably the biggest, right?
The standard largest one that they have, and that's the one I usually get.
Do you know what I loved? I don't even know if they still have it. I probably bring it up every time we mention Taco Bell, but I loved the Gordita Crunch. Gordita.
I have a problem with the Taco Bell commercial where they feature the bell that rings. There's one where they're playing basketball outside and the ball rings off the rim. It's never sounded like the Taco Bell bell.
Oh, really?
That's ridiculous. There's like
playing off of that.
Stop
Yeah,
it.
there's a buoy.
Stop it with that.
It kind of sounds like a buoy bell. I could accept that one. Yeah, that's fine. But the basketball, no, you have to cancel that commercial.
The pass was first announced in January, like I said, and now the trial run of the option is over, and it was successful enough for it to be here to stay. So Taco Bell notes that subscribers visited locations 3 times as often as non-subscribers, and 16% of enrollees signed up for another month. So that's actually very economical, I would think.
So it's working.
$10, and you get a taco a day for 30 days each
Wait
month.
a second, Preston. It says here that the Doritos Cheesy Gordita Crunch, 490 calories? That's pretty damn good.
Yeah, it might not be as big as you think it is, but yeah, I mean that's not bad.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. For one tiny one, if you're going to have 2, then
how much is a regular taco? I need to find out.
Because there's no way to judge the size there.
Yeah. All right. Also in specials, Red Lobster has created a new under $10 weekday lunch menu.
Wow, all these deals.
Available Monday through Friday until 3 p.m. local time at participating locations. The menu features 10 dishes, all priced under $10, and they include garlic shrimp scampi, crispy cod sandwich, popcorn shrimp, crispy wild caught flounder, classic Caesar salad, and with seasoned shrimp and more.
Do they have salmon?
Well, yeah.
Do they?
Yeah, absolutely. Red Lobster?
They do?
They have pretty much everything there.
All right.
It's not just lobster.
All right.
You can get
I know
all
the
kinds of
emphasis
fish.
on lobster and shrimp and all that stuff, but salmon I can do, but I've never really learned of their salmon menu items.
I have to believe. In fact, I want to say that I have had salmon there. I think I've had trout there before.
Really?
I haven't been in a long time.
You ever made salmon at home, or is it just
Yeah. I love it.
Yeah, my kids actually like. I'm not a huge salmon fan.
Oh, they do have today's catch, Atlantic salmon.
Okay.
Boom.
Booyah.
All right, so anyhow, they have a $10 weekday lunch special. All right. How about this? So non-alcoholic drinks, mocktails and things like that.
I like them.
Have really come into favor lately. My wife drinks them anytime we go out to dinner. And non-alcoholic beer sales have risen the last few years. But there's still plenty of people who refuse to drink it due to find the taste not to be quite as good as that of regular beers. When I went through a 2-year dry spell, I was drinking non-alcoholic beer. The one that I found that tasted the best was made by Guinness. It's called Caliber. So I would drink that for a little while, but still, even that, it just didn't taste like beer. Okay, so
is a component part of the beer, that you're getting a little happy?
Oh yeah, for sure.
So
it's a big part of the component of beer.
So extracting that to someone, and I believe that you can be enamored and really an aficionado of the taste of beer, but I think that is a big part of it. And so once you extract that, why are you drinking it?
Sometimes it was just for a social thing.
Right, yeah.
I was out at parties and it just kind of, it reminded me of drinking and I didn't want the alcohol. So it was part of the whole ritual of hanging out with other people who are drinking. But University of Copenhagen researchers explain what non-alcoholic beer lacks is the aroma from hops. When you remove the alcohol from the beer, for example, by heating it up, you also kill the aroma that comes from the hops. Scientists have figured out how to make a non-alcoholic beer that is full of the hop aroma. And the team has figured out a way to turn baker's yeast cells into micro factories that can be grown in fermenters and release the aroma of hops.
Don't they also add powdered uranium?
If they do, they don't mention it in this story. Those aromas are then collected and put back into the non-alcoholic beer. And researchers hope that the new invention will help more people cut down on alcohol consumption.
I think that means, because that's the whole experience, and that's what it lacks.
Yep.
Well, O'Doul's, I remember, was the first.
That was the first one. That's
I ever heard
the
of
one that was
non-alcoholic.
first marketed, that I recall.
Yeah.
And I remember it being kind of blah, so I didn't really dive into that too much. So, but anyhow, they're creating more options, which is really cool. Marissa, did you want to mention something?
Yeah, Preston, since your dry spell, the non-alcoholic beer scene has blown up. Like, every beer company is making new ones, so there's lots of options now.
I'm going to have to try some.
Cool.
They have IPAs now,
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, every type of beer, there's lots available, and they're actually hard to keep on the shelves.
All right. Well, there you go. Yeah, I always had a hard time finding them because they don't have that much. And so you get there and it's gone. You know what I mean? So, but that was several years ago. I'm a total boozer now. So I don't have to worry
I do like the
about
mocktails because I don't. Yeah. I'm not a drinker.
Yeah.
And I've had ones that I thought like I had a mocktail mojito.
Kathy Rochelle gets those Mingle is the
Mingle mocktails.
the brand, and
They're good.
And she loves them. So
Is that the cans you brought in?
The woman is local, and she started the company after she stopped drinking, and she said it was specifically for social reasons. Like, she was in a social setting and would hate people asking, well, why aren't you drinking? So she basically created these mocktails.
I found this, Rochelle did. She saw it, and I'm like, well, let's get that just for the hell of it. And it was a mock.
Yes.
It was a mock old fashioned.
Oh.
And I'm like, all right, let's try that.
Do you like an old fashioned?
Oh, I love old fashions.
Okay, yeah.
Love them.
I can only drink like one.
Yeah, they have a very strong flavor to them. But anyhow, Nick, this was disgusting. It was hard. Like, wasn't even in the same. Wasn't the same ballpark. Wasn't the same freaking sport. And so I was like, well, that was $15 wasted, or whatever. But
They just
nonetheless,
had it up on the screen, but the what you're talking about, the blueberry Bellini, very good.
I like it.
Very good.
All right. That is it. That's our connoisseur segment.
Yeah.
Mr. Announcer, we got to wrap it up. I'm sorry.
It's time to wrap up the weekend edition.
Thank you, everyone. We'll be back again next week. Let's take a break. Casey, give me something to give away. Give me something to give these people
mid-stretch.
right now. Sorry about that, Casey.
That's right. That's a good one right there.
I have, let's see, caller number 15. I'm going to give you a copy of the action-packed thriller Gasoline Alley. And it's available now on digital and on demand. And this stars Devon Sawa, Bruce Willis, and Luke Wilson. And it is rated R from Paramount Pictures. You can buy or rent it today. I forgot what number caller said. 215-263 WMMR. Let's give away a few of those.
Okay.
All right. What did I say? What number was it? Hold on. Connor's coming in here. Connor Betts.
Yay!
15, 16, and 17. You will get that. All right. We'll be back in just a moment. Bizarre File Stories. Oh! And a new song from Froggy. They just released a new single. So we'll do our Friday song and we'll play theirs as well. Stay with us. We'll be right back. And then she writes, it's well known that most women don't like it. What do you mean? How do you know that?
Because that extensive survey she took.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe amongst a handful of your friends or something. But what do you mean most women?
Yeah, but I would agree with that.
But how do you know most women?
Because anyone that I know, it's not like I took a survey, but anyone I know would agree.
Then it's got to be everyone.
Yeah, and you know what? Here's the thing, too. I think it's, but I do, like you said, it's regional. Do you know what I mean? It's
I can see that.
In the South, yes, they do that. They're here, not as much.
But I've born and bred at, Northeast, and ma'am to me was always a sign of respect. And I would say ma'am.
Or maybe is it an older thing? Like it,
I don't know.
I don't know.
You keep going back to old.
No, the standard thing would be, prithee, good ma'am, wouldst thou takest me?
But here's the deal. I think it's all about intent. And if you hear someone saying it clearly as a sign of respect, you should understand that they're just being polite.
Yes, of course. I'm not going to get mad at them, but it doesn't make me like it. It's still,
right.
I still think it's.
I don't like it.
Yeah, no, I don't.
Oh my gosh darn bit. I'm looking at my activities list.
Oh, God.
No, I listen, and if it rings to your ear and you don't like it, you can simply say, oh, it's okay. You don't have to call me ma'am or I'll punch you in the throat.
Yeah.
I would never read it as an insulting thing. That's a way to respect.
It's your own fault for being old. Jesus Christ.
No,
What's with you and that aging thing?
It's not insulting. It's just we just don't like it.
And that's fine. But all right, it's your personal
I don't
preference.
think somebody saying it to me is insulting me.
All right, but what
But
do
I
you
just
want
don't
your
like
server?
it.
What do you want your waiter or waitress to call you when they go up
Sugar
to your table?
teas.
Yeah.
Young lady, maybe?
Young, sorry, I'm lady.
Oh my God, she has to see my ID.
Now we're living in a fantasy.
Now you're getting into pandering territory.
I haven't been underage for 38 years.
Wait, let me tell you something that happened on Saturday. I have to tell you this. So I went out for Preston. I went out for my birthday, and we went into the bar, and they were carding everyone as we were walking in. And me, I was with Elisa. You know, we're both 40, and she goes, "Oh, let's see if we get carded." So we walk up to him, and we stand there, and he goes, "Hi," and so we were like, "Do you want to see your ID?" He goes, "Sure, if you want to hand it to me."
See, he did. There is a crap job available in San Francisco that's a complete waste, but it pays up to $185,000 a year for those who are interested. The city where Tony Bennett left his heart has an enormous feces problem.
There's a lot of poop there.
That has gotten so bad.
A lot of people are taking poops on the street.
Officials decided to create a poop patrol to clean up the streets.
To clean up the poop and the turds that are on the street that I love so dearly. I took a poop in San Francisco. Sing along if you know.
The 5-member team now.
I couldn't control it.
Walk up and down San Francisco.
Started with the shart and then I left my heart.
There it is.
In San Francisco.
Left my shart.
I took a shart. Then left my heart in San Francisco.
So they are now cleaning up human feces, and we're assuming other feces as well.
And vomit.
Animal feces, vomit.
And piss.
Yeah.
Can't forget piss. Piss, vomit, poop, it's all there on the streets of San Fran.
Thank you.
Where they got trolley cars and rice-a-roni.
Thank you, Tony Bennett, for...
poop.
Cable cars and rice-a-roni.
I miss that city.
Chinatown.
Yeah, poop-covered streets, piss everywhere, vagrants wandering around. It's wonderful. It's like Night of the Living Dead with hills.
The wharf is just covered in
Absolutely.
poop. Yeah, it's just beautiful. In case you've ever wondered whether Marilyn Manson was truly as evil as he makes himself out to be, there may be proof now. He said they can't find something illegal about what I say or do in my music. They just disagree with it morally because of their belief systems.
That's nonsense. I'm on the Satanic Church myself. And I'm about cleaning the poop off the streets of San Francisco.
That's right. Look at that.
Get off the guy's back.
You're not such a bad guy.
I'm a good guy.
Yeah, so he said, so they have to...
Just because I believe in the power of the Lord Satan doesn't mean you should think I'm evil.
I mean, after all, you're cleaning up poop.
Remember what the Joker said to Batman? They're both sides of different coins or something like that. I didn't stay really that long. I left once I ran out of snow caps.
He bought the ticket, though.
He bought the jumbo box,
Yeah,
too.
it was there.
I go through them a lot. I love those things.
This is so weird. Just thinking about that. What would lead Tony Bennett to
I'm
comment
in the Church of Satan, too.
Marilyn Man? And poop and snow caps and Batman and the Joker.
Makes sense.
He's currently on tour with Rob Zombie with the Trek wrapping
I'm
up
also a Nazi.
this week. I want to see what you think of this, Kathy. Kim Kardashian, Chrissy Teigen, Queer Eye's Tan France, and trans model Andreja Pajic are sporting some eye-catching new accessories. It's all in the name of Simon Huck's conceptual art experience called A Human, and it's already roiling social media. So Kim has a glowing necklace, and it looks like it's implanted in her skin.
But Preston,
wow.
okay, and I wanted to ask you about this. It's clearly not an implant.
Right.
It is a flesh-colored thing made to look like an implant.
And it lights up, Kathy.
That freaks me out.
But you've got to
it gets worse.
Marissa, see if you can find, she's on social media, and there's a comment. She says, it
lights
going
up
to
like
my
my
heartbeat.
heart.
And just her, and she looks like an android, dude.
To begin with.
I know,
Like
it's
this,
so...
Preston.
It's such a shame.
She's got the lips like...
Yes, yeah, full on constructed duck lips, so she doesn't have to make the
She doesn't
pout
have to do duck
anymore. It
lips.
does it automatically.
Close to the beat of my heart.
Yeah, exactly. It's like this. And Who finds that? It's dysmorphia. We're looking at video. Look at this, Kathy. It lights up, and it looks like it's under your skin.
Yeah, that's kind of...
It's kind of wild.
Well, there's a couple of different ones, Preston. So Chrissy Teigen had one. There was a disgusting one that I think it might have been the trans model had, where it looks like almost like mushrooms growing out of their neck.
Oh,
yeah.
This is just somebody who has a lot of money, so is going to pay them to do this. This isn't going to be a fashion trend.
But you can't. You can't
be too expensive.
And
Yeah,
exactly,
no, it's not.
How would you pay to get this put on? It's got to be a fairly
And if
elaborate
it is,
process.
it's going to be so quick.
Well, now I'm just kind of thinking out loud here, guys.
Here's our fashionista.
Well, I mean, for the people who don't have that kind of money to spend on a glow necklace, okay, and that's all that is just a stupid glow necklace. What if it was like some sort of like thing that you could insert glow necklaces into, Kathy? Right?
What do you mean?
Yeah,
So you know what a glow necklace is, obviously,
The
right?
things
Like
you crack?
yeah, the glow bracelets.
Yeah.
What if it was like just a vessel that was like decorative that you could insert the glow
And make it
necklace?
different colors?
Well,
I see what you're saying.
The
Not-
pitch here, though, is that it looks flesh colored. It looks like you have altered your skin.
You're saying not looking like it's implanted.
not like no, but accessorizing your glow necklace.
Like what Twinkie wore in Buck Rogers.
Here's the audio of her showing it off. Here we go.
My necklace glows like a heartbeat. It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
Oh my God! Shut up!
No,
My necklace glows like a heartbeat.
Wait.
It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
Oh my God.
My heartbeat. Wait, Steve, what are you putting in your mouth?
Something to puff. Give me something to puff out my lips.
Give him something. Wait, you need here, hold on. I have something.
Do you have cotton or
tiny
something?
flashlight.
Steve was trying to put a flashlight in his mouth. Not a flashlight, a flashlight.
Yeah, we do have those.
Stick a flashlight in your mouth.
Try that case.
Try this.
What do you have? Yeah, okay.
Close to the rhythm of
Wait,
my
this is
heart.
too big. What do you think I am, a Watusi warrior here?
What'd you give him?
Do you think somebody told her to say that, or is that all on
Well,
her
I'm sure
own?
she's getting paid for
Well,
it.
I know, but like, where they like say it's,
Sure.
it's to your heart.
Close to the rhythm.
My necklace glows like a heartbeat. It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
You look like Bill Murray in where the giant plant when he goes to the dentist. Little Shop of Horrors. You look like
Little Shop of it goes to the beat of my heartbeat. It's right under my neck and it glows and it pumps to the heart of my heart. Glow, turn on my heart light.
It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
Oh my God!
Shut up.
Yeah. Well, this person Simon Huck is a conceptual artist, so it's.
I'm a conceptual artist. And I want your neck to glow.
Stop it. Okay. They don't see that outside the bubble.
All right,
the
so
rest of the world is like, what are you doing?
I'm looking at one. Nick pulled this up. It looks like she has feathers growing out of her chest.
Yeah,
Yes.
this is Chrissy Teigen.
Okay, so
Yeah.
Nick, do you have the other ones as well?
Kind of cool.
This is no.
That's cool.
She only posted one.
I mean, listen. It looks like studio makeup done for a movie.
Yes.
For a horror movie.
Yeah, a horror movie or some sort of
fantasy,
sci-fi
thing.
So why not be like the large singing plant from Little Shop of Horrors?
Yeah. So meanwhile,
Seymour?
so Teigen, sported a featherhead breastplate, they called it, while Tan France wore a piece made to look like ruffled skin with bioreactive crystals, and Pajic wore horn-like sculpted shoulders. That's it.
Okay, so the one that looks like mushrooms growing here, if we can get that one, I think it looks kind of really like Casey. You don't like things that look like openings and circles and indentations in a body.
Wouldn't it be awesome for like the socially elite for it to become fashionable to wear like a horn out of your forehead?
Preston,
Wouldn't it?
Like the
you're
Hunger
not
Games?
far.
Yeah.
Preston, the bagel thing.
Yeah.
You know the Japanese were doing the bagel implants on the forehead.
But I'd like to see like a rhino horn coming out of their forehead. Oh my God.
Charge.
Rhino. That's so rhino. All right, anyhow, the full exhibit of futuristic clothing-like objects inserted under the skin opens in New York City next week. The entrance fee to even see this stuff is $40 if you want to go check it out.
$40 to see these incredible expressions of self.
Mark We'd like to put you to work this morning.
Yes.
The greatest host of game shows I've ever met.
Ever.
No
Well,
question.
very kind.
And so we need some callers on the line. And we are each here on the show going to play for a caller. You don't have to do anything. You just got to sit back and let the magic unfold and get ready to win some prizes as we play this.
Preston and Steve present Know the Show on WMMR. Kathy can't go to bed at night if there's anything on the floor. And Steve's got a bunch of Cub Scouts buried in the dirt behind his cellar door. Nick's effeminate. Marissa likes getting text messages with naked pictures attached. Casey boy squeezes pus out of his armpits, and Preston likes eating his own scabs.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we have not done Know the Show in a long, long time.
Well, we usually refuse to do it unless Mark Summers can host it.
That is correct. And so the way this will work, the format is that Mark will have a statement that he'll say about each one of the members individually. He'll pick out a member and make a statement, and the rest of us try to answer a question that might be answered by that person. And each one of us, if we get it correct, we get a point. If we answer like-mindedly with the person that's being singled out.
A la the Newlywed Game.
A la the new. It's the same thing, actually. Yeah. In fact, this is the Newlywed theme music, I think, that we're playing.
We're ripping off everything we can.
Every bit. And if we'll have point totals, whoever has the most points, that person on the phone line who we are playing for is going to win a prize. If there's a tie, we'll give away a couple of prizes. That's the way it works. Mr. Mark Summers.
Thank you. No rehearsal. Sight reading. Here we go. Radio legend Preston Elliott, or El Scabo, as the people of his native Honduras refer to him, is a man of many talents who enjoys a plethora of hobbies. If Preston were told he must give up one of his cherished hobbies on the spot and never, ever indulge in it again for the rest of his life, which of the following three would he select? Is it golf, drumming, or cooking? You have 15 seconds to write your answers down. All right, time is up. And we're going to start with Casey Boy. Which one would he give up and never be able to do for the rest of his life?
Wow. This one was really tough. You got to eat or you're going to die. I would say you got to listen to music or you're going to die. So I went with golf.
Casey says golf. Steve, your reply is?
No, I had to think about these as well because I know that he adores golf, and though he's had some issues with his shoulder, drumming, the music is everything to him. However, there are other people who can cook for him, and so I say cooking.
Cooking. Two different answers. We move to Kathy.
I was the same as Casey. I said golf because I know that he has back and shoulder issues, and I think that would be the reason because it would hurt, and I don't think that he could give up drumming or cooking.
All right, so we have two golfs, and we have a cooking, and we're moving to Nick.
So I went with, because of the hearing issue, I thought that Preston would choose on a tactical situation to give up drumming for the rest of his life.
Interesting.
Yet another answer, and finally, Marissa.
I went with, I think most of the crowd went with, and I went with golf.
Golf, we have three golfs.
Wow.
Preston, what is the response?
If I were to have to give up one of them for the rest of my life, I'd have to go, I'm going to say, agree with Steve, I'd give up cooking. Somebody else can make that food for me. And even though I have shoulder and back problems, I still love the game of golf, and I'll never quit playing.
How's your putts?
It's good. Have a tug.
Yeah, here, grab the shaft and you tell me.
Nice balls.
Got a couple balls? All right, so
And they're moist.
Steve got the lone point on that one.
Who's keeping score?
Casey is.
And who's our person who's won?
Well, it's going to be
It's
a
gonna
total.
be after the
It's
whole
going to be a
game.
total
Yeah,
at the
yeah.
end.
All right.
All right,
Question two. While Preston is known as a man of the people who often spends his spare time dispensing free croutons to the homeless, he is amazingly occasionally uncomfortable while in a one-on-one situation. Which member of the Preston and Steve cast will Preston say he is least at ease with when he sees them away from the show? Oh, my.
Wait, you got to ask that again.
Okay. So, who is the person?
You can leave out the crouton part.
No
on a Friday now that Froggy is on board and no sad. And listen, Marissa just sent me a text this morning. They released a new single. I think they released it last night. And I want to play it.
Are we going to debut it?
We're going to debut it.
We need to. I'm so excited.
We haven't told.
I love these guys.
We haven't told the band or anything like that. But Brooke, Morgan, and Fiona, of course, when they did the Preston and Steve jingle, that was live at the Camp Out for Hunger, the first live music act we've had there in years because of the pandemic. So listen, I love this song. I only listened to it one time, and I'm like, this is a little bit more melody than we've gotten from Froggy in the past.
When do we think that might happen in the show today?
Right now.
Right now?
Yeah,
really?
Let's do it.
Damn.
Yeah,
right.
this is it. So this is, what's it called? Jimmy's song.
All right.
All right, so here we go. There you go.
Yeah.
Isn't that great?
Yeah. I really like that.
From Froggy. It's called Jimmy's Song. You know what? And I'm going to put this out there publicly.
Yeah.
They need to play the MM-barbecue.
They do.
We need to have them play the. I got a letter from a prisoner at Fort Dix Correctional Center.
Come on.
Begging us to put Froggy on the bill.
We've been pushing for it. We will push harder. We'll see what we have to do because I think it would be cool. That's a solid song.
I agree.
I like their style. They're really, truly authentic.
Punk music.
Punk music.
We don't want prisoners angry at us.
No.
We want prisoners
happy
That's
with
right.
us. Yes, exactly.
Though I'd have to find out which is that prisoner's favorite Pop-Tart before I make a joke.
All right. That's reasonable.
So anyhow,
Chi-Chi.
that song is available. They have it on Spotify. You want to download it? You want to check it out? You can get it. So Brooke, Morgan, and Fiona. Froggy, so that's awesome.
You're right. That is more melodic and lyrical. Yeah,
yeah. And it's got the harmonies in it and everything. So I love it. So, all right. Anyhow, that leads us into the bizarre file.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right. It is brought to you by the Orange Loop Rock Festival, a Link Star production, June 10th to the 12th, Showboat Hotel Festival Grounds, Atlantic City, featuring STP, Chevelle, Hoobastank, Puddle of Mud, and more.
Wow.
Tickets are on sale now at orangelooprockfest.com. We'll have some more details coming up in music news about that. So, a man attacked a woman at a Daytona Beach Waffle House on Friday with the Florida man's weapon of choice, a machete.
A machete again.
Yes. Police
in front of Waffles
say security footage shows Pierre Kendrick and the victim talking to each other in a booth. Kendrick gets up and mingles with other patrons before returning to the booth where the woman sat. He then pulled out a machete from his pants and struck her multiple times. It's horrible. The woman was taken to the hospital with serious injuries to the head and hands.
Where the hell are you hiding a machete in your pants?
She also said that she does not know him at all. Pierre Kendrick is charged with attempted first-degree murder. He was ordered to have no contact with the victim. He was held on a bond of $75,000. That's it, $75,000. This guy whips
Attempted
out a
murder?
machete and tries to kill this woman in a Waffle House.
In a Waffle House.
We'll have to see if there's a follow-up.
You know how hard it is to get butter in every one of those squares?
Come on, man. There's a lot of stress going on.
Oh, my God.
A 19-year-old ASU student was arrested on Monday after officers found 2 explosive devices in his dorm room, according to police. A student contacted ASU police after seeing a social media post of a resident holding 2 explosive devices. Police arrived at the dorm and identified Logan Baker Reynolds. Officers evacuated the 5th floor of the hall and took Reynolds into custody.
Hey, Rumi, what's up?
Reynolds admitted to police that he made the explosives and told officers that he, quote, had no ill intentions and that he made the devices for entertainment purposes only.
I just like to make bombs.
Spokesperson said officers impounded the materials found in Reynolds' dorm room and components. When put together, make an explosive. There were quite a few, they said.
Girls won't talk to me.
He also added the explosive contents were not a bomb, but rather pyrotechnic devices. So, but nonetheless, you can't
Kind
be
of the
making
same
those in your dorm room. All right, this is weird. West Mahoney Township Police in Pennsylvania say that Nicole Chester is facing charges after she had 2 men go and dig up the grave of her late boyfriend.
Oh, wow.
To steal the urn containing his ashes. So I guess they had buried his ashes as opposed to digging up a full body.
Coffin, yeah.
Police say she faces 1 felony count of institutional vandalism, misdemeanor count of theft, receiving stolen property, intentional desecration of a public monument, and possession of drug paraphernalia.
What was he? What is the urn especially expensive or
I don't know.
Jewel encrusted?
Well, you can't go digging up a grave, I guess.
Right.
So,
I know that's to begin with, but what the hell are you going after that
I don't know why she wanted it. Who knows? And maybe she was the girlfriend. Maybe the family wanted to bury. Maybe she wanted the ashes for herself.
Maybe she lost her cell phone in it.
Maybe the phone was still in there and she had an important meeting coming up. I don't know. So who knows? A woman in the UK was taken to court for criminal damage after she installed a do-it-yourself speed bump made out of rocks outside of her country cottage to try and get drivers to slow down.
Are you allowed to do that? Build your own speed bumps in front of your house?
Out of rocks? No.
Because I did my own traffic light, but it didn't work well.
I saw somebody do it with rope. Like they put a real thick rope out there and they did it like 10 times.
Really?
So they made their own speed bump.
Okay. Andrea Wilkinson created the speed bump using rocks from a dry stone wall opposite of her property, and she was charged with after one driver didn't see the speed bump, drove over it, causing about $1,600 worth of damage to her vehicle. So she just put big rocks out in the middle of the road.
That's insane.
That is going to cause flat tires and undercarriage damage and all kinds of stuff. She went to court and was found not guilty, by the way. So I don't know. I guess she's not going to face any fines for that.
I would think that would be something that you're not allowed to do.
Yes. Charleston, West Virginia police say 2 women were left with serious injuries after their dog bit them. The initial call was for a disturbance. However, a detective, Tony Hazlitt, said that the officers who responded were met with something more serious. Hazlitt said they heard 2 women yelling, "Help me, I'm going to die. Help me, I'm going to die." So they forced entry. Police did not know what had happened, whether they were stabbed or shot or what. But the officers quickly learned the women's injuries were from dog bites. One woman had serious injuries to her arms and legs and throughout her body. One of the other women had more on her legs. Police say that they searched the home around the property, and the pit bull was nowhere to be found. When officers say that they went outside of the apartment to meet the medics, the dog came onto the porch and began attacking them, so they had to kill the dog. The dog was starting to attack the medics, and the officers, the medics needed to get in to attend the women, so they had to take life-saving measures, and they had to shoot the dog. Police said no criminal charges will be brought against the women because they own the dog. The 2 women are in serious but stable condition, according to police. But it must
kind
have
of
been
a nightmare.
It must have been a brutal attack, yeah. Here's another brutal attack. A woman punched a 6-foot shark in the face until it let go of her foot, which it bit while she snorkeled off of the dry Tortugas Islands off of the coast of Florida. Heather West said that the lemon shark kept tugging and tugging, so I had to feel its teeth in my ankle. Lemon sharks can go to about 11 feet long and inhabit coastal waters close to swimmers, surfers, and divers, but they present little threats to humans.
It's kind of wild that's a lemon shark.
Yeah, before West's encounter, there had been only 10 unprovoked attacks by lemon sharks, all in Florida and the Caribbean. None fatal. Caution is still warranted as they are a large predatory species, though. West said she was headed back to shore. A lemon shark bit her, so I was wearing my flippers, and my kick wasn't doing much damage. So I decided to lean forward and start punching it. I punched it in the face over and over as hard as I possibly could.
All right.
After about 30 seconds, it finally let go. For the next 2 minutes, I was in complete shock and couldn't swim. But by this point, my friends had run back into the water to help me. West, 2 park rangers were nearby setting traps for rats, and they helped apply tourniquets to her leg.
We were up on a hill setting rat traps.
And they got her to the mainland for treatment. So when I got to the shore, I started screaming, I won, because I realized I still had my foot.
All right. Victory.
Winner!
What a great trip.
Yeah. Charlie
winning. Beat the piss out of a lemon shark.
In the water, I was convinced he had bitten it off.
Frickin' shark.
So seeing it still there, even though it was completely mangled, was a huge relief.
Setting rat traps.
She thought she had lost her foot. She's found that she will probably regain full use of her foot.
Her freaking foot.
And she said, despite all this, I want the record to show that I love sharks and don't want to discourage people from getting in the water. As a matter of fact, I'll be right back in as soon as I heal.
Even that particular shark?
I don't know about that one. Maybe she
at least have a little grudge.
On a personal level, she doesn't like that particular shark. All right, that's a bizarre file. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a moment. Don't forget, a little bit later on this morning, Chris Barron of Spin Doctors are going to be playing Montage Mountain for Mountain Fest tomorrow. And also, we're going to have Alonzo Bowden on the program, who's going to be at Helium Comedy Club tonight and tomorrow. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
The most uncomfortable with which one of you when you're away from the show? So if you go to a
I'm
party,
one-on-one situations.
Okay, and he knows all you guys for 100 years.
Yep.
If he came face to face at a barbecue, which one would he feel the most uncomfortable with? That is the question.
Who is he least at ease with away from the show?
You've got 15 seconds to answer this question.
I don't see Kathy writing. Chop, chop, chop.
Marissa, we'll start with you.
All right. I think Preston and Casey have a great bond. Preston and Steve, obviously the longest relationship here, plus Casey on top of that too. Kathy, you guys have the kids together. Nick, you guys have some bonds. I think it's me.
Really?
Yes, when we were out in London, Preston came to see me and my friends. He was there for like 30 seconds, and he was like, I gotta go.
Really?
So I guessed it was me.
Wow, yeah, and you're a little Miss Social Bug, so that's interesting. All right, Nick.
That's funny, Marissa, because I felt the same way about myself. And Preston's been with Steve for so long that I think you guys can talk.
Not in the biblical.
To each
sexual.
other about anything. They've done trips together with Casey, gone golfing and whatever. And then I just sort of defaulted to his relationships with Kathy and Marissa. So I'm going to refer to myself in the third person and say Nick.
And Marissa, I'm going to go over there to Casey next.
Yes, we all know that Preston and I share a nice bond with one another. We've had Valentine's dinners by ourselves.
Yes, you have.
We've spent a lot
Shared
of time
D-pics?
hot tubs together and all that sort of stuff. So I definitely don't think that I'm the answer here. Steve and Preston have a long relationship. Nick and Preston definitely see eye to eye on a lot of things, pop culture wise and stuff like that. So I don't think it's Nick. Marissa, you had mentioned that it was you and your friends, but this question is about singularly and one-on-one. And I think you and Preston have actually hung out and had some good times together as well. One night in particular, after a singles mix or something like that, you guys went out for entirely too long of a time.
Pitcher's Pub.
Yeah.
That's right. I need to know more details.
So I had to go with Kathy on this one.
Wow. That's shocking to me. All right, we're going to go to Steve.
All right, now we have had a long relationship, Preston and I, and it's till death do us part. Love Preston dearly, and we have there's a certain relationship we have that I don't think anyone can define. I think, like Casey, you and Preston share more in common than do we, Preston and myself. Mm-hmm. So I think everyone here has something more than I have, at least in that level. And I think we sort of keep a lot of what we share
for the studio,
for the
right?
show.
Yeah.
And that's why I said me.
Okay. Yeah. But that makes sense. I get that. And finally, Kathy.
So like everyone but Casey, they chose themselves,
Yes.
which is also what I did.
You did.
I thought it was me.
Isn't this telling?
What does this say about me? You guys all think I don't like you.
No. It's not about not liking.
I think it's like everyone else better.
Yeah. So tell me, Preston.
All right. I'm going to tell you with an explanation and a follow-up as well.
You don't have that much time, so...
The guys are off the hook because I am more uncomfortable with attractive women when I'm alone with them. So there's that. And
So what are you saying?
we have two beautiful women that work here, even though they're very, very good friends of mine. That doesn't change that fact.
Right.
And this person that I would feel if I'd have to say, God, it's not that I don't feel uncomfortable with any of you. No, but having to choose, having to pick one. There's one that I kind of seek approval from because she's so great at what she does and a perfectionist in this business, and it's Marissa.
Wow.
So it's important to me what she thinks of me, and so therefore I would be a little nervous. Now listen, about that night in London, I'll tell you what it was. I showed up, you had all your friends there, you didn't introduce me to any of your friends, and you didn't say who I was, and I was kind of mad about that.
Wow. The truth comes out.
Yeah.
If we're going to be totally honest, that's why I closed down.
And it nagged at him for months.
Till this very moment.
Oh my God.
No.
How could you? How could
And
you?
waiting in the waiting room is a therapist to work with both of you.
I'm sorry,
Dr.
Preston.
Joyce Brothers.
I guess I didn't want to be like, hey guys, this is Preston.
But
you guys know Preston.
Your lack of decorum has won you the point. So there you go.
There you go. Nice job.
That's the point.
We're moving over to Steve Morrison right
We'll
now.
hug later.
All right. A little known fact about the enigma that is Steve Morrison is that his great-grandparents on his father's side lost their lives to Titanic, both having choked to death on Twizzlers during a matinee showing. With that in mind, if Steve was Rose from the movie Titanic floating on that door with room for only one member of the Preston and Steve show, who would he save?
Wow.
Man. All right. 15 seconds to write your answer down. That's hysterical.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was easy.
That was easy, huh?
That was easy.
I wrote it down right away.
Oh, I can't wait to get there. Okay, we're going to start with you, Kathy. Who is it?
Okay, so after today's conversation, if we were on the Titanic, we would have had to pack in suitcases or in a hotel room, a little tiny hotel room you have to share with somebody. We had no idea that this was going to go down. So he is going to save me for sure.
Oh.
Great reasoning.
Wow. I like the part about going down. Steve.
I'm last.
Steve.
He's
last.
Yes. He goes last. So
That's right.
Yeah,
Nick, I'm sorry.
I'm going with basic math here, and Steve is going to need more room, so I'm going with the tiniest member of the Preston and Steve show, Marissa, so they can both fit on the door.
Wow. Okay,
All right.
Marissa, we'll go to you.
Well, the true Steve Morrison would actually give up the door and let two other people
very
go.
nice.
Just ask
You're
Steve.
right. Oh, my.
She's
Because
right.
this is a hypothetical, I also agree with Nick, and it would be me just for size reasons. That's it.
Size matters. Okay, Preston.
Okay. This might be a little selfish, but without Preston, there ain't no Preston and Steve show. And we still have a future to think about after this horrible tragedy. Well, I'm saying me.
All right.
Yes.
Casey?
So I would think like right after everybody got rescued, Steve would go back to work the very next day, and it wouldn't sound good to have the Casey and Steve show or the Kathy and Steve or Nick and Steve and Marissa and Steve. It can only be Preston and Steve.
Yeah, Robin Preston's dead, so that wouldn't work. Okay. And finally, Steve.
All legitimate reasons, but I had to break it down on survival, likeliest to survive in the situation. Both Kathy and Casey are swimmers. Casey has saved my life here in the studio, but they are both capable swimmers. Preston is very resourceful and could survive, I think. Nick as well. And for the person I think who would be in the most dire situation vis-a-vis their size and lack of insulation, Marissa.
Wow.
Just because you guys would all be fine on your own.
Wait, who
not to dismiss Nick's point of extra elbow room on the door.
Nick and Marissa.
Nick and Marissa both answered.
Yeah. All right, what's the point total so far, Case?
I think I have Marissa has 2, Nick has 1, Steve has 1.
All right.
Though if we were packing the way we do talk about, Kathy would have a certain edge.
Steve's love for the world of movies is exceeded only by his love of the world of porn. Disregarding the porn movies, what will Steve say is the one movie franchise he could not and would not live without?
Oh.
15 seconds. Boy, you all seem to know this pretty darn quick. That's interesting. We are going to start with Marissa.
All right. There was an obvious answer, but I didn't go with that one because I'm guessing most of you guys went with it. So I'm just going with Batman.
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 Very nice.
Okay.
Casey, what did you say?
Oh, I went opposite because there have been so many. I know that you love Batman, but you want to have sex with James Bond.
James Bond. Preston.
Kind of the same thing. I know there's so much. Although Connery was his favorite, and Roger Moore did a whole lot of those movies, but I still think he's got a huge fascination with James Bond.
All right.
Yep.
Nick?
Marissa, your answer made me think twice, but I'm going to go with my gut, and I'm going to go with James Bond as well.
All right.
Kathy?
I just said overall Marvel.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
So Steve, the answer is
James Bond.
there you go.
Yes.
What is your fascination with Bond?
Since Bond, my father took me to Dr. No when it came out when I was just super young, and there have been many movie franchises, consistent franchises that have influenced my life, but Bond has been, marathon after marathon after marathon has been just at the core of my life.
Favorite Bond
Batman
movie?
is my... Whoa. Okay, so the one that is the quintessential is probably considered Goldfinger.
Yeah.
So, yeah. My favorite, Connery's my favorite Bond, followed by Daniel Craig, followed by...
Daniel Craig, really?
Right, followed by George Lazenby and Roger Moore. Roger Moore has 2 good Bonds, would be 3, Live and Let Die, For Your Eyes Only, and Spy Who Loved Me. And Timothy Dalton. They're all good. They're all good.
Yeah, all right. So where are we here now?
Casey.
Whoever you want to go to.
Casey.
All right.
All right.
We're going to do the list of show legends regarding Casey is long and in many cases embellished, including things such as him saying bubble scubosis instead of multiple sclerosis and being terrified of his home thermostat. This is the first time I'm reading this stuff.
I never said multiple sclerosis.
That's it. It's your saying. It's a false legend.
Which embellished legend about Casey will he say he would love to have go away once and for all? 15 seconds. What embellished legend about Casey will he say he wants to go away and never brought up ever again?
I predict everybody is going to get this one. This is going to be a 5 for
find out about
5
this.
here.
We're going to start with Steve.
There's even in writing this question, I knew it might be a gimme, but we had to go with it just to give Casey the chance to dispel some rumors about himself, including bubbable scabosis and his thermostat. Ranch dressing.
What is it?
His love of ranch dressing.
Ranch dressing. Okay, very good. Kathy.
Yep. Love of ranch dressing on pizza, all ranch
Really?
dressing. He loves it.
Nick?
Ranch dressing.
Oh, my, this is me. Marissa?
Because he didn't invent it, ranch dressing.
Preston.
Right. Ladies and gentlemen, it's unanimous.
And we will go to the gentleman himself.
It's not my go-to, okay, guys? It's not my favorite dressing.
What is it about ranch dressing that you like?
It is actually pretty yummy with pizza.
Do you have the isolated audio of just you freaking out anywhere, Kay, so we could play it for Mark, just so he has an idea?
I don't know. You know what?
We don't have to play the whole thing.
The crowd loves that idea, Preston.
See if wait, hang on a second. It's recording. All right.
Yeah, why did that happen?
Yeah, there was a moment on the show where we brought up the fact that Casey was dipping his pizza in ranch dressing.
Thank God it was a pizza.
And yes,
there was a question as to whether that was calorically wise.
Yeah, here we go.
Can I make a suggestion without being insulting?
Yes.
Try pizza without ranch dressing.
Listen, you a-holes. When was the last time you saw me with ranch dressing?
Okay, can I jump?
And by the way, I don't always eat pizza with ranch dressing. I didn't invent it. It is something that I tried like within the last year. All right?
Okay.
Drop the friggin' ranch dressing. Drop it.
I will say this. I have seen you eat pizza at last 6 or 7 times.
Hear a little bit more of this.
Without dressing.
7 times.
Well, I have not seen him have dressing on his pizza in quite a while.
And it's not something I invented. It was like I tried it because I saw a girl with a nice frame. As a matter of fact, tried to like ranch dressing on your pizza. All right, I'll try it. And then he did it like 6 times. And next thing you know, I'm making ranch dressing pizza sandwiches or something. Shut up!
It's still just as funny.
Oh, my. I've never heard you so whacked.
Can I get a point for that easy question?
One of my all-time favorite moments on the show.
We need to move on. In many ways, Casey is sort of an ongoing lab experiment producing flatulence at an alarming rate. Who will Casey say is the one show member he takes the most joy farting in front of?
Oh, my
Joy?
God.
The most
Joy. And you don't end a sentence with a preposition, by the way. But who does he enjoy farting in front of the most? Gee whiz.
All right.
Got
I'm
it down
in.
there?
I'm
You're
good.
in? Everybody's in? We're going to start with you, Preston.
Now, initially I was going to say me, but I don't think that happens anymore because I'm disgusted by it.
Yeah.
It bugs me, and he will do it sometimes in front of guests that we have in here. Oh yeah, out loud.
It's the
and
ranch
I'm like,
dressing.
dude, come on, stop it. And oh my God, Mark, some of them are just deadly. But I think he gets a kick out of actually doing it in front of Kathy more than anybody else. I think he finds that funny, but that's my guess.
Marissa.
That was my initial guess, Preston, was Kathy, but I thought he actually, like, deep down gets embarrassed to do it in front of Kathy. He knows I get mad at him when it happens on his way into the studio, so I figured the only person that might giggle at it was Preston.
Okay.
Okay. Nick.
I think because it pisses her off so much that he's going to go with Kathy.
And Kathy.
It's so disgusting. It's so awful. Yes, he does do it when there's guests in the studio.
doesn't.
It's
Later.
the worst smelling thing
It's
ever.
a text that came in and it says, "It's my first time watching the live stream on YouTube, and I have to say that this is the way to go because Kathy looks beautiful." They go in to say, "You guys rock and are funny, blah, 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 but Kathy looks great."
Probably my self-tan glow.
Have a good weekend. Yes, I noticed you were a shade darker today.
I'm a couple shades darker today.
Mm-hmm.
Are you orange?
No, she's not orange.
They did a really good job.
It looks natural, actually.
Oh, thank you. I'm hosting actually a fashion show at Bloomingdale's, the King of Prussia
Today?
Mall. No, tomorrow. And it's a spring fashion show. So they have us in all these spring clothes. And I was like, I don't know about this pasty white skin. So, I went and got a self-tan. But it's...
Hey, you look like you've been out in the sun a little bit.
Yeah.
Queen Bee's?
No, you know what? It's actually a charity event, and the tickets are sold out, but there are standing room only tickets. Whoever the host was supposed to be, backed out.
It was me.
I don't.
They thought fashion.
I have no idea who it is or who it was, but they reached out to me and Mrs. Pennsylvania, Ashley Myers, who is also known as Mainline Fashionista, and so the two of us are going to host it. But it's
good on you for stepping in.
Yeah, it is benefit. It's a fashion funds the cure. And you can go to my Instagram if you want. There's information there. But like I said, the seated tickets are sold out, but there is still standing room only, and it's at Bloomingdale's at the King of Prussia Mall on Saturday.
They're giving you wardrobe and stuff, or you're.
Like we're sort of just I'm hosting it, so I'll just have one outfit on. But it's actually the event benefits children to find a cure for children with cancer, and so the kids come out and they walk down the runway with like one of their idols, something that they want to do. Like one of them wants to be a doctor, so there's a doctor who's in the fashion show. So it's really
that's very cool.
Yeah, it's really
that's awesome.
It's a really great event. I've actually never been. This will be my first time. But
And Mrs. Pennsylvania will be with you?
Yes, Mrs. Pennsylvania.
And so that's a married. So there's Miss Pennsylvania. She's Mrs. Pennsylvania.
Correct.
Okay.
She was first Mrs. She won Mrs. Mainline and then went on to compete and became Mrs. Pennsylvania.
A former Mrs. Pennsylvania used to cut my hair. Casey was asking about that. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wasn't aware of the Mrs.
Right.
title until I had met her, and I was like, oh, okay. They have a whole other pageant for that and everything.
You know what's funny is I actually knew about Mrs. Pennsylvania because my boyfriend in high school's mom was Mrs. Pennsylvania.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Nice. Hot mom. All right. Hey, listen, I wanted to throw this out there because Sylvester Stallone himself has weighed in on this scenario, I guess you would put.
Right. These things pop up all the time in pop culture.
I guess this was posed to him, or maybe, these types of potential or theoretical matchups. But Stallone himself has weighed in on who would win in a fight between Rocky and Rambo. And he has gone to great lengths to describe what he thought would happen. If you want me to read.
Yeah, I think let's hear it because I purposefully stayed away from this.
So it was an Instagram post featuring a photo of a faux fight poster depicting his two iconic characters side by side. And he wrote, "Even I would pay to see this one." He said, if it's two men meeting in the street, and he said, if it's two men meeting in the street and going at each other with no rules, I believe the outcome would be, and then ... He said, if the fighters were to remain upright, Rocky would prevail. His body punches and right hooks would eventually beat Rambo. If the fight goes to the ground, Rambo will prevail in a bloody, brutal fight to the end. Rethinking this scenario, I also believe that upon initial contact, since they will not be in the rain but fighting outside, basically a street fight, that Rocky will land the first 5 or 6 blows. If that does not incapacitate Rambo, which I don't think he will unless he's caught clean, Rambo's skill set will definitely be in full display, which means incredibly vicious attacks on the eyes, the throat, every vulnerable part of the body, eventually leading to being pulled to the ground and most likely mauled. But then again, Rocky is incredibly resilient and pretty good on the ground, too. That's my opinion in this fictional world. Final result is neither man will ever be the same. So he's not taking a side.
I don't buy that for a second.
I got to believe, my personal opinion, Rambo would wipe the floor with Rocky.
Thank you.
Yeah. He's a killer.
He is a trained killer.
Yeah.
A trained killer. You're going to need body bags, Preston.
That's right. A good supply of them.
The notion that these guys are going to meet on the street, does your mind change at all if you stick them in a ring and put boxing gloves on them and it's
Maybe,
only a stand-up battle?
Yes, and that's the only scenario. The same way, Preston, the way MMA.
Conor McGregor
yes.
and
Floyd Mayweather.
Yeah, Floyd Mayweather. You knew Mayweather was going to win that.
Right. Just by virtue of the rules that they're having to deal with.
I don't want to discount what you guys are saying. I think that you're probably right. However, I think that we have to give Rocky some credit just for being like South Philly tough.
Right.
Like and listen, as bad as Rocky 5 is, and it is terrible, he showed he did okay in a street fight.
He did in number 5.
Right. So
he was incredibly stupid in it.
Yes.
And he's so stupid that I slit his throat.
Right.
When he's walking down the stairs babbling on about reindeer on the roof.
Right.
I'll cut him good.
I think
people spitting on him talking about reindeers.
I think Rocky might fight a little dirty and hold his own.
Nick, let me throw this at you. Who would win in a fight? Rambo or Nick Martinelli, his character in Rhinestone?
All right. Okay, probably.
Now that guy's got some
Rambo.
songwriting skills.
Which, by the way, may I point out that Anthony Kiedis sounds a lot like that in the new Red Hot Chili Pepper song.
Seriously?
Stein. He says all these time.
Oh, I gotta listen again.
All the time. We'll have to.
Californication.
All right, hang on.
Whoa!
Californication.
Is this the Red Hot Chili Peppers?
Yeah, this is Black Summer. This is a new one that we're
All right,
playing.
hang on.
Absolutely, positively wipe the floor with Rocky. And listen, what Rocky showed us over the years is that he can take a punch.
He absolutely can.
But Rambo...
That's why he's a babbling idiot in Rocky 5.
But Rambo, I mean, he's a killer.
Are there any other? Let me ask you this: are there any other actors that their own characters would try that you would match up against each other?
I was trying to think about that because
I assume there's you got to go to the action heroes. You got to go to like Schwarzenegger, and think about who he is playing.
Like Commando versus Predator. Arnold.
What's his name? Dutch. Yeah, Dutch and Predator.
Commando is Matrix. That's his name.
So
and
Matrix versus Dutch. I don't know.
What about Ben Richards?
That's probably a draw.
Yeah.
Well, Commando though is, I don't know. Commando.
He's a tough guy.
Who would have the edge because, he was protecting his daughter.
All right.
Yeah.
How about Conan versus Dutch?
Conan O'Brien?
No. Conan.
Oh,
Conan the Barbarian.
Conan the Barbarian? Conan by far. He was brutal.
The Barbarian.
Yeah.
What about Ben Richards versus Dutch?
Ben Richards versus... Well, Ben Richards was just a cop.
He was a helicopter pilot.
Yeah. I mean, he was a police officer.
Yeah.
So I got to go with Dutch on
What
that.
about Cobra?
Yeah.
Oh God,
it's horrible. Versus... who would be the person you'd pair Cobra up against?
Yeah, right. What's another Stallone badass? I'm trying to think of the tougher characters because he's done some lighter
Over the top.
Over the top, yeah.
All right.
What was his character
in an arm wrestling match?
Yeah, because he puts the hat on backwards.
Stop or my mom will shoot.
I got to go with that guy, man.
Yeah. Here's a good one, Steve. The texters sent in Neo versus John Wick.
So here's the deal. Neo possesses Matrix, like Neo outside of the Matrix in his
right.
Neo would be incinerated by John Wick. However, Neo within the Matrix.
But you remember in the third movie, Neo has those powers outside of the Matrix.
Right. Yeah.
Right? In the real world with the machines. So
It's weird. Yeah. So
it was a bad movie, but I would think if he could literally hold up his hand and stop bullets and stuff like that.
They have Wick paired with, who do they pair him with sometimes to see who would win in a battle?
Oh, yeah. I remember there was one not that long ago.
Right, and it was a meme. Wick versus...
Bond or something like that, or something of that level.
I think, honestly, I love James Bond, and he's incredible. I'm a massive Bond fan, but I'm a massive John Wick fan. If you look at their skill sets, John Wick versus Bond, I think John Wick would kill Bond.
There was another one, Steve.
Wow, I can't believe you're saying that.
I mean, look at his Wick's resourcefulness and not that Bond does not possess resourcefulness as well, but I'm just thinking
I have a one.
Because
you have a one.
I have a one.
Wick is there. Wick is going to kill you.
Yeah.
He's going. That's what I think, and I'm a massive Bond fan.
All right, Ryan Reynolds, Green Lantern versus Deadpool.
Somebody just texted in about that.
Well, no, Lantern. Who has the better power set?
Well, you can kind of you can't really kill Deadpool,
right?
So I got to go Deadpool.
Yeah, unless you chop him up
immortal.
and keep them in separate boxes.
Yeah, I don't know.
But would Deadpool regenerate if he just had his head?
Right.
Maybe.
Or Captain America versus the other Chris Evans superhero. Was that
Johnny Storm?
Four, yeah.
Cap.
Yeah.
Really?
His biceps. He's got really nice biceps.
He's a tactical genius.
Yeah.
He knows exactly what they're doing.
Freaking genius.
In any scenario. So
freaking genius.
All right, how about this one? Here's a matchup. Kathy versus Marissa.
Oh, I was her and I are actually texting on what conversation we could have on the side on like Facebook Live or something while you guys do these topics.
Oh, really? Like you make this? Are you literally texting with her about that?
Yeah.
Oh, shut up.
She asked me what I want the topic to be.
This is really important stuff here.
Oh my God, it would cover all parts of our audience if we did that.
Right.
You know, by the way, if you're not into this, just check out what Kathy and Marissa are doing on Facebook
Spring
right now.
fashion.
All right. What about Hawkeye versus
from MASH?
No, from the Avengers. Hawkeye versus Jeremy Renner's character in the Bourne. He did a Bourne thing.
These are so like sub-level. Like I'm talking more. He just did it once.
Yeah.
Give me more of a franchise. Give me more. I know what you're saying.
All right. Somebody says Bond versus Batman.
Okay, that's an interesting one. I think that's probably an even. That's pretty even.
Okay. But you got to have a winner.
You have to pick one.
Somebody kills
Well,
somebody
your
else.
two favorites.
Yeah, those are dead right at the top of my two favorites. It's a draw.
Okay.
It's exactly a draw. And then they become best friends and they come and we all hang out together.
Daniel Craig Bond versus Sean Connery Bond.
Connery.
Yeah?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Connery's got size on him.
Okay.
And he's also I love them both though.
Yeah.
I love them both.
I don't understand this text, but
All
it
right,
made me
this
laugh.
one says Thunderlips versus Santa with muscles.
I mean, is that
Well, he
Hulk
was
Hogan?
he played Santa Claus, didn't he? In one?
Did he? Hogan?
Didn't Hulk
Hogan
Hogan?
did?
I think he played.
Maybe.
I think the name of the movie was Santa with Muscles.
What?
Oh my God.
Do a check on that, Nick. I think that's what that refers to.
Oh, and by the way, Steve, our buddy Dan Colachico texted me the other day, and you read an interview about Hulk Hogan recently where he said that he hated Macho Man.
That Andre the Giant hated Macho Man.
I got you. Okay.
Right.
Dan says that Hulk Hogan is full of crap. That everything that he said over the last few years is complete BS. That he plays the media really well, but you can't trust a word that he says. Now that
just breaks my heart that a man who made a professional living out of pretending to fight in the ring
is full of crap.
Yeah, has no leg to
Santa
stand
with
on.
muscles. There's the.
Oh
wow.
God!
All right.
So I'm going to give it to Santa with muscles.
Yeah.
Over Thunderlips?
Yeah, because Santa has some powers.
All right. He does. So, Kindergarten Cop versus Jingle All the Way, Arnold. Like, you got to be Kindergarten Cop, right?
You're going to sub level here.
I know, but like, what other levels are there?
I mean, think more franchise stuff. I would say, how about this?
But we were saying an actor based against their own,
right?
Another character. That
Oh,
they
I
play.
see what you're saying.
Yeah. So it would be like Bruce Willis Die Hard versus Bruce Willis
Last Boy Scout.
Yeah, something like that. So yeah, that's what that's who
John McClane will always
because it's Balboa versus Rambo.
All right. Here's one that somebody texted in: Han Solo versus Indiana Jones.
Ooh,
Han Solo versus Indiana Jones. What would you give? I'd give it to Indy.
Yeah,
I would give it to Indy as well. Indy he's almost like Domino, like everything goes his way.
Right.
Against the odds, no matter what, Indy's luck is always there for some reason or another.
Yeah, but Han Solo has a blaster.
Yeah.
Without weapons.
What? No, they have weapons.
No, without weapons, like a bare knuckle fight.
Now there's all these
caveats.
rules.
All right.
Okay.
All right. John McClane versus Meryl Streep's Sophie.
I don't know. I've run out of scenarios. Mr. Freeze versus Terminator. Somebody texted it.
Oh God, that George Clooney Batman is so horrible. And it's listen, George Clooney's great, but it was just nothing was going to go right in that movie. And his Mr. Freeze one-off lines are so terrible.
Mm-hmm.
Chill.
Yeah. Here, somebody texts in and says Ben Affleck Daredevil or Ben Affleck Batman.
Batman. Though Daredevil has So I've always considered Daredevil sort of Marvel's Batman.
Yeah.
Without the money. But
in the sight.
Yeah, but I mean, still, they're very similar.
Yeah.
Looking for some more good ones. Terminator versus Data from Next Generation. Those are two different actors.
Okay, what about Data versus Short
Wait. Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man versus Tobey Maguire in Seabiscuit.
I like that.
Seabiscuit was fast, dude. He could just ride away.
Yeah.
Or he could run over him with a horse.
How about Tobey Maguire?
Cider House Rules.
Cider House Rules.
All right, here's not a bad one. Lethal Weapon, Mel Gibson versus Mel Gibson from Mad Max.
Okay, so Riggs versus Mad Max.
Yeah.
Okay. You got to, well, I don't know enough about Mad Max.
I don't think
They're both cops.
Mad
right?
Max is, right. So Riggs is a
jiu-jitsu master.
Special forces.
Yep, special forces.
And so Mad Max was simply a survivor.
Okay.
A good fighter and a good driver, but hello.
So you think Riggs on that?
I think Riggs over Mad Max.
That's a good matchup.
Yeah.
I like that. Clubber Lang versus B.A. Baracus.
Oh.
Both Mr. T characters.
Well, if you're talking about pissed off attitude, I'd go Clubber Lang, right?
Oh, really? I would go.
B.A. stands for bad attitude.
Yeah.
So I don't know. And he was ex-military.
It's true.
You know?
It's true.
But Clubber Lang was a badass boxer, man.
What'd you say?
All right,
Just
how
talking about it.
Gandalf versus Magneto.
Oh, wow.
Ian
That's
McKellen?
actually a good one.
Yeah, Ian McKellen in both.
I think Gandalf has, besides the metallic capabilities of Magneto, Gandalf has wizardry.
Yeah, that's the thing. The magic.
How quick can you get to that wizardry stuff before he has spikes flying at you?
Yeah, do you have to slowly create an
He just go,
incantation of some sort, or and any metal that's around Magneto can control and use to essentially turn into bullets and shoot you?
Right.
That's a tough one.
That is a tough one, but
I'd have to give the edge, man. Maybe
in speed to Magneto.
In speed to Magneto.
If they're sitting at the table, they're playing cards.
Yeah.
I think you've cheated. And the table gets flipped up, and I think Magneto on the draw probably, if there's enough metal around, can take him out.
Yeah.
But if they have a second or two to work on it,
I'm going to give the edge to Gandalf because magic is so mysterious.
Yeah.
You know?
Okay.
Exactly.
What did you say?
What about Gandalf versus Rocky?
Gandalf versus Rocky.
What about Johnny
I know
Lawrence?
you saw two guys in a string fight, and one was a wizard. And I don't know how this fight came to be. And I don't know how he does his magical things. The only magic I ever experienced was Lucky Charms.
What? The cereal?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, Johnny Lawrence versus Greg Toland.
Ooh, all right, Johnny Lawrence.
Yeah,
please.
right?
Greg Toland was
Cobra
just
Kai.
he was just a bully.
Yeah.
He was a bully and just one of the guys. But Johnny Lawrence is trained and
Yes.
trained for years and a black belt and a champion and all that stuff. So I think he would absolutely kick Greg Toland's ass. That's my personal opinion, though.
Evan is bringing up John Wick versus Mr. Nobody. Have you seen Mr. No, it's actually Nobody. Well, they call him
Hi,
Mr.
Evan, you're on the air.
Hey, Preston, Steve, how are you guys?
Good. All right, so you think John Wick versus Mr. Nobody?
Well, I've read that there's theories that they're part of the same universe.
Well, yeah.
Who's Mr. Nobody? I
So
don't know.
Nobody, Bob Odenkirk plays in this. You remember the
movie
the
Nobody.
bus side,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
I think that
Similar type.
right.
thing,
It's
yeah.
similar type. I think John Wick is just really on top of his game. Nobody's very resourceful and solid. But look at the way Wick fights in his movies, and look at. I mean, I love Nobody. I thought it was great. But
awesome.
yeah, John
But
Wick
he's out of
is
his prime. I get what you're saying.
Right.
All right, thanks, bud. Appreciate it. Well, we could go on all day about this.
We could.
All right. How about this?
What?
Schwarzenegger, all right, in Commando, and Lucille Ball.
Okay, wait.
Which Lisa? Okay.
I love Lucy, not the Lucy Show.
All right. Yeah.
Ooh.
Man, she's got the
wine.
red hair.
Yeah, she whines a lot.
She's got Desi.
All right. Unfortunately, we have to wrap it up.
okay.
Man, all right.
We were just about to get to the bottom of
I
that.
like this last one. Catherine said Elijah Wood in Sin City versus Frodo. That character in Sin City was crazy.
Yeah,
He was
absolutely.
insane. He didn't speak or anything like that. He would cut the women's heads off.
Right.
It was
Do you guys remember that?
No.
Yeah, that was. Didn't he have like on his fingernails? He had like claws or something
Right,
like
and
that.
he was like a martial arts master.
Yeah, he could jump around and stuff. All right. Anyhow, now the calls are coming in.
I
Sorry,
know.
guys. We got to let you go. Zac Efron in Baywatch versus Jeffrey Dahmer.
Well, he played Jeffrey Dahmer, didn't he?
I know. That's what they're comparing the two.
I don't know.
Oh, my God.
That's a good pairing.
All right. Anyhow, we got to take. Oh man, there's so many good ones coming in now. What was it, Mrs. Doubtfire?
Peter Pan
versus Mrs.
I mean,
That's good.
Yeah.
Actors and their own characters facing off against each other. Peter Pan versus Mrs. Doubtfire. Wow.
How about Nathan Lane
In what movie?
in Birdcage?
Okay.
Versus Nathan Lane in Mouse
Hunt.
Or producers.
Yeah. All right. Well, we could go on and on about that. But Stallone kind of says he thinks that Rocky and Rambo would be a bit of a draw, and neither man would be the same afterwards. But I think Rambo would just destroy him.
So do I.
Yep. All right. We need to take a break. We're coming back in a second, and we've got Alonzo Bodden who's on the show. He's going to be at Helium Comedy Club. We're also going to talk to Chris Barron, Spin Doctors, and he's playing the Mountain Fest with his band tomorrow night at Montage Mountain. So we'll chat with a couple of people when we get back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve
On 93.3 WMMR. The summer concert season
I
begins.
hate every second of it, but I think that he gets a kick out of Preston's response at how angry it makes me, so I went with Preston.
Oh, there's an interesting look at it. Steve?
I'm going to echo Kathy's sentiment and say Preston. Yeah.
All right, Casey.
I will have to say, because he's not an official member of the show, but an honorable mention goes to Chuck. I mean, if he were going to be a part of this, I would say Chuck D'Amico, because Chuck,
He laughs at you.
He loves this. He says that my farts have personality, and they do. But I absolutely love farting in front of Preston.
I would have thought Kathy.
Yeah, no.
Kathy.
Even like when he gets mad, like when they're like silent ones, sometimes I sit there and I just wait for him to smell it.
Well, I'll just
sit next to each other.
So Mark will be sitting here, and I'll see Preston start to go.
Sometimes, I have Lysol back here.
Oh, my.
And Preston will just be in the middle of talking, and there'll just be a little.
I just hear that. Oh, my God. I'm learning more about this show.
I really do go into like other rooms. If we have guests in the studio,
You've gotten better.
Yeah.
You've gotten better. What are the totals on the points?
I can't remember who answered Preston on that one.
Steve did.
I did.
And Kathy and
me.
Marissa.
Kathy.
Yes.
All right, so Marissa's now in the lead.
4.
With 4. Steve's got 3, Kathy's got 3, Nick's got 3.
Wow.
Yeah.
Kathy is our next subject.
All right.
It's not a stretch of the imagination to say that if Kathy Romano had written the musical Rent, we would not be singing Seasons of Love and instead would be singing Seasons of Activities.
Yes.
Fall, winter, spring, or summer, which season will Kathy say yields her favorite time-killing, energy-sucking activities?
Oh. I got it.
That's a great question.
Yep. Will Kathy say yields her favorite time-killing, energy-sucking activities? Is it winter, spring, summer, or fall? And we're going to start with Steve.
This is sort of a tough one, but I know that Kathy and I share a lot of the similar loves of the various holidays. And now, while Christmas is a
Why
money,
you should have saved me on that ship.
Christmas is a money shot. I think though the stuff that happens around fall, between Thanksgiving and Halloween.
All that stuff.
Yeah, all
Okay,
that
got it.
stuff, and all of the access to it is
And with an
something-
8-year-old, you're busy doing. Yeah, I got it.
Right.
Okay,
and
Nick.
all that stuff.
Yeah, I think just because I think it's your favorite time of year that you love the season itself that I went with fall as well.
Ah.
Fall activities.
Marissa.
Because they're so universal, they happen inside and outside, and I'm pretty sure it was your very first list. I'm guessing that. I went fall.
Fall activities.
Preston.
I'll just hit this. Yes.
And Casey.
I'll just hit this.
Fall activities.
And we'll go to Kathy and find out that the answer is.
So although summer is my favorite time of year, I get depressed when summer is over, and the way I get over my depression is through fall activities.
Everybody wins on that one. Wow, that's good.
Cool.
On the second question about Kathy on the Preston and Steve Show, Kathy is often playfully painted as a somewhat asexual being who thinks foreplay is laying down a protective tarp. Remind me to tell you Dr. Ruth's story a little bit later. That said, what will Kathy say is an appropriate amount of time for a woman to wait before getting intimate in a new relationship? While we're looking for a closet in weeks.
Marissa and I are going to differ on
This is Kathy. We will allow your answer to be in years.
So we're looking for weeks.
Yeah. Weeks? The closest in weeks. Yeah, we're looking for closest in weeks. This is Kathy.
Hold on, I need a calculator.
Well, yeah. So what will Kathy say is an appropriate amount of time for a woman to wait before getting intimate in a new relationship?
All right.
All right. People are writing their answers down. You're in? Well, I don't think so. Casey.
Okay. This is a really, really tough one. I don't think you're as prudish as one would think. But like first date, 1 week, no. 2 week, no. 3 weeks, no. 4 weeks, I think is a nice, safe assumption.
All right, Casey says
about
4
a
weeks.
month.
About a month. Marissa.
I said that Kathy would approve of holding hands after 3 months.
Whoa.
Wow.
12 weeks.
Oh, Preston.
I think she's more of a slut than we believe she is. And I'd say Kathy would be cool. That maybe not for herself, but if she were to give advice, I'd say 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
That's a short one, yeah.
All right. Steve?
I agreed with Casey, and I think 4 weeks seems about right.
Okay. Nick?
First of all, I can't wait to hear that Dr. Ruth story. And then, second of all, I went with 3 weeks.
All right. It's all over the board.
Wow.
Kathy, are you a prude?
Okay, so I'm going to go initially with when I read this question, what my answer was going to be. And the question is going from one relationship to the next, how long you should wait in between, correct?
Yes.
Oh, I thought it was after the first date.
After the
how long
first
to have sex?
Getting intimate, yeah.
date before getting intimate with someone.
Okay, so you meet somebody, how long will it take before you...
Right.
As they used to say, make whoopee.
Oh, all right. Okay. So from the first date. All right, then I need to rethink this because if it was from one relationship to another, I was going to say 24 weeks, 6 months.
Okay.
But I'm going to say, after the first date, and I forget what everybody said, but I'm going to say 4 weeks.
Wow.
All right, so point each.
All right, Steve, you are now tied with Marissa at 5.
All right.
I have 3. Kathy has 3. Preston has 3. And Nick has 4 going into the... Nick, you are stuck with 4.
I'm done.
You're done.
That's right, because Nick is going to... Wait,
we have Marissa as well.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Okay, so there's still a chance for everybody.
We'll do Nick. A penny saved is a penny earned is more than just a maxim. It's also what you whisper in Nick's ear to make him horny. And while we kid Nick about his frugal way of life, who will he say is the next cheapest person on the show? So Nick being the cheapest, who would be the next cheapest human on the show?
Who
15
will Nick
seconds.
Say? Yes.
Yeah, Nick will say this person is the next
I got
cheapest.
this one.
You got this one?
Yeah,
we'll start with you then, Preston.
I think that that somebody who knows a good bargain and is the queen of returns would absolutely look, and she looks for coupons all the time. She looks for special deals. It's got to be Kathy.
Got to be Kathy.
Got to be Kathy.
My wife's the same way.
Yep.
All right, Casey.
When you said Queen of Returns, I was so relieved that you didn't say me. But I was thinking the same exact thing. She never pays for shipping. Yeah, so Kathy Romano. No doubt.
Okay. Marissa?
I actually think that Casey's family is just, I think your wife is the same, and I think your family, and I think it bleeds onto you a little bit. So I'd say Casey.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, in a good way. All great ways.
Kathy?
Oh, okay. So I did not think of myself. I don't think of myself as cheap, although I love a coupon and don't like to pay for shipping. I won't not buy it if I don't find the coupon.
Really?
Yeah, and just because.
But you like quality too, though.
Yes,
so,
and I like quality items as well. I went with Preston because I believe that Nick and Preston, when we talk about tipping conversations, they always have a similar opinion. So so I went with Preston.
Okay. And what is, just briefly, what is your tipping deal?
Just that Steve always goes over the top, and they'll do like the standard tip, like what's listed, and and not really go over.
Tip based on performance, not just Steve is going to tip over tip no matter what.
I always over tip. I always do. Steve.
So and for that reason, because Preston is not cheap at all, but we have those conversations on air, and when we talk about the tipping, those two will take that angle, and so I said Preston.
Okay. Yeah. Well, Nick, survey says.
Well, it turns out that Kathy and Steve are right. I went with Preston.
Oh.
And it was because of the way that we think about stuff like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And because you're kind of cheap.
He's very generous.
Joking.
You see my bill from the vacation I just took?
Do you hate it when they include the tip without asking you?
No.
That doesn't bother you?
That doesn't bother me. In fact, added gratuities I'm fine with. But if I did get service that was not good, I think that it reflects on the tip. I mean, absolutely.
Do you talk to the server and say this is why?
No.
Never done that.
Do you do that, Mark?
I can't tell you the last time that I had really bad service and I left anything less than 20%.
Okay.
But I mean, but I usually 20% is about right for me. So
okay. Okay. Second question about Nick. Anyone who knows Nick knows his passion for music and his love of both Eddie Vedder and Dave Matthews. I hate Dave Matthews. This begs the question: which of the following two scenarios will Nick pick? Eddie violates Nick while Dave Matthews directs, or Dave Matthews violates Nick while Eddie directs?
Wow.
Steve Morrison, you are a sick man.
I love that I got a gay joke and a cheap joke.
Yes. So Eddie violates Nick while Dave Matthew directs, or Dave Matthew violates Nick while Eddie directs? All right, that's what we're looking for. We're going to start with Steve.
Well, I thought about this, obviously.
Apparently you have.
And I think that Nick holds both of these gentlemen in high regard, but I think Nick is more concerned with how Eddie would think of him, so he would prefer to have Eddie direct him being violated by Dave Matthews.
Okay. Eddie directs is what you're saying.
Right.
Okay, Kathy?
No, I went opposite. I think that Eddie definitely violates him because if a man is going to violate him, it's going to be Eddie Vedder, and it's just a bonus that Dave is there. So
Just a what?
A bonus
Oh,
that
scared me
Dave
for a
is
minute.
there.
Okay.
So
It's just a bonus.
That's interesting.
he can direct.
All right, Marissa?
I think that Nick probably enjoys Eddie's voice more, so Eddie directs.
Look, and we've got
And I drew a picture.
visual aids.
She drew a picture.
Oh, my.
I thought it would be mouth and not.
No, it's from behind.
Yeah.
Oh, Preston.
Creative ingenuity.
You know what? This is actually, I have a new band name from this.
What is it?
Grunge Cuck.
Grunge Cuck. I love
Grunge
it.
Cuckle. I think that Nick's deep love for Eddie Vedder would mean that he would want him deep inside of him. So I'm going to go with Eddie violating while Dave directs.
Oh,
Wow.
Yeah.
And Casey Boyd.
I did the same thing. I think he would love to have Eddie in him, and also opposite of what you were saying, Marissa. I think he likes Dave's speaking voice more.
That's interesting.
But when Dave Matthews sings, he sounds like a billy goat to me. Okay, I don't know.
He does kind of, yeah,
He does, right?
But maybe in the
Mumbles a little
bedroom,
bit.
it's a little bit more.
Could be.
I genuinely appreciate all the thought that all you guys put into each, and the drawing, Marissa, was the pièce de résistance.
Yeah.
But I'm going to go with I would love to have sex with Eddie Vedder no matter what.
And Dave is directing.
Yeah, Dave is directing.
How do we do on the points on that one, Casey?
I don't remember.
I didn't get a point.
I did.
Okay. All right, and then Preston, what did you say?
I did. I got a point, yeah.
All right, so we have Preston at 5, Marissa at 5, Kathy at 5, Steve at 6, Casey at 4.
So Steve at 6.
God bless our callers. They've been on hold for 30 minutes now. That's
Sorry, guys.
Hang in there, guys.
So
All
sorry
right.
about that.
We leave the best for last. Marissa. It is no secret that Marissa spends a lot of time out on the town attending the trendiest events, often having to check her license to remember where she lives. Of all the multitude of events, parties, clubs, etc. that Marissa attends or frequents, which will she admit makes her feel the most pompous? All right, she goes to events. Whenever I used to live here, I'd run into her at 2 in the afternoon and 2 in the morning. And the question is, which of all the events she goes to makes her feel the most pompous? Interesting question. We're going to start with Steve.
This, to me, even as writing the question, I thought, is this too easy? But I figured, what the hell, why not go for it? I'm going to have to say dinner en blanc.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yes.
Fancy schmancy events.
Right.
Absolutely. Okay, Kathy.
I said the same thing just because I think she knows the joke behind it and that we all kind of
Make fun of
laugh.
her?
Yeah, laugh that she's going again.
Nick?
The name itself is pompous, so I went with dinner en blanc.
Okay. Preston?
I actually know it's her favorite event, though, so I don't know if it would be considered her the most pompous, but I couldn't think of another more pompous event, so I went with dinner en blanc as well.
Casey?
I honestly couldn't think of anything but dinner en blanc.
All right, so Marissa.
All right, so I thought about this long and hard, and I thought about picking up and going to Europe or Cuba or, just going to some random new Mark Vetri restaurant or something. And all of these, you guys make fun of me for being pompous. But even though I feel like it isn't that pompous, but I'm also just defending it,
Tonight
it's got to be dinner en blanc.
and tomorrow as well, and I've gotten loads of emails or texts from people. I've been going back on and forth on how to pronounce his name.
How long have we known him?
You
And we
pronounce
don't
it
know.
this way. You pronounce it that way. It's Alonzo Bowden who's joining us right now. So we welcome him.
Yes.
Alonzo, I think I said Bodden earlier this morning, and your fans jumped all over me about that.
Well, thank you for that. Hey, listen, you pronounced it grammatically correct. I pronounced it the way my dad taught me. So I'm going to go with my
You own the name. You get to determine how it's pronounced.
Yeah. Nice to see you, man. Good to be back in Philadelphia, right?
Good to be back. Now, why am I not in studio? I thought we had the one truck Freedom Convoy.
That fixed
the
everything?
Truck made it.
Yeah.
So these rules should be gone by now.
We're right on that. This is, the
Very
building had
close.
to clear the thing, and we're right there. I mean, if you were to probably show up this afternoon, you could probably get in. That's how down to the second it is. But right now, all this stuff's set in motion, so we're doing it this way. But honestly, we so prefer having people in the studio. It's just a whole different vibe. But you got a good setup.
The Zoom interaction is
Not
still
too bad.
It's pretty solid. It works out all right.
It pulled our proverbial asses out of the fire throughout the pandemic because, too much.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know whether it's good or bad, but I definitely learned to do Zoom comedy. And that changed. Like at the beginning of the pandemic, we would just talk into the screen with no feedback. And then over time, people figured out how to unmute the audience so you could hear some laughter, and they would monitor them so you didn't hear dogs barking and babies crying and Zoom bombers and stuff. But I still remember in the beginning of the pandemic, going to the Laugh Factory, they had a camera set up and you did your set to an empty club.
Yeah.
Streamed, and it was like, yeah, this is over. It's done.
Yeah, that was the case here with Helium doing it as well. And so listen.
I did some Zooms for Helium, and again, it's so weird to do a live show now and be talking to people and not looking at myself. I actually carry a mirror now. So that whenever I talk to people, I can see myself and enjoy the Zoom experience.
I wonder if in a bizarre way it was kind of a good exercise for stand-up comedians to do that type of thing, to throw your stuff out there and not get what you've gotten used to and what you are looking for. I don't know how it might help you in the long run, but sometimes they're stepping out of your comfort zone to try something a different way can be good. I don't know.
No.
Okay.
All right.
That's what I
It's
thought.
some new age art form where we're looking to step out of our comfort zone. No.
Alonzo really had to think about that.
I'll tell you what was funny about it. It reminded all of us of the beginning of our career, right? Because when you start out, you want to get up in an open mic anywhere, and you might work in the back of a coffee shop, you might do a lounge at a bowling alley, wherever you go. It was the same way during the pandemic. It's like, okay, there's a rooftop show on Wednesdays, then on Saturdays, this guy's doing a thing in his backyard, and then on the weekend, we got a show out at the beach. Like you had to come up with all these weird, creative places to do shows. They legalized weed in California, and at one point, you couldn't have more than 25 people at a gathering. And we did a show behind a weed store. We had 35 people. The weed was legal. The comedy was bootleg.
That's hilarious. But you raise a good point. Like when I did stand up, a while ago and for a brief period. But the thing that is that you talk about is you have to learn how to write and anticipate a reaction, and like when you're doing your stage act, you're building it all around that. Okay, this is going to get this and this is going to get that. And it's all a question of timing. And Zoom shows to throw that right out the window because you're not getting any reaction. But here you are, you're back, you're live, you're doing your deal. That's, and right now, so here in Philadelphia, things are opening up, have just in the past couple of days opened up much more. So, it's the best of all worlds.
Yeah, it's definitely great to get back live, and you guys. There's still a mask thing here, which is cool. I hate giving up the mask. Let's be honest. I'm a big black man who could legally wear a mask. I kind of enjoyed it, but times change. No, it's good, and you mentioned the important thing, the timing, right? What was funny about doing Zoom shows, since you didn't have any laughter, you would do 30 minutes of material in an 8-minute monologue. It's like, wait a minute, so you kind of learn to time your speech pattern. It really was something. But back to being live, and Helium's a great club. Philly's a great city. You guys got James Harden. You're happy again.
Yes.
So we're going to be okay.
No, you're absolutely right. So there's a big buzz and a lot of excitement. And I tell you what, we did an event. It was a couple of months ago. These things have been sort of dipping and, it looks great. No, maybe not so much. Oh, it looks great. And we had an event with a whole bunch of people out and people getting to go out and see faces and see, and just interact. We desperately need that. Your whole your whole occupation is predicated on that. So throughout, you talk about throughout the pandemic doing these weird gigs. Were you able to daisy chain enough of them to make it? Did things get lean and mean, or were you able to fill in your schedule?
I was fortunate. I had a little money banked, and I was able to work. And again, the Zoom work supplemented it. And yeah, there was. I don't know. I hadn't been home that much in 25 years. So, but I'll tell you, the other side of it is you spend less money, right? Because you're just sitting at home. You're not out doing things. So I'm fortunate that it worked out. We actually, all kidding aside, there were comedy funds to help comics. It was the openers and the middle acts who really got the hit because they're not getting paid much, right? And you wipe out 6 months of work for them, you pretty much wipe them out.
True.
So the community came together and made it work. I'm one of the fortunate ones that I was lucky enough to hustle up some work. And also us being in LA, being in California, we had the weather for outdoor shows.
Yeah.
And that made a big difference. Some of those outdoor shows are still going on because they became so popular during the pandemic. So, yeah, I consider myself one of the fortunate ones, maybe not as fortunate as Kevin Hart, but I do okay.
Alonzo, I know that, you are a huge car fan. And I wasn't sure if you were aware that the Philadelphia International Auto Show is going on in the city this weekend.
That's right.
And is that something you would be able to sneak? Because you're staying in the city, and the Philadelphia or the Pennsylvania Convention Center is just a few blocks away. Were you aware that was going on this weekend?
I did not know it was going on. I may be able to make that tomorrow. I got some stuff today, but I might be able to make it tomorrow. Yeah, the car world is insane right now, right? With all the chip shortages in the supply chain. So I think you can get a Camry now for about $46,000.
It's true. The price over for used cars, the average for used cars is up 40%.
I know, and it's great to know that with all the cars I've bought and sold, I've never made a profit, and now I could have.
There you go. What's your realm in cars? What are you into? The newer, the classics? What's your angle?
I like the new. Right now, this period leading up to now, to me, this is the golden age of cars, right? Everyone, we used to be in love with the muscle cars of the 60s and things like that, but now you can get a car with 500 horsepower, all the safety equipment, navigation, heated seats, you can't argue with the technology, and they don't break down, and you don't have to do a tune-up every month. It's just, we're in a great time. Now, I haven't switched to electric. Some people are on the electric thing, and I've driven electric cars. They just don't have a feel to them, so I get it. But to me, it's like, man, that is a really advanced appliance you're riding around in. But I'm going to stick to cars.
I'm sitting right in the middle of, because another car is in the future for me, and so I'm just kind of looking at the different things. There's a couple of EVs rocking my world that I think are pretty badass. And yet there's, the efficiency on some of the regular combustion engines are, and cars look sleek. A lot of it comes down to, and it's what Tesla figured out a while ago, people have to feel cool riding around in the car. They got to like it has to look good. It has to have some personality to it. And now that's the case more than ever with the electric stuff. It looks cool. I'm just wondering in the long run, and we've had NASCAR people on and hot rod people, how does this change racing when you can get that kind of insane speed on these things and, with instantaneous power on delivery?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I don't know from the professional racer and race car driver what it's like. I've driven some electrics. The thing about an electric motor, right? It's at full power instantly.
Yeah.
So like you said, they have the instant acceleration. That's the good side. But it doesn't take any talent to do it. I think that's why it's not exciting. Like, all you do is put your foot down and whoa. And after doing that a few times, I don't know how exciting it is. I went to a Formula E race.
What was that like?
The strangest thing is not hearing any engines. The only sound is the tires.
Yeah.
Wow.
And it's a strange thing to be at a race. And again, listen, times change, and this may be the wave of the future, if there's a future, which I'm not sure about. Has anyone else noticed that they started at Generation X? We had Generation X, Y, Z. They're like, yeah, it's going to all end after that. So I don't know.
Yeah, you're right.
Maybe you buy your car, get a long-term finance deal, and you'll never have to pay it off. We'll be done.
I like that thinking. Yeah.
Now, you mentioned that. I'm glad you mentioned the sound, because that's one of the appeals to a combustion engine to me is the sound, the feel of that vibration and all that stuff. So I think, and I'm intrigued by electronic cars, and I'm sure that someday I'll own one, but I still have a soft spot in my heart.
There's
for that.
something to that rumble.
Yeah.
Well, you're a motorcycle guy too. Have you ridden? Have you ridden any electric motorcycles?
I've ridden electric motorcycles, and no. Anyway. but here's another thing about electrics, right? And we're city people. Like you guys are in Philly, I'm in LA, whatever. When you go out to the Midwest and places like rural places, there's no infrastructure for electric cars yet. I mean, we're a long way away from the switch. They're great around the city and commuting and stuff, but when you're out in the middle of nowhere, even the dealerships, right? There's still states that have those laws about car dealership versus manufacturer, so you can't. So I think the change is coming, but it's going to be a while before it's, for a lot of people, it's still just inconvenient. I know initially, like when the Teslas came out, everyone in LA loved them, right? Everyone's buying Teslas, but they didn't have the range to get to Vegas. So you had to stop in Barstow for 2 hours to charge. If you've ever spent 2 hours in Barstow, you will sell your car. I'm just saying.
Well, but you raise a good point. That's one of the determining factors for me. And I know that like a Mercedes just came out with a vehicle that'll gets 500 miles on a charge. And as they start to up the ante on that, it makes more sense, because it's the last thing. That's you don't want to be the somehow running out of battery power is more embarrassing than running out of gas for some reason. I don't know, but and that's really what a lot of people are concerned. The two things we have, the guy who's running the car show, those are the big considerations: range and charge time.
Well, another thing I think they have to do, and this is where the companies have to work it out, or the government or somebody, they need to all charge the same way.
Yes.
The fact that they have different charge. Can you imagine if every car had a different nozzle for the gas tank? It's ridiculous. Like, I get it. They each have their proprietary engineering. But from a consumer standpoint, you got to set it up so everyone can. And I know those fast chargers have multiple hookups. No, there has to be one universe. Like, I don't know if they noticed everything electrical in the United States plugs in the same way. Like, right? We all have. It's either a 2-prong or a 3-prong plug, and that's it. Right. It kind of, that works, and it seems like a simple thing, right? But it's like, I should be able to plug in my electric Porsche or Mercedes or Hyundai or Tesla or whatever the same way. Or like, can you imagine running at your battery's dead and you're sitting there holding the wrong cord, right? It's like you got an iPhone 5 and you got an iPhone 9 charger, and you're just sitting there like, I can't even call for help.
Oh, dude, that is, I hate, and that's, we have this discussion all the time here, because listen, it's the proprietary cords, the proprietary adapters, that stuff. And then you go to try to replace one of those cords, and, it's like $100, and that's where they get you, and that's where they do it. We always complain about over-engineering. Sometimes, I kid you not, Preston and I, years ago, I'll never forget this. We're both sitting in a BMW dealership or something.
Oh, yeah.
And they were test driving one of these cars. They were going to come on and advertise for the station. 2 adult men sitting in a running car could not figure out how to put it in park.
Yeah.
I'm like, park!
Yep.
Well, I love that you mentioned the cords, because now we all have a drawer in our house full of cords that we don't know what they connect to. But you're afraid to throw them out because you're like, I'm going to need this cord one day. So
yeah.
I have a cord basket. You put them all in the basket, and then if one day, when that one day in 20 years when you decide you need something, you're like, let me check that basket.
Right, and it's not there, and you order a
new one
on Amazon.
You buy a plate.
But Alonzo, they only come in a 6-pack, so.
Hey, Alonzo, I want to take a step back. You talked about traveling and it being part of your job, and you get to hit these great cities, and a lot of these great towns have very specific foods that people like to get to, like here, cheesesteaks, obviously. Do you have any places that you like to absolutely hit as far as food goes when you go from city to city?
That's great you brought that up, because we were talking about this on another show about the chains versus the local places when you eat, right? Mm-hmm. So when you do the chains, the good thing is you kind of know what you're getting, especially when you're doing a one-nighter somewhere and you're in the hotel and there's a Chili's or a whatever,
Applebee's.
Let's slow down.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
You got to draw the line somewhere. All right.
You should have seen the look on his face. He's like, oh, no.
But
let's pump the brakes here.
Here's the thing. It's local knowledge. You got to have somebody, whether it be somebody who works at the hotel or somebody at the show, that tells you the local spot to hit, so you get the best. Like, I've already been given a cheesesteak place to try this weekend, so I'm going to hit that.
Right.
When you're in Tampa, you got to get a Cuban sandwich. The Cuban sandwiches in Tampa are so good that Cubans, they actually sneak over from Cuba to get a sandwich in Tampa.
Better in Tampa than Miami.
To me, yeah. Wow. Yeah. Because Tampa has where they roll they still hand roll cigars, and they do the whole thing. They have a very big Cuban culture in Tampa. So I've had great sandwiches there, and Kansas City barbecue. Different places are famous for different things, but you got to know somebody local to tell you where to go. And then other things, like you go to New York, you're almost going to have to try to find bad pizza. Like New York just does pizza, right? So you can pretty much take a shot at that, and if you go to Chicago, you're going to get a good steak.
It's a blessing when you get those places, and when you have your go-tos. If we were talking about this earlier, what's the cuisine you default to the most?
You know what? I'm going to say Italian. I love Italian food. I love Italian food. It's really good, and anything that's not healthy, I'm good with. If you could possibly just cook up some meat and give it to me, and throw some, the soul food is comfort food, right? Yeah. You find me some good ribs, chicken, sweet potatoes, and greens. I ain't counting calories. Look, I got to die of something. The worst thing I think would be to die healthy. That's not my goal. When I die, I want him to be like, he had that coming. We saw that.
There needs to be a reason.
Well, it's going against purposes, right? But if you're talking about soul food, there's some great soul food places in this area, just tremendous stuff. So, but you're always in good shape. So I got to imagine you put some time in at the gym, it looks like.
All my life I've worked out. That's been, I think, the balance. And now I did the pandemic puppy thing. I got a Great Dane during the pandemic.
Oh, they're awesome.
Oh, what's the name? What's your name?
He's fantastic. And my workout is, walking him. I mean, we do a couple of miles a day just walking. And a friend of mine who's a trainer said, hey, just get a weighted vest and put like 10 pounds of weight, 20 pounds of weight in the vest and walk the dog, and that'll be the best workout you can get. And I said, leave me alone. I'm walking my dog. I don't need your help, right?
Well, the pull power.
So that's been it. I haven't been back to the gym post-pandemic. I got a couple of kettlebells and a jump rope and stuff, and been, working out in the backyard. I don't know if I'm going to get back to the gym, because that adds it's the commute to the gym, and the change and the work. And now it's like an hour or two ordeal, whereas I can just work out in the backyard. So we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, that makes sense. And when you walk a dog, though, and I don't care, dog of any size, or the first dog I remember, we had a huge Great Dane, the pull power on a dog like that, if you're trying to hold them back, it is astonishing how much power they can generate.
Oh yeah, I'm he's trained, and I have a trainer I'm working with, because he's like, I can handle him.
Yeah.
My girl used to walk him until he outgrew her. And it's cool until, like you said, when they jump, when they show how strong they are, people are not ready for it. And it's like, yeah, that dog can drag you down somewhere. Fortunately, Great Danes, and a friend recommended the breed to me. She said they're exactly like you. They're big and lazy. Not a lot of fight in a Great Dane. They more or less live and let live, which is fortunate with them.
So I've done dog math in my head, and and so my dog math says I can probably only own like X amount of dogs for the rest of my life, and so there's a Great Dane on my list, and I've always loved Great Danes, but what I love about Great Danes are the names that they get. It's important. It's important to give your Great Dane a really good name, and yours is named
Hulk.
Hulk. There you go.
There you go.
That's perfect.
That's it.
It's like it's perfect. So you either go like with the absolute like perfect big dog name, or you go the opposite.
Mr. Simmons.
Yeah,
Buttercup.
Yeah. Yep, exactly.
Estelle Getty.
I love it. So Hulk. All right, well, listen, Alonzo, we got to wrap, but thank you, man. Wonderful to have you on. Outstanding that you're back in Philadelphia next time you're here in the studio with us, sir, okay?
Absolutely. It's always great to catch up with you guys. You know, stay healthy, safe. I hope you're vaccinated.
Yep.
And all of that good stuff. And yeah, Helium's going to be a great weekend. Listen, Philly, come on out. Let's laugh. Let's have a good time. And tomorrow night, let's pack the place. I'm actually taping a show tomorrow night. This is a new thing we're doing.
Nice.
We're taping the show, and we're going to release it in 2 to 3 minute clips over a period of time, since that's how they're watching comedy. So rather than do the 1 hour special, we're going to do a bunch of short clips on YouTube through Helium, and it's going to be a blast. So let's pack the place for the taping and have some fun.
HeliumComedy.com to get the tickets. Alonzo Bowden, thank you, sir. Take care. Have a great weekend.
Thanks. You guys take care.
Have great shows. And there is a show tonight and tomorrow, 7:17 p.m. Very specific time, it says there.
It's probably 7:15.
And 9:30.
7:17 and 10 seconds.
I don't know. That's what it says right there. So anyhow, you can go to HeliumComedy.com to get the tickets. What's the story on our next guest?
He's ready to go.
I love it, man. We've had him here in the studio before.
Great.
Fantastic conversation, and he's going to be in the general vicinity at Montage Mountain. It is the Mountain Fest event that is taking place tomorrow night, and not only is his band performing, but Verve Pipe will be there. They're doing a fireworks show afterwards. Obviously, you can ski and snowboard and all that stuff. From Spin Doctors, please give some love to Mr. Chris Barron this morning.
Oh, giving the love to Chris Barron.
Yeah. How are you, man?
I'm good. You got Chris Barron pajama edition.
Are you wearing jammies?
PJs?
Get out of here. Let me see. Pajama pants. He's shaking his ass at the camera. I love it. Dude, I have a pair just like that. Like a flannel plaid pajamas are my happy place, dude.
Oh, man. After the last couple of years, my pajama game is ridiculous. And you guys, check out my, is anybody watching this? Or
they'll see it. We're on YouTube, yeah, so we do have people.
Check out my ring light game.
He put on his glasses so you can see the ring lights.
Isn't that horrible?
I see ring lights. Are those ring lights in the background too? That are not on?
Oh, this is like my daughter moved out like a year ago, and we're finally like turning her room into the office now.
Right.
So it's funny because from like if I took the computer and I turned it around and pointed it back this way, it's like off the hook.
Yeah.
It's like west down desk, and I got a 100-year-old typewriter, and it just looks fantastic. But I sat down and turned on the Zoom thing, and I was like, what the? People are going to think I'm sort of savage.
Chris, we had such a great time with you in our studio last time you were here, and we talked about all things music, and you had enlightened us to Little Miss Can't Be Wrong being about your stepmother. We were like, that was a mind blower, man. And and I love hearing the stories behind songs that we've heard for so long, and eventually, that's what that's about. It was just a cool, intriguing conversation. I wanted to ask you about this, and I'm going to tie it into another one of your songs that I remember from back in the day. But you do this. You love cats. Cats are a thing that you on social media. You do a thing, Catterday. You post pictures of cats all the time. And I remember a song, Cleopatra's Cat, from back in the day. Does your love of cats go way, way, way back like that?
Not at all. Actually, quite the opposite. I was allergic to cats growing up. And my wife, I met my wife, and it's when you start talking about how you got together with your wife, you're like, how much of this story do I tell? 'Cause it's kind of solid, right? But it was like, I'm hanging out with her, and I'm like, actually, this is a good part. She's like, "What do you do?" And I was like, "The night we met," and I'm like, "I'm in a band," and she's like, "What's the name of your band?" Like, Spin Doctors, and she goes, I have to text someone. Her best friend growing up, Thad Yankin, in Ohio, like Worthington, Ohio. He was like super into Spin Doctors. So the next day, she's talking to her mom, and she's like, "Hey, I met this guy. He's in a band. Do you remember that song that Thad used to sing all the time?" And her mom is like in her late 60s, right? And without skipping a beat, she goes, "For third day." So then I'm like, "Well, what do you do?" And she's like, "I'm an actress." And I'm like, "Oh, God." Like, actresses are my kryptonite. And and then I'm like, but I really liked her, and I was like, God, she's so funny and cool. And then I'm like, she's like, "Oh, my cat," and I'm like, "Oh, God." So she lived up in Inwood. I live in Manhattan, right? And it's an island. The very top of it is Inwood, and I really liked her, right? So, like, a couple nights a week, I was going and like staying at her place, which is like, Manhattan is so provincial. Like, leaving your neighborhood is like this big message to somebody. Like,
Right.
"Oh, I'm going to go to Brooklyn for you."
No, you're right. You're exactly right.
The only thing bigger than that is like taking someone to the airport. Like, if you're ever visiting someone in New York, you're flying in from Miami, don't ask them to get you at the airport. That's not a thing. It's not a thing. Not in New York. So, like, I'm staying at her house, and I'm sneezing my face off because she's got this fantastic cat, Gus, and he's such a good guy. And I grew up, like, my best friend had cats, but I was like her. I was always just like sneezing all the time when I was at their house. And they didn't have like Claritin yet back then. This was the 20th century. Like, we didn't have like advanced allergy medications and stuff. So, like, this goes on for, 8 months or something like that. And one day I forget to take Claritin, and I didn't sneeze. So love cured my cat.
That does happen, by the way, Chris. It'll happen where people will kind of move in and out of allergies. I love cats, love dogs, but I'm a big cat guy. We have 9 cats in the house, so I'd be a dead man. But I just take medication because they're so awesome. But I think more and more now it's become okay for guys to be cat dudes. It works.
Oh yeah,
right? Haven't you found that?
Mark Twain was like this, and Mark Twain, now we're talking, 1800s. Dude was like, anybody who likes cats is cool with me. I'm paraphrasing. I think he said it in like, Mark Twain kind of.
Twain speak.
Twain speak, exactly. But like, I think the whole cat thing goes, there's pictures of like, Oscar Wilde with cats and stuff like that. I mean, and the other thing too that's really funny is like, because people send me everything about cats. And I just want to say one thing too. Like, I just want to kind of correct what you said before. He's always tweeting pictures of cats, or it's only on Saturday. Saturday is Catterday.
Saturday, that's right.
Because I know if I post one picture of a cat, it's going to be this huge avalanche of cats in my feed.
Yeah.
But it goes way back, man. Cats are.
They're awesome.
Yeah, so I don't want to create an enemy here, but Dan Auerbach, I interviewed him one time, and I was asking him about whether or not he had loved something so much that he would name his cat after it. And he goes, first of all, I would never own an effing cat, is what he said. Yeah. But so I'm going to ask you the same question. Have you ever loved something enough to actually name your cat after it? Because I named my first cat after a Fish song. So I was wondering if you had ever done something like that.
So who is this effing cat person?
Dan Auerbach from the Black Keys.
He's dead to me.
Agreed.
I would never own an effing cat.
Yeah, that's what he said.
He's missing out. He's missing out. Would you have
dead to me? I don't know who he is. I don't want to know who he is. I mean, one thing I want to say is I'll come back to your question because that's a superb question, and I do have an answer to it. But like the other thing is, people think that because I'm a cat person, I don't like dogs.
No.
Like why? It's like Beatles and the Rolling Stones,
right?
You know what I mean? It's like, I love this song. No, you hate the Beatles. Like, no, I love dogs.
Yeah, there's an automatic assumption. I have my dog Chelsea. I love her to death. You love them both, but it's just it's part of the deal.
All your children.
So to Casey's question, you said you had an answer for naming.
Well, like you know how it is when something turns out to be like really intense in your life. You go back and you see little like particles of it earlier on, like sort of a past reverberation of your future, right?
Right.
I got to write that one down. Oh, nice cube. I had a moment of madness, and I bought like a piece of land in the Pacific Northwest, and I'm looking at it, and I'm like, I have to own this. This is so beautiful. It was like mountain views and everything. There's like a barn, and out of nowhere comes this not a Siamese, not a Persian. What's the one that's like in between a Persian and a Siamese? Anyway,
yeah,
somebody will know, and they'll Google us.
It's a Cy-Surgeon.
Cy-Persian.
Persianese.
Anyway, so this beautiful cat comes out, right? And comes up to me and just starts like rubbing its like head on my leg, and I like bend over and start petting it, and then it kind of takes a few steps away, and the owner is like, "Oh, you met the cat," and I'm like, "Yeah, what's her name?" And they're like, she's a barn cat. I was like, "She doesn't have a name?" She's like, "No, she won't let anybody touch her." And I was like,
"Wow."
Took a step over to her, and I started petting her, and the dude was like, "Oh, well, I guess she's your cat." So when they moved out and I bought this place, they gave me the cat. Oh my god! And so I mean, they left the cat, right?
Yeah.
And so like back then, I haven't smoked pot in like can I talk about smoking pot?
Yes, absolutely.
I haven't smoked pot since my kid was born, but like back then I was like on the cover of High Times, like just smoking huge bong hits all the time. And in the evening, like I would like just blow a huge like 6-foot bong and like sit out on my front terrace, and this cat would come and like jump up on my lap and just sit there and be like,
Just right up on the camera for those who aren't watching.
Just like staring into my eyes, and I'm looking down into her eyes, and I'm like, oh wow, they're really green. Like, oh wow, they're so weird the way the pupils are. Irises are like vertical. And then I was like, oh shit, I think I see a galaxy in there. Like, oh man, I think I see the birth of the universe. And like it was crazy, like these mystical eyes. And so I was driving around. She didn't have a name, and I was trying to be cool, like the old guy who'd owned the farm. I was like, oh yeah, it's just cat, whatever. And I was like, no, I don't feel that way. This is like there's an emerging emotion. And I was like driving along, and I named her Sappho after this like fantastic like Greek poet that I really love.
Yeah. That's so something you loved, and has that cat since passed into the ether, or are you?
Oh man, she got munched by coyotes.
That's terrible.
There you go. Wow. Listen, besides the love of cats, I
good ending, right?
Wait, real quick,
munched by a coyote.
Real quick before we go to the next topic, the Himalayan, Chris. That was the Himalayan that you were trying to think of.
Oh yeah, Himalayan.
That's the breed.
That's right.
Okay.
So listen, as Preston said, we loved the last time you were on the show, and we're fans, and I was just wondering, when you have the high pressure of the initial jumping into the fame circle, and you got all that stuff going on. It's obviously tons of benefits, but there's a lot of things that are like pulling at you. I got to imagine, and this impressed us the last time around, that this is, for a creative guy and a guy who loves performing, this has got to be a better time for you. Would you agree with that?
You mean like in terms of my own personal like maturity?
Well, I mean, you're still you obviously you have your legend. You're performing. People love you, but there's not that initial thing that I assume probably comes with a whole lot of head spinning. Like, how do we keep this? You know what I'm saying? You got it now.
You know, that's such a perceptive comment, and but it's as usual, like there's not like a cut and dry yes or no answer to that, because like that was really fun.
Yeah,
I had a ball. And there were like attendant hassles, but it was all very new and novel, and like, I'm coming out of this household where I was like pretty, shabbily treated, and like coming out of this childhood that left me, kind of deeply sort of lonely, dispositionally kind of lonely, and then like here I am suddenly like the coolest kid in the room, and like rubbing elbows with like Robert De Niro, and all of these heroes of mine, like the Rolling Stones and stuff like that. So it was a scream, you know what I mean? I had a ball. But now, there's like I'm much more settled in my own self now, and I can like just, if somebody recognizes me, it's not like a big freak out kind of thing that ends up being me, trying to buy a pair of underwear and like signing 300, kids like arms,
Right.
Like it's very, my life. If somebody recognizes me now, they're like, bit. That's it. That's like the whole thing.
Right.
And
no, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Honestly, that makes perfect sense. Yeah.
Oh, my God. By the way, if you're just tuning in, it's Chris Barron of Spin Doctors. I'm going to be playing Montage Mountain tomorrow night, by the way. I wanted to ask you about this, Chris. Ryan Reynolds took a little bit of a shot at Spin Doctors in the movie Deadpool, a little name check, which I guess could be kind of an
honor.
An honor.
It's like a Don Rickles insult.
Yeah. How did you take that when you first heard about it?
I loved it, man.
That's great.
I love all that stuff. Like, I mean, the way I look at it is like, you guys know me. I'm sort of a philosopher, and like, I like to think I can see the big picture. I'm sorry. Can I find you like a little reaction that I made?
Yeah, sure, please. Absolutely. Are you looking for a recording?
I am like, I'm just happy to be part of the zeitgeist.
Yeah, there you go.
And like, okay, overall, like I take what I do seriously. I take singing seriously. I take writing seriously. I take like, my band mates and what they think seriously, but I don't take myself seriously.
Okay.
That's healthy.
I like that.
Yeah, that's a healthy way to.
That's great.
I'm happy to be the butt of a joke. Or can I?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm going to show you guys this, but there's audio, so your radio, it'll be good radio. So this is the scene. Ryan Reynolds is playing the character Deadpool, and he's telling his girlfriend that like he has no intention of like he has cancer, and he has no intention of like going through the whole.
We have passed. He drops the S bomb in that clip, and so we can't have that on the radio where he goes, it's an S show. You know what I mean? So is that in there?
It's in there.
Yeah, I can paraphrase it.
Yeah.
But what's the reaction? Is it your reaction?
Oh, it's too bad. I wish I could do it. Can you guys bleep it?
I can. Let's try it. I'll dump out of what doesn't fit, and we'll see if it works.
It's a yak off, Smirnoff, and then beep. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yep.
So here, let me see.
All right, here we go. He's playing. Oh, you got to unmute.
Wait, I got to get that. Sorry, you guys. This is. I swear to God, this is funny and worth it.
All right.
Here.
He's trying to get.
I just. Okay.
Did you delete it?
I got past.
Okay. The curse.
Actually, no, but there's more. There's more cursing.
Yeah, there is. Okay. It's Deadpool.
We'll do what we can.
Deadpool. I swear to God, this is fun and worth it.
Jack off, Smirnoff, opening for the Spin Doctors at the Iowa State Fair. Shit show. Oh, yeah!
That's you? Nice. That's great, man.
It took me like 8 times to I was watching the movie and I'd forgotten I was in there, and so I had this sort of whatever, the cable thing where you can pause it and like back it up.
Yeah.
And it took me like 8 times to get that right. and then I posted it on Twitter and Ryan Reynolds liked it.
That's awesome.
Oh, that's great. I was curious because one time we had, of all people, we had Meredith Baxter Burney in here, and in the movie Deadpool, they joke about her giving a Dutch oven to you, and we said, "Hey, they mentioned you in this movie," and she didn't quite know what to think about that. So she wasn't angry or anything.
not
she was
at
like,
all.
"Well, I guess that's a compliment. I don't know, but I'm glad that you." I would have thought you would have taken it that way, Chris. That's cool.
It's a compliment. I mean, it means you're part of the zeitgeist. It means it means you're like in there. You know? I don't care if people like make fun of me.
No, that's clear. It's a healthy attitude.
Listen, it's no being made fun of, but a fun time. And unfortunately, we got to wrap now, Chris.
Can I plug one thing?
Please do. I was going to mention the gig, but I'll do that at the end. Go ahead.
In November, Spin Doctors are playing the City Winery, Philadelphia, with special guest John Popper of the Blues Travelers.
Whoa! That's pretty damn awesome.
It's a great show.
He's doing first on WMMR.
Is he sitting in? Is he playing the whole gig with you, or just doing a couple songs?
Doing the whole gig. It's gonna be crazy.
It's excellent.
We should get you guys in the studio before that gig. I mean, if you and John are able to come in, we'd love to have you.
I'm wondering if it's during Camp Out for Hunger would be even better.
We'll look into that and see if we can make
let's
that
coordinate. We'll coordinate on the dates and we'll promote it, because first off, the venue's great, and this would be cool to see you guys like that. It'd be awesome.
Yep.
Special small venue. We're gonna blow the walls out of that place.
Yes. Awesome.
Plaster falling out of the ceiling.
In the meantime, Montage Mountain tomorrow night. It is Mountain Fest, and the Verve Pipe is playing as well. So this is going to be a great show. Fireworks and all that stuff. And it will be a past reverberation of your future if you show up.
You wrote it down.
Yeah, we wrote it down for you. So. Hey, Chris, we love you, man. Thank you so much. Have a great weekend. Have a great
I love
game.
you guys too, man. WMMR forever. Thank you guys.
Thank you. Let's hear it for Chris Baird, the Spin Doctors.
Such a nice guy, man.
He is the best. He's so much fun, man. I love it. And yes, if we could get him and John and any of his bandmates in here when they come back around. I have it written down as Brooklyn Bowl.
Yeah, that's a different show maybe, because he said City Winery, and he also said that he's announcing it for the first time. So maybe that's in addition to what he's doing at Brooklyn Bowl.
Okay.
I don't know.
All right. But I'd love it. We've had John Popper in the studio before. We've had Chris in the studio. Have them both in. Maybe play a couple songs. It'd be fantastic. So that'd be great to have that.
We
By
got
the way,
Alonzo Bowden coming.
if you want to get to Montage Mountain and go to Mountain Fest, you can go to montagemountainresorts.com to get all the info. We got to take a break. All right, we're going to do that right now. We'll come back in a second. We doing the Bizarre File next?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we are. All right, so stay there. Be right back.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR. Still in the lead with 7 correct answers, I believe now.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, so the only ones that can either tie are Kathy and Preston.
All right, last question. To walk a mile in Marissa's shoes is to see the world at a sub-nose level. Which show member? Oh, my God, I can't believe this is the last question.
Oh, my God.
Which show member will Marissa say has the most out-of-control nose hair or cave bats situation? Wow. She's short. She looks up in various places that they think others don't. Preston is in the lead. We could have a potential tie. Then we will go to a tiebreaker question. I have no idea what that is, but we'll figure it out. We're going to start with Casey.
Okay, so it couldn't be me because I pick my nose all the time. So there's like virtually never any bats in the cave. I got to go with Preston on this one. I don't really have any other explanation of him.
All right, Preston.
You know what? I've brought this up several times that Marissa has to view nose hairs regularly. I'm the tallest member of the show, so I gotta put myself in that category. She probably sees the most. Yep.
Nick,
I'm hoping it's not me, but I'm going to go with Preston as well.
All right, Kathy.
I went with Preston as well because of the height. His height.
Steve.
I went with Casey.
Wow. Because?
Only because I figure there's a lot of work around there just lodging things, and stuff might be more visible because of that. Though Preston is taller, obviously, and the angle's probably better. I went with Casey.
All right, so potential tie here. Marissa, the answer is...
All right, I'm going to admit something to you guys. There is only one member of the show whose nose I've looked up, and it's because he's constantly pointing it out and seeking my approval. It's Preston.
All right.
There you go.
So, Casey, tell us the score, please.
All right. The final score is, well, I got to give him one and her one. We have a three-way tie.
Oh.
We have a three-way tie between Preston Elliott, Steve Morrison, and Kat.
Thought of something else I did one time, but immediately, here I am as an adult thinking I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble. One time we were doing a promotion at the Granite Run Mall with Y100, and we had we used to take a little putter and a putting green, and we would do a putting contest.
Yeah.
'Cause when you go to these promotions, you have a little game. People can play, come on, and when. So we're out there, and we're bored. Nobody's coming out there. And I decide to take the putter and take a full-on driver swing.
No, you didn't.
To the golf ball. Or I was pretending to. I was going to swing over the ball. And, of course, I'm aiming right at the parking lot. And we were there was like a tent sale going out there or something. So there was a wide open area where nobody was parked. But about 50 yards away, there were cars. I swung at this thing. I hit the ball. And it goes over and thunk and hits the side of a car. Big, huge dent in the side of it. And I tell an intern, I go, go get the golf ball. Go get the golf ball right now. Go get it. So they ran and got the golf ball, and I go, put the whole golf ball thing away. Put the whole putting green thing away.
Appearance over. Appearance over.
It's over.
Yeah,
Appearance over. Yeah. Attention.
We've got our winner.
So put the golf ball away.
Appearance over.
And sure enough, like 10 minutes later, somebody comes walking out, and they look at the side of their car, and it's got a big dent in it, and I didn't fess up to it.
All right. How many years ago?
You're 15, 16.
An adult man.
I know. Wow. Here I am.
Oh my
I'm confessing it right now.
Now,
that was not cool.
Don't say. But do you remember what kind of car or what color it was or anything like that? Okay.
I have no idea.
Okay.
But it was. I remember them looking down and them looking around, and here I.
People do that all the time.
Hands in my pocket.
Didn't we have a potato gun at one event? And we had it. It was like on a mortar, and we shot it into the parking lot. And didn't we hit a car?
Nope, that never happened. Nope, I think there was another.
You
shot.
come to any of our events, park far away.
I regret it. I should. I wouldn't mind making good on that.
Well, listen,
not really.
What are you going to buy him a new car 15 years later?
I heard what you said, you son of a bitch. I spent years trying to figure out how that happened. I thought it was my fault.
Yeah, what would you guys say would be like a movie
Star
theme
Wars?
or score? Yes, Casey, it's number one.
Sorry, I didn't mean to-
No, you were asked.
That got 24% of the votes. Almost a quarter of people surveyed cited that as the most memorable.
What percentage are John Williams scores at the top?
Yeah, it's probably Star Wars, Indiana Jones.
Nope, it's just the one.
Oh.
So because after that is
007?
Nope, Saturday Night Fever.
Okay.
Bee Gees.
Yep, so Night Fever, Night Fever.
Stay alive, stay alive.
Or Staying Alive, I guess.
Stay alive.
You know what that needed?
And you can tell by the way I use my walk, I'm a woman's man.
Dirty Dancing.
Dirty dancing.
13%.
But that's not a theme song. It's not like when the movie started, it was like, now I had. No, like that's.
We're dirty dancing, dirty dancing.
By the way, I saw
He's right
that.
though. There's no dirty dancing theme.
No.
There are songs within Dirty Dancing that are songs.
By the way, I saw on a commercial the other day for some food product. They used Hungry Eyes from that soundtrack as well.
Yes.
Yeah. Hungry Eyes.
What's that other? She's like the wind.
Hungry Eyes.
I mean, my favorite song from that movie is this one.
I love this.
Who's this hula hana of come on, I wanna hula back.
What were the hits from the soundtrack? You had that. You had the
You had Hungry Eyes, you had Time in My Life. Those were the two biggies.
right, and then
was,
She's Like the Wind.
She's Like the Wind was in that as
and
well.
that's Patrick Swayze singing that, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
They had so many hits that were already songs. And it was such a popular album that they made 2 of them.
What was the one? Hey, lover boy. Remember when they were
How do you call your lover boy?
lip syncing that one?
I simply say.
What was that?
I simply say, baby.
Oh, yeah.
My sweet baby.
Here you go. We have the list.
Do you remember the Dirty Dancing tour that happened?
Oh, yeah. Here we go. Be My Baby, Hungry Eyes, Stay. Oh, from the Zodiacs. Oh.
Is that?
Oh, won't you stay?
Jesus Christ.
And then it says yes. There were more songs in this.
What's yes?
I don't know. But it was by Mary Clayton. So
I was in 7th grade when that movie came out, and I remember kids on the bus listening to that record because it was so popular, and it was such a resurgence for that type of music, for that style of music, and for that age of music.
Well, really,
that they put out a second record.
The Big Chill was, I think
similar
2 years prior to that, and that, I mean, that was an entire summer that I lived off of that soundtrack.
So we're looking at the track listing here for Dirty Dancing. Hey, baby. Hey, baby. Was that it?
No.
Different one?
I wanna know if you feel
Overload. Don't know that one. Off the title. I'm sure we know every single one of these songs. Love is Strange. I think that's the one, Kathy. Hey, lover boy.
Okay.
Why don't you come over here, little...
Hey, boy. My name is Man-Thing. Why don't you come over here and let's dance? Baby. I'm dirty dancing all over your face.
Just try not to move.
Don't move. This hurts.
Now do the lift.
We're filthy dancing. I'll lift you up.
Remember that remake?
A day after the season 13 finale of America's Got Talent, finalist Michael Ketterer was arrested for domestic violence.
Whoa.
Well, it shows the system works because he only came in 5th place.
Well, what did he do? Was he a singer or what?
He packed luggage.
No, I don't know. Michael Ketterer is his name, and I don't know what he did. We're looking at a picture of him with his arms open at a microphone, so that leads to believe that he may
did a
have
John
been
McCain impression.
A singer and impersonated John McCain. So those are the two things you can clearly get from this photograph here.
He's going to be playing a Vegas casino.
It's uncanny.
Yeah.
He just does John McCain and that's it?
Yeah.
What would it be like if John McCain sang the songbook of Air Supply?
A loving tribute to
one of our nation's heroes and the kings of soft rock.
I don't even have any Air Supply.
One of our nation's heroes. You probably do on
So
here.
lost without you.
I'm sorry.
I knew you were right for leaving me so long.
That's
very specific talent.
It was the greatest John McCain Air Supply show I've ever seen.
And I'm bringing back my whole family. It's patriotic and it's romantic.
All right. So anyhow, I guess he was a singer and a John McCain impersonator. This is a student pilot.
Yes.
And I have not heard this yet.
Student pilot is soloing for the first time. So they've got their lessons, and now they're going to take it up and fly it by themselves.
Yeah, so she spent many hours training.
Yes.
And ready for her solo flight. And
upon takeoff, she's in flight, and they notice one of her wheels, it's fixed wheels, has fallen off.
Okay.
The aircraft.
We have the audio of this, and I haven't heard it yet.
Maggie, this is John. How you doing?
I'm okay.
Okay, you're doing a great job flying the airplane. Keep doing what you're doing. We got plenty of time. You got plenty of fuel. We got plenty of daylight. So just try to relax. And you always heard me say go back to basics. So we're going to work the basics here as much as possible, okay? Keep everything as normal as you can.
All right.
Okay. Oh, my God. I'm getting choked up listening to this.
Seriously, I'm tearing up.
He's a calming voice, though. That's somebody I would want to speak to on the other end.
Beautiful job, Maggie. You got a whole bunch of people clapping for you up here.
She landed.
Great work. Thank you.
Good job, Maggie. Excellent job.
Oh, man. Oh, my God. I was nervous. Listen, I love flying in those small aircraft. It's really exciting.
It's awesome.
There's no way. And I have flown one. I told you my wife's uncle let me fly over Sweden, and I held the, I took control of the plane for at least an hour by myself. He was right next to me and had controls as well. But the idea of landing or taking off or anything like that, no.
Here's what I would do, okay? What you did, I would have the Fisher-priced wheel.
Oh, just to pretend?
To sit there like Maggie does with the dry. And that's how I do it.
Oh, after I rode on the Avatar ride down in Disney World last year.
They gave you a pilot's license?
You became a pilot?
No, but
He's
you
an
fly.
astronaut now.
All right, do me a favor. All right, I want you to calm down. It's like we've done many times on Pandora. All right? What's your name? Casey. Casey, okay. We're going to fly right by. You're going to see a whole bunch of floating boulders. You've seen it many times before. All right? All right? Is your ponytail attached to your bird of prey? It is? Okay.
We're going through the flying boulder field.
That's all it is. We're just floating boulders.
But after riding that ride.
Viewers of the American reality series The Bachelor are often told to buckle up for the most dramatic rose ceremony ever.
I love you.
But now the show's Vietnamese version has actually delivered on this. And I watched it.
Yeah?
And so it's the same. It's with this corny music. It's the hold. I mean, the difference is they're just speaking a different language. But it's... Is that I love you?
I don't know what I love you is in Vietnamese.
No, but I like the delivery. So in this clip that has gone viral now, a contestant vying for the heart of Bachelor, his name is Nguyen Quoc Trung.
I am Bachelor.
Shocks viewers when she confesses her love for another contestant.
Oh my God!
Ooh.
She's a lesbian.
So that's never happened before. So you've had, a girl fall in love with another contestant,
Sexy.
as opposed to The Bachelor. So
it's okay.
She tells
It's all right.
She tells Trung in a video, "I went into this competition to find love." Her name is Min Thu. And she tearfully tells him, "But I've found love for myself, but it isn't you, it's someone else." Thu then walks over to contestant Truc Nhu.
Don't you do advertisements for that?
No, that's Truc You.
Oh, okay.
Sell them for less.
I'm like,
Sell
what?
for less, Jack. Del Toyota, man. No, not Truc You. Truck.
Tomorrow night on the Vietnamese Bachelor, Truck you.
Truc Nhu.
Jack, sell them for less.
Jack, sell them for less.
I love you. I'm not the Jack.
Truc Nhu.
Okay.
Who is holding a rose from Trung. And Thu
MR.
Thank you,
Nhu.
Kathy. I have a question about something Kathy mentioned, West Goshen.
Yes.
Okay, so Goshen was a biblical town. Was it? And yeah. And if you ever heard the old phrase "land of Goshen"?
Land of Goshen.
Is that
Yes.
what that is in reference to?
I believe it is.
I assume
Yeah.
that's what it would have been, right?
Like a biblical story, like sweet Jesus.
Yeah. Land of Goshen. All right, the land of Goshen is named in the Hebrew Bible as the place in Egypt given to the Hebrews by the Pharaoh of Joseph, and the land from which they later left Egypt at the time of the Exodus.
Land of Goshen.
Land of Goshen.
There'll always be somebody with a grandmother with a corncob pipe. Land of Goshen.
Yep, exactly. All right, just wanted to clarify that, so thank you.
Their claim to fame now is the headquarters of QVC. Is
That's
in West
right,
Goshen Township.
yeah. which is religion to some people.
God, I love QVC. I do.
It can still live in that kind of infamy, which is the wrong
Land
word.
of shopping.
All right. So I would like to congratulate a very lovely person and her husband because they just had a baby last night. Kristen Herman,
Yeah.
our former intern and now program director of Ben FM, our sister station, WBEN. They had a baby last night. Kristen was ready to pop, but she went a little early. I mean, she was
Did she?
Yeah.
Yeah, she was doing 311.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah,
All right.
so about
All
a
right.
week.
All right, so a little bit. I had heard it was earlier than that, so that's or later than that. But cool. Good for her. They had their baby Trudy, which is short for Gertrude.
Yes.
That's her grandmother.
Her
by the way.
grandmother's Gertrude, and so they're going to call her Trudy. She was born 11:45 last night after 18 hours of labor.
Whoa.
They eventually had to perform a C-section, which is like, you feel so bad after 18 hours. Like, really, we had to go through that much time?
Because now you get both of the recoveries.
Yeah, right.
We did the same thing.
Baby Trudy weighed in at 7 pounds 9 ounces. Good healthy weight, 22 inches long, and we congratulate her and Paul on the new addition to their family. That's
awesome.
Wonderful news.
So cool.
Love Kristen Herman. She's a sweetheart. So we're very, very happy for you guys. Congratulations. All right, we need to get to Bizarre File number 2.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, we're going to... by the way, it is brought to you by Natural Lawn of America. Safer for your lawn, kids, and pets. You can schedule their full-service program and get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED. Love them. Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed. All right, an accused auto burglar told Louisiana police that he was sleepwalking when he entered a parked pickup late Wednesday.
He was sleep stealing.
Yes.
That happens a lot.
Responding to a call about a male pulling on a car door pulling on several car door handles in a parking lot of an apartment complex, police spotted Christopher Samuel walking away from the lot. A witness told police officers he observed Samuel trying to enter multiple vehicles before he was able to get into a 1994 Chevrolet truck. When cops confronted Samuel, he reportedly admitted entering the pickup, but said he did so because he was, quote, sleepwalking.
And then he started sleep hot wiring.
Despite the explanation, he was arrested and booked early Thursday into the local jail. If convicted, and he could face a maximum of 12 years in prison.
In fact, Preston, didn't he say he ran a sleep chop shop?
I think he did, yes. In Newport Richey, a man stopped in the middle of Interstate 75, jumped on the hood of a passing woman's car with a handgun, and then tried to steal an 18-wheeler whose driver stopped to help, according to the Florida Highway Patrol.
Ooh, that's bigger.
Dale Patrick Ferris was arrested on charges of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon and so on. Ferris had parked his GMC Sierra with no lights on in the southbound lanes of I-75, which stopped traffic. Soon after, a Subaru SUV, driven by a 33-year-old woman, hit Ferris's truck as he walked into the path of a Hyundai SUV. The Hyundai stopped to avoid hitting Ferris. He then pulled out a gun and climbed onto the hood. Bullet holes were found in the road, so he's popping off rounds into the ground. A passing vehicle distracted him, which allowed the woman to escape. Then a 62-year-old man in a semi-trailer stopped to help. Ferris got into the 18-wheeler and attempted to steal it, but he couldn't get it to change gears or release the air brake.
It's a little bit more involved than your regular car.
Another witness, 38-year-old man, and the truck driver tried to stop Ferris from driving away when he kicked both men in the face and chest. He got out of the tractor trailer when deputies arrived and detained him. He was taken to the county jail, and his handgun was recovered with several spent shell casings. So it was an interesting night for that gentleman right there. This is unfortunate. A personal trainer died after taking caffeine powder and the equivalent of up to 200 cups of coffee.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. Tom Mansfield had miscalculated the amount of powder he was meant to use on kitchen scales.
How much did he put in?
An inquest heard the 29-year-old fell ill straight after drinking the mixture. Reaching a conclusion of misadventure, the coroner said that the cause of death was caffeine toxicity. Caffeine is used by some gym goers, with some fitness websites recommending it for improving sports performance in certain doses. However, experts have warned that when taking powders, there is a risk of consuming over the recommended amount. An inquest heard Mr. Mansfield began clutching his chest, complaining that his heart was beating fast after consuming the product. Minutes later, he was lying down and then began foaming at the mouth.
Oh, my God.
His wife alerted neighbors and family. They called an ambulance. They tried to resuscitate him for 45 minutes. They couldn't, and he had died. So, Steve, it said that in a statement read at the hearing, they said the powder should be weighed to 2 decimal places in milligrams and suggested a dosage of 60 to 300 milligrams of powder up to twice a day. But I don't know. He said his scales for the purpose of weighing such small amounts can be purchased, blah, blah, blah. So I'm not sure how much.
Don't you imagine it'd be a lot?
His caffeine levels were 392 milligrams per liter of blood. So
God almighty.
He did too much, and dude had a heart attack. In Massachusetts, Northampton police said 23-year-old Omar Rios Robles stabbed a fellow Walmart employee Thursday morning while on a break. And according to court documents, Robles is a maintenance employee at Walmart. Police said an argument had stemmed from the victim spilling milk and not cleaning it up. Robles told police,
son of a bitch.
He went outside. The victim punched him in the face. Witnesses said that Robles then stabbed the victim. And apparently, he tried to leave, and they ended up getting him.
Well, I hope he's learned his lesson not to spill milk anymore.
Yeah, please don't do that. All right, and then we'll go with this one since they just had a baby, Kristen and Paul. This is a story of someone who had just given birth, and a man recently took to Reddit to admit that he changed his newborn's middle name after he and his wife had disagreed on it and he changed it while she was asleep after giving birth. He said previously his wife had said that she would decide the middle names of both of their children because she was the one that carried them, and he was fine with it until his grandmother died. And he writes, I asked her if we could give the baby my grandmother's middle name, and she said no. We fought, but I gave up. But then when the nurse came in with the name papers while his wife was asleep and asked if they had a middle name picked out, he said, I said yes, and I filled out the form of my grandmother's middle name. And he added, we got into a huge fight, and she claimed that she'd be changing it, but she can't because you need both parents to sign off on a name change. And it's been 3 days, and my wife is giving me the silent treatment, along with her visiting family. Even my family said it was a cruel thing to do while she was asleep. And he asked the question, am I an a-hole? Most commenters noted that he made a big mistake.
Right.
And others claimed that the wife's behavior was a red flag. So, I don't know. I got to go. That was a stupid thing to do.
Get divorced and put the baby up for adoption.
There you go. That's probably the best thing. All right, and then one last story, and we will wrap this up. Let's end with a good one. Let me see what I got here for you. I like this one. A Georgia homeowner's doorbell camera was recording when an entire herd of cows that escaped from a dairy farm made a late-night visit to her neighborhood.
It's pretty funny.
Alicia said she woke up around 3 a.m. when her phone alerted her that her Ring doorbell camera had detected activity in the front of the home. She said she was shocked to see the camera was recording a herd of cows rummaging through her lawn and mooing loudly. She said the cows completely destroyed my new landscaping and ate my bushes. There are deep holes from the cows walking in the grass, along with some lovely cow piles, but overall fixable damage.
One witness, Preston, described it as an utter catastrophe.
No She said one of the cows was particularly fascinated by the camera. She said there's one cow that I caught on camera trying to eat the Ring doorbell, but it held strong through the whole ordeal. The cow ended up giving up and enjoyed a plant instead. She had recently moved to the neighborhood about 3 weeks before the bovine invasion, but neighbors told her the incident was the first of its type. The cows were found to have escaped from a dairy farm about 2 miles away from the neighborhood where they were returned to their owner. So there you go. And there's the video cam of the thing trying to eat it is hilarious. It's just an open mouth licking the camera. And that is what I have in your bizarre file this morning. All right, hang around because we're going to get to our lesson question with something for you to win a little bit with the trash and music news to follow. We also have our Word of the Week prize that you could end up winning before the weekend starts. So get ready for all of that. We'll come back in a moment. New then heads back to stand before Trunks and says, I'm sorry. I really want to get to know you because you're someone who made me feel special, and I haven't felt that way in a long time.
I tell you what, the bachelorettes on this show are
they're gorgeous.
Quite stunning.
Yeah, the Bachelor weighs in asking you, if you decide this, would you feel regretful? This doesn't change my decision, he tells her.
Are you going to sell them for less?
I'm not going to give this roast to anyone else.
Sell them for less. Where's that voice coming from?
You only get one chance in this life, and you need to take it. Only you.
Who's Jack?
Not anyone else. I want to let you know that I think you'll have regret if you continue with what you're about to say.
Wow.
So the show's host chimes in telling Truck New.
Sell them for less.
Jack,
no.
Sell them for less.
Says you have a connection with Trung that made him choose you. You should give yourself a chance. Don't pass it up. But New seems to have made up her mind and gives him back the rose. She said, I know you'll find somebody who really loves you, who understands you, who knows how to take care of you, who can look at you from afar and know how you're feeling. I'm sorry. And then the two women left together. But that's not how it ended.
Oh, really?
What happened?
Truck New decided to return after...
I can never sell them flesh. My heart is broken, and I have no inventory at this time.
You know what else I noticed?
Ooh.
I noticed.
Just noticed more things.
I noticed that
Not just product renaming.
the Cold War
The Cold War. CW.
could have been a world war.
TCW.
But a cache of Soviet jokes that was compiled by CIA agents during the Cold War has been released among a cache of declassified documents.
Soviet jokes designed for what purpose?
It's hard to say because they mainly make fun of the Soviet Union. So all the jokes were told between Soviets, but picked up by CIA operatives before being relayed back to Washington. So,
do we believe that perhaps it were American operatives and spies to be armed with these jokes? It might be a way of sort of ingratiating themselves to, in other words, if you could tell a funny Soviet joke to another person.
I don't. They're not clear on what the purpose.
Or was
of this
it for their?
I think it was just them.
Soviet review.
It was just part of the gigantic lists of stuff that they have at
So
the CIA.
there's a lot of Yakov Smirnoff stuff here, right?
The list was addressed to the deputy director of the CIA, but is believed to have been circulated among senior White House officials. One joke featuring Ronald Reagan made it to the president's desk, and he found it funny that he began to use it himself.
That's the goddamn funniest thing I've ever heard.
So here, you want to hear the joke?
Please tell me. Tell me, Mommy.
An American tells a Russian that the United States is so free that he can stand in front of the White House and yell, "To hell with Ronald Reagan." And the Russian replies, "That's nothing. I can stand in front of the Kremlin and yell, 'To hell with Ronald Reagan,' too."
I don't get it.
Oh, yeah!
Did you say penis? I must have missed it.
No.
You said it was a dirty joke.
No, I didn't say it was a dirty joke.
Oh, yes, you did. What?
No, I didn't say it was a dirty joke.
You said it was filthy.
I think the Alzheimer's is kicking in, Ronnie.
God damn it.
Yep.
Where are my jelly beans?
It is not known exactly why the CIA began doing this.
It wasn't filthy.
Though since there were no polls in Soviet Russia, it could have been a good way for agents to judge public mood towards politicians and the government.
Why did chicken cross road?
Why?
To escape the extreme starvation caused by Stalin.
One particular figure of fun was Mikhail Gorbachev.
Why do I have stain on head?
The last leader of the Soviet Union who worked to end the Cold War by reforming the USSR. While this made him popular overseas, he was often reviled at home, as revealed by this joke, which tells of a man waiting in line at a liquor store.
Tell the joke.
A worker standing at a liquor store line says, I have had enough. Save my place. I'm going to go shoot Gorbachev. 2 hours later, he returns to claim his place in line, and his friends asked, "Did you get him?" He said, "No, the line there was even longer than the line here."
That is a good one. It's very funny.
Another joke compares Gorbachev to...
You know, maybe you don't laugh at the same kind of jokes or something, but... you told me that Gorbachev line joke and it wasn't funny. But I have one for you. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Orange.
Orange who?
Banana.
I don't think you told that correctly.
Shut up.
Banana. So Stalin.
I'm going home.
Stalin was also.
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Stay in your seats or you'll all be shot. It's funny, yes? Knock, knock.
Who's there?
You will starve in gulag.
I'm here all the week.
I would say try veal, but there is no veal. Try cannibalism as we starve out all of the population in Siberia because of extreme poverty caused by Stalin. Thanks for coming. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
They murdered my wife.
That's enough. That's Sad.
Yeah, but if you think about it, she was nagging.
It's a way Homer.
Have you heard the banana joke?
Heard funny joke from Rocky. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Orange.
Or two.
Banana.
Oh, God. Oh. Well, these are CIA files.
Hey, I am having literally to hold stomach from pain of laughing.
Yes, exactly. Okay, I noticed that, and I figured we might have
Notice the Soviet humor.
Para-Olympian Danielle Umstead.
She's blind, right?
I don't know.
I believe she's a blind skier, Preston.
No, that's impossible.
That's what they said.
Shut up.
Check it out.
Okay,
Nick.
you got to look this up. Danielle, spelled Danelle, Umstead.
And I think, unless I miss my guess, she has no torso.
Oh, okay. Well, that might be it.
Just her head.
Everything
on
is
her
connected
hips?
with pipe cleaners.
A blind skier?
Is that what it says? Am I right?
Well, I don't know. Nick's looking it up. I'm just curious. Is there a Wikipedia page?
Oh, she's a deaf gurner.
She makes the ugly faces, but can't hear anybody laughing. Oh, that's sad.
It's wrong.
Let's see what it says here. She is a skier and visually impaired.
Visually impaired.
She's full-blown blind.
Is she full-blown blind?
Well, I saw her, and on a small pair of skis next to her was a dog.
Oh.
Left, right, left.
2 barks for left, 1 for right. Yeah.
That's not fair to
That
the
is
dog.
not fair to the dog.
No.
And
I mean, he's got to bark fast. You never know if they're right next to each other.
He also can't really tell you that he doesn't want to do this.
No, he's actually just being dragged along.
Just put him on skis.
I don't want to do this.
did we even say the words skiing?
Nick just said
you
it.
did?
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
sorry,
yeah.
I missed it. They may not be married, but Jennifer Gardner and Ben Affleck are still family, according to Ben's brother Casey. During an interview with E.T. on Saturday.
Well, you still family?
No, entertainment television.
Do you all get together for the holidays?
What am I talking? What am I talking to here?
I'm E.T.
He walks in. He's like, "Are you serious? I have to do this."
Pulling himself up in the chair.
Thanks for talking with me.
Could you get my agent in here, please?
I'm talking to a turtle.
Yeah.
Not a turtle.
Turtle.
Oh my God. Yes. You know, whatever. But
Joe gave him a nickname already.
Joe did. Not even a day old.
Yeah.
Poor baby.
Wow. All right. That's Kristen. We're speaking. If you're just tuning in, it's Kristen Herman from our sister station, Ben FM, and she had a baby last night. We're very excited for her and her husband, Paul. So, all right. And what is this? Hang on.
Hey, what do you think about Trudy?
Oh,
She don't got a boyfriend. You want to hang out, get high? Which one's Trudy? I want to shit in her face. No, that's Jody. That's my wife. Man. No, I can't. I gotta be someplace.
Crap in her face.
I didn't know we had a Trudy clip. That's awesome, man. All right. We're going to do today's lesson question. We are going to give away as a prize a pair of tickets to see Waitress on March 29th at the Kimmel Cultural Campus. The question we're going to go with this morning, let's see if you remember the name of Kathy's cooking show. 215-263-WMMR. Do you know the name of that? Kathy's cooking show. Mentioned it in the 7 o'clock hour. And if you heard it, then you should call in now because with this prize you can win. And while we're waiting for your call, we will do the trash.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, it's brought to you by Rita's Water Ice. The wait is over. Rita's is now open and serving up all of your favorite frozen treats. And you can stop by for some happiness with a delicious Italian ice or creamy frozen custard. What's up this morning, Steve?
Well, Queen Elizabeth confirming on a Zoom conference that she is now completely COVID-free. The good news prompted an emotional Prince Charles to drive his crown back to the storage unit. 63-year-old Kyle MacLachlan, who starred in the original David Lynch version of Dune, says he is up for a cameo that's been offered to him in the 2021 reboot. MacLachlan has reportedly been offered the small role of a newly created character called Buddy Dune. Seems kind of weird. And finally, 53-year-old Michael Sheen, expecting a second child with girlfriend 25-year-old Anna Lundberg. Sheen says he's absolutely thrilled because now Anna will have more kids to play with. That's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, we're looking for an answer to this question. What's the name of Kathy's cooking show? We'll go to the phones and we'll go with Nate and see if he knows. Hey, Nate, how you doing, buddy?
Good, how are you?
Nate, what is the answer we're looking for?
This sucks.
You know what? We'll go with that because she said it first.
Yes.
Yep.
But the original,
I would have accepted, well, that sucked as well. So we'll go with both of those. And Nate got it right. So hang on the line, Nate. We are going to give you, sir, a pair of tickets to see Waitress on March 29th at the Kimmel Cultural Campus. And you can get tickets and all for all shows and dates March 29th through the April 3rd at kimmelculturalcampus.org.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
We are going to start music news with information about a show which tickets go on sale today. And it is called the Orange Loop Rock Festival. MMR is part of this event. So Orange Loop Rock Festival, June 10th through the 12th at the Showboat Festival grounds in Atlantic City. And it will feature Stone Temple Pilots.
Yeah.
Chevelle, Puddle of Mud, Brett Scallions of Fuel, Slaughter, Great White, L.A. Guns, and many more. Yeah, it's a cool little mix-up.
That's pretty wild.
Jackie Bam Bam is going to be insanely excited to see this show with L.A. Guns and Slaughter and Great White on there. Tickets are on sale today at noon via OrangeLoopRockFest.com. So again, that's OrangeLoopRockFest.com. Jackie Bam Bam will have tickets for you to win tonight on his program. So listen starting at 7 o'clock with your opportunity. So again, it's the Orange Loop Rock Festival. MMR rocks this. June 10th through the 12th at Showboat Festival grounds, Atlantic City. Stone Temple Pilot, Chevelle, Puddle of Mud, Brett Scallions of Fuel, Slaughter, Great White, L.A. Guns, and many, many more. And tickets go on sale today at noon. Jack White has released Heidi Ho, a collaboration with a Tribe Called Quest figurehead and artist and producer Q-Tip.
Wasn't that a song like, I think, Nick, look up if a singer named Cab Calloway.
That was Minnie the Moocher.
That's
it.
A
song,
right.
And they sing Heidi, Heidi, Heidi Ho. But I think Heidi Ho that's a Mr. Hanky reference, right? Okay, there we go. This is the latest single from White's upcoming album called Fear of the Dawn, which is due out on April 8th. And the new single is joined by, it's joined by Queen of the Bees, featured on White's second new album of the year, entering Heaven Alive, which will be released on July 22nd. Yes. This is Minnie the Moocher. And a limited edition. We played some Weezer just a moment ago. If you like Wordle and Weezer, you're going to love Weasel. W-E-E-Z-L-E. Such was the message tweeted by singer Rivers Cuomo yesterday in regard to a game that gives players 6 chances at guessing a 5-letter word. If the player solves it correctly, the reward is getting to listen to a Weezer song. Weasel is Cuomo's latest development. Earlier this year, he revealed Weezify, like Spotify, just for Weezer, that had over 3,500 demos. And Weezer's SNS, or Seasons album is what it's called. Project will release the first part called Spring on March 20th, by the way. And then one last story. Dave Grohl and Foo Fighters had a blast making their new slasher/comedy flick, Studio 666, That said, they still don't take themselves too seriously. Dave spoke to Sky News and said, the premise of the movie is really simple and fun. The band is looking for a place to record. We moved to this old house. You guys know how this goes. And then he said, so it's a lot different than, someone like Lady Gaga making a real, substantial, legitimate movie. He explained that the entire reason to make the film was purely for entertainment, not necessarily art. He said our intention was just to do something we'd never and have a good time and then hope that our audience enjoys it as well. He said, I mean, nobody's ordering tuxes for the Oscars. It's not in the cards. He went on to say the premise is based on a lot of really hilarious rock and roll cliches and stereotypes, right? The lead singer that wants to go solo is at a creative war with his own band, and some lead singers do exactly that. That's something I would never wish to do because I actually like being in Foo Fighters. He said when we make Foo Fighters records, honestly, we stroll in the studio. We usually have too much material, and we spend a couple of weeks, a couple of months just kind of playing our instruments and laughing hysterically, and we still enjoy what we do and each other.
When this streams eventually, I'm going to check it out. It looks fun.
Yeah, it does. And that is all I have in music news for you this morning. All right, as we take a break, should I give away these?
Yeah.
All right, we have the movie The Green Mile, which I guess is now available on 4K Ultra HD and digital.
Cool.
And callers 9 and 10 will get them, 215-263-WMMR. The Green Mile is a great movie, obviously, starring Tom Hanks. On Digital Experience, the miraculous story about finding light even in the darkest moments. So let's get those callers now. And when we come back after these, we are going to have the Word of the Week prize for you to win. So stick around. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
The summer concert season.
It was during an interview with E.T.'s Kelty Knight.
Oh, okay.
Whoever that is. I left that part out and I just said E.T., all right? So it was at the Are you still family?
How much longer is he going to be in rehab?
He's holding up his finger. Oh, my God.
E.T. could probably fix his addiction problem with his magic finger.
You're right.
His heart.
Touch his heart.
Heart light.
Whole new human being.
New Batman movie.
So stupid. It's so dumb. All right, TMZ reports that Davy Chase. Now, I looked her up, and it says she starred in The Ring. She was Samara. She's the psycho.
Yes.
The scary girl.
The girl in the well.
And by the way, turns out she's gorgeous.
Yes, she is.
She was arrested, and she was arrested on a drug possession charge and spent some time behind bars. Yeah.
But she escaped through the television, didn't she?
She did. She managed to get out of
I
it
knew we
through
were
the
going that
TV.
way.
But she's had some run-ins. Last year, she was locked up after cops pulled her over for joyriding in an allegedly stolen car.
She was locked up for 7 days.
Is the phone rings after 7 days or something like
In
that?
7 days. Yeah, that's when you die. You have 7 days to get your affairs in order before you're... 7 days.
It's been a while since I've seen that movie. 6.5.
7 business days.
Business days? So that means I get the weekend, too?
Well, it's Monday's Labor Day, so about 8 days. All right, just stay there. I'm going to come over and kill you now.
Yeah, if you could be more specific, it might help in planning. So,
what if I go across the international date line? Let me get back to you.
Coming up soon, we'll be addressing Halloween. But
Yes.
it's a favorite costume for Halloween parties and haunted houses.
Which is the one where you go to where they have a girl who really does the full, clicking and the whole body gesticulation.
Penhurst?
No, it's there's probably one there, but there's one, maybe it's
there's one
it's the one way out where we always get lost going to.
It's in Bucks County.
Yeah.
I know exactly the one you're talking
but the girl who does...
Fear?
No.
Might be.
Valley of Fear.
It's out kind of in a woodsy area.
It's Grotto of Consternation is the name of it.
Hang on. Chrissy is on the line to tell us about that haunted attraction. And it is Valley of Fear, isn't it? So it's Valley of Fear?
It is Valley of Fear, and the girl who
does play the one from The Ring, who was there for a long time. Liz is just a phenomenal singer too. I just wanted to let you guys know.
Really? Okay.
Oh yeah, she's incredibly talented.
And she was good. It says you were moving along, she'd move along, and she never sang really, but she
didn't
I'm
sing.
the chick from The Ring, and I'm coming after you.
So her name is Liz?
Yes, Liz.
All right, cool. Thank you, Chrissy. Appreciate it.
No problem.
Cause in 7 days
See ya.
you're through. Chappa-da-ba.
All right.
It's not that scary.
I know, it's not scary when you sing it.
Yeah, right? Wouldn't it be a little less if it were a musical?
I live in a well and my life's kind of hell and I'm coming after you.
My life's kind of hell.
I'm the chick in the well and my life's kind of hell, but I'm a coming after you in 7 days.
7 days. 7 days.
7 days.
7 days. Coming after you in 7 days.
Hey. The Ring, the musical.
Turn my mic on. You turn his mic off.
I didn't turn it off. I think you might have hit the button yourself there, dude.
Uh-oh.
No, there we go.
I just hit that button.
All right.
Wait a second. What's going on?
Wait a second.
What just happened here?
Your mic will turn off in 7 seconds. Your mic will turn off in 7 seconds.
What? I don't have a mic.
Lindsay Lohan.
I was just watching Mean Girls last night on E.
Well, there was this video of her dancing over the weekend, and it went viral.
Is it laughable, sexy?
I'm hesitant to even say viral. Like, how many does it take before it's called viral?
Good question.
You know?
Viral is, yeah.
So I just saw it this morning, and it's her dancing. And
what is it?
To be honest, it's not that big of a deal. It's just her dancing around a little bit, but some people have made a thing about it. She flips her hair in it. She leans her head down and flips her hair way up. So people are making a thing about that.
Oh, my gosh.
Here, hang on. And there's the hair flip. So she does it twice. We're watching the video of it right now. And, well, now Busy Phillips and Kelly Oxford are getting in on the action. They spoofed Lindsay's now viral dance to the song Pillow Talk.
Oh, snap.
While Lindsay snapped her fingers and flipped her hair at her beach club in, I don't know where it is, Phillip and Oxford got down in the kitchen.
Oh,
and
man.
Phillips wrote on Instagram, honestly, it's weirdly harder to nail than it seemed. Respect.
All right.
What's going on?
They're throwing shade at her, Preston.
Are they?
Sort of.
Yeah.
Shady?
Yeah, they're throwing shade, but then they threw respect in there.
Yeah.
RESPICT.
That's right.
They're making fun of the hair flip?
Yes.
I would make fun of the mom dance instead. I mean, the hair
I've
flip is the
been
only
flipping
thing
my
that was
hair like
legit.
that since high school.
Right?
Yeah.
I
It's like a
it all.
stupid, you're drunk, flip your hair.
I like Lindsay's thing, and I like the mock thing. I think it looks cute.
So anyhow, they did a thing about that thing.
Wow.
There was a thing.
It's just said the original thing has been followed by another thing.
This is what constitutes as news these days, folks.
Over the weekend, a thing occurred, which was immediately followed by 2 rejoinder thingies.
Televangelist Kenneth Copeland has a lot of experience with planes. We've seen, him and the other guy. There are 2 of these televangelists that are really big into their aircraft.
They are really consumed with the level of aircraft that they own, and often the current plane they own is not good enough.
It just ain't going to cut
because
it.
the Lord needs them to spread the gospel.
We were blessed to have an airplane that it was a Vickers Viscount.
A Vickers Viscount.
And a man on our board of directors owned that airplane. And his financial situation had come to the place where, particularly after he got born again, and a lot I won't go into all that.
No, I won't go into all that. That's the religious part, and it bogs things down. By the way, if we're all not clear at this point, not dime one is making its way to anybody who's poor. I just want to be clear on that. And I know I can say that to you, God bless you all, everyone sitting here right now, and it won't matter. you'll still gladly open up your wallets and put that money in the collection plate.
All right, let me continue.
But that airplane had been parked for several years. And it was a 4-engine turboprop.
I mean, Jesus Christ, he sounds like
he's talking about
sounds
this
like
in
you're at an
church.
air show. He's a preacher. He's a man of the Lord, ostensibly.
Airliner. So this was back in the days when George first came along, and oh man, we had fun in that old airplane, didn't we?
Oh my God.
They had an older sort of navigation system on that. I know that many of you are going to remember that they didn't have the triple GPS coordination system that you find in the newer vehicles. Did I mention Jesus yet or anything?
This is a sermon?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Well, we
There's a particular fuel mixture that I'd like to talk about. And then, of course, why you shouldn't covet your neighbor's wife.
Right. Yeah, this is in front of a group of his followers.
This is in church.
Well,
or whatever.
Televangelist.
Airplane hangar.
Yeah. All right.
Well, we put that thing back in the service. We went through that airplane from head to from nose to tail, and they did X-rays of the fuselage and everything, looking for corrosion. And there was some. It wasn't all that bad, but there was the X-rays showed that there was some spots of corrosion.
Okay, and he's saying, okay, how can I
tie this back into
how do I bring this back?
What's my spiel?
Like the way your soul gets corroded.
Right.
Oh, good. Go with that.
Good. Yeah. All right, so he takes big, long pauses. Here we go.
And so I was praying over it. And just
he's praying over the corrosion.
Corrosion,
in his
he's
air.
praying over it. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So instead of going out and earning money,
I decided to return my faith to its upright position. Because the Lord's beverage cart had been stowed. Because we were coming in for a landing.
And just as plain,
listen to this.
The Lord said to me,
okay, so this is God talking directly to him.
It's a beautiful thing because
it's Friday.
Yeah.
The weekend has begun.
It's been Friday since yesterday afternoon.
Yes, it has. That's right. Yesterday was pre-Friday. And once you throw the word Friday in there, it's already
there.
It's already Friday. Hey, we have a new Daily Rush video, I've been told. And it is the Let It Be a Beatles contest. And this was yesterday. Testing my Beatles knowledge with Andre Gardner.
Yes.
In Let It Be a Beatles contest. And it says in the description, it's harder than you think. And you know what's great is last night on Jeopardy, they had a category which was love in Beatles titles and Beatles song titles. I'm like, we just did that.
I mean,
it's clear they rip us off.
Well, so
it's clear.
Was it twice this week? Because earlier the week we had talked about the coral snake and red versus yellow kills a fellow.
Yes.
And that was a clue on Jeopardy earlier this week.
Yes, you are correct. So there's some kind of bizarre synergy. All right, and may I tell can I tell my story?
Yeah,
all right,
please.
so sometimes we'll do this goofy thing where on Final Jeopardy, they just give you the category, not the clue. And it's pretty vague. It's pretty wide open. It could be like, authors
right.
or
Broadway.
U.S. states.
Yeah.
Whatever. So, and Casey actually started this. Casey and Nick and I do this regularly. You just try to guess what it is simply on the category alone without the clue. So I didn't text you guys last night, but I was sitting with my my son and my wife. And so Rochelle goes, okay, Budapest. Because the category was European cities.
Yeah.
And so she said Budapest. Carter said Istanbul. And I said, and to be honest, I was thinking about Germany, okay? I was thinking about, I was trying to think of regions of Germany. I'm like, and I couldn't think of anything good. And I just go, Palermo. I don't know why Palermo popped in my head. They come back with the clue. It had to do with a phrase that had to do with something about protection money. And I'm like, oh, it's like the mob, Sicily.
Yep.
It could be Palermo. And we're sitting there watching it, and The answer was freaking Palermo. And I stood up with my arms in the air. I just basking. I'm like, it was just bizarre randomness, and I got it right. And I texted these two, and Casey's like, I don't believe you. And I'm like, I have witnesses.
Videos or it didn't happen.
I have witnesses. So anyway, it was a special moment.
That is cool.
With Jeopardy. I was pretty
the
excited.
first time ever?
No, it's happened
a few
before.
times.
On a couple of
Nick
rare,
had it last, I think.
on a couple of rare occasions. it's
Preston had
happened.
one this year, though, too. I can't remember what it was, but it's like when it happens, it's just like the stars are aligning, and you just feel
completely from left field.
It's completely from left field.
If
It's
you
total
know,
luck.
though, if you know where they go too often, then you can kind of get. But still, it is a crapshoot.
That was just random because all European cities. Why did I pick Palermo? I knew it would be a city that most people know, that you can usually count on that. But yeah, that was weird.
How did you do in the Beatles love songs category?
I did only okay. Believe it or not, there were a couple of them that I missed, and I was like, we're just talking about this today. How am I missing this?
Damn.
Well, I don't
But
know.
then you totally redeemed yourself.
Totally redeem myself. All right, anyhow, the Beatles contest is now available. If you follow us on Instagram, you get a first look at the Daily Rush videos, and it's sponsored by Xfinity's Gig Speed Internet, and you can learn more at xfinity.com. Giggity to you. Thank you to Alonzo Bowden for being on the show. Alonzo is the nicest, funniest guy. He is at Helium Comedy Club tonight and tomorrow night, and he's going to be recording tomorrow night. He wants to sell out, so if you can get tickets, please go to that show. And how about Chris Barron of Spin Doctors?
So nice.
Chris has just got so many stories. He's a fun, just really knowledgeable, great guy, and it was wonderful to have him on. He and his band are playing the Mountain Fest tomorrow night at Montage Mountain. He had mentioned earlier this morning he's going to be back in November at City Winery with John Papa. He's not going to be there. He's going to be at the Bowl. What is
Brooklyn
it?
Bowl.
Brooklyn Bowl. Thank you very much. So
Sounds like a hell of a show.
yeah, we'll try to get those guys here in the studio when they make it back around, which would be really, really cool. Pierre Robert is here. Hey, man.
Good day.
How you doing today?
Excellent, thank
Wonderful, sir. Shall we get right to business?
Yes.
All right, let's do the letter of the day. Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, and the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter.
Y as in yellow.
All right, and we'll take caller number 4 at 215-263-WMMR. And if you know the word, you get the prize. So go ahead and give us a call right now, 215-263-WMMR. How you doing, man? How's your feels?
Just trying to get it together.
Just trying to get it together?
Yeah.
All right.
Tough morning?
Well, confusing.
Yeah.
But, you know.
Did you go to Q102 again?
I did.
He was ready to play the hits, man.
I did that. Then I thought I was supposed to do mornings at Ben, and then I thought I was supposed to do the morning sports show. And
I'd love to hear that.
I
Oh, my
went
God.
from hall to hall looking for a studio, and I finally stumbled upon you kids.
It's like the drifter that blows into town. You need any radioing done?
Yeah, it was like a Spinal Tap kind of thing, trying to find a stage.
Oh, man, that's okay. So we had this topic yesterday about not being able to get out of places.
Find your way out of places,
And we completely forgot about
Yeah,
that.
Spinal Tap is a great one, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right, write it down. There's plenty of future shows.
Write it down.
Yeah, man.
All right, write that down.
Write that down.
Well,
No, I agree with you.
did you say it's hard to tell if there'll be future shows?
Yeah.
I like that. Oh, yeah, one never knows.
Do one.
One does, or doth one. But either way.
Okay.
All right, there it is.
All right, I'm confused, but
Yeah.
I'm going to go to this caller.
It'll make sense.
Okay, all right. I'm going to go to Troy. Hi, Troy. Good morning.
Gadzooks MMR.
Gadzooks, buddy. All right, what's the word?
I got ANTNY.
Now, what does that come out to, Troy? If you were to say it just like it looks as you've written it out.
Anti. A-N-A.
Oh, I get it.
Say it out loud.
Say it.
Anti.
He's saying Andy. It's Andy.
Anthony.
Anti, like Anti up.
Yeah,
Anti
but
up.
there's another N in there. You got to pronounce the
Anthony.
second N.
Annie.
No.
Like a Philly pronunciation of, like an improper Philly pronunciation of the proper word Anthony would be.
Oh, Anthony. Oh.
It was a stretch, I'll give you that.
Anthony. Great day in the morning.
Great day in the, oh yeah, that too.
Yeah.
Great day in the morning.
All right, Troy. We're going to give you a $500 Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon.
That's why we went with Anthony.
All right,
because
Troy.
you got your Joseph Anthony thing.
Hang on the line. We're going to set you up, buddy. You can check out their Heavenly Soft Pack Float Treatment, luxurious Turkish bath experience, or even Botox at their med spa. And check out their salon where they specialize in hair extensions, just like Marissa had done there. 3 locations, Glen Mills, Springfield, and Center City at the Lowe's Hotel. And you can purchase online at josephanthony.com. So congratulations, man. What's happening on your program today?
Pancake came up with it, and I thought it was clever.
I like it.
It is good.
Yeah. It's a little stretch of the literary imagination.
Right.
But on the program, we'll have tickets for the Philly Auto Show. It opens tomorrow, runs through the 13th. One more pair of tickets for that. We've got some fun blocks. Greta Van Fleet, which goes on sale today. We will have a block of them October 1st in Allentown. Yes, for Chris Squire's birthday, no longer with us, but we will do a block. And U2, this is the anniversary of them playing the Bijou Cafe.
Oh, wow.
Their very first appearance, which Bono referenced in the interview that you sat in with me.
Who gave him a ride? Remember?
Cindy Drew.
Cindy Drew, yeah.
Wow. There's video of her interviewing Bono.
At Channel 3.
And she had driven him around.
Yeah.
And
in her little, Subaru or Toyota or whatever it was.
It's so great.
She
You
gave
going to
him a
play
ride.
the clip of that interview where he talks about holding a grudge?
Yeah.
All right, cool.
But it's all part of the same clip because he said, I referenced the shout out they gave us unexpectedly from the stage. And then going back, he said, there were 4 stations. I'll save the actual moment. But he says, bear a grudge in such a most unique fashion that it's really cool. As to the other radio stations that exist on the planet, every one of which I've been to this morning seeking this studio. But I went to YSP, but it wasn't even there. It was just like, dude, aren't I supposed to rock and bang my head? I'm just, everything is confused and in a topsy-turvy state of consciousness.
All right.
Did I say what we're going to do? Yeah, we did.
Yeah, we did.
All right, rock on then, you bastards.
All right, please monitor Pierre today, if you would.
Check
for us.
Check it later.
If you wouldn't mind. I'll
Check my blood pressure.
I want to thank our sponsors. The Preston and Steve Show is brought to you by Dunkin', the official coffee of the Preston and Steve Show. Also brought to you by Acme Markets. You can get your free flu shot or COVID-19 booster at their pharmacy, Acme, fresh foods, local flavors. And also Trinity Rehab. They can help you get rid of your pain. No prescription needed. Trinity-rehab.com. Listen to this mix of people that we will have on the show next week. Ali Sheedy.
Love Ali Sheedy.
Always wanted to talk to.
Yes.
Tim Tebow. There's a name out of the past.
That's cool.
Comedian J.R. de Guzman and comedian Joe DeRosa, who we haven't spoken to in some time.
A nice collection of folk.
Yep, and we'll add more to that, I am sure. That is it. We are done. Rage on. Have yourself a fantastic weekend, friends. Stay safe. We'll see you next week. Bye-bye.